Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're looking at the futures, you're probably very surprised. Right now, NASDAQ is down over 2.5% pre-market. S&P down over 1% now, continuing the volatility from Friday. And this morning is all about global tensions added to everything else that we're going to get this week. So we got the Fed on Wednesday. You got the big earnings. You got a bunch of data. Even today, we're going to get market PMIs this Monday. Even by Friday, you're going to get the PCE and a bunch of stuff. But to see this opening, it is pretty wild. You got a lot of different actions, even Russia, what they're doing with their central bank and the currency. I mean, I'm telling you, today is more global tensions than not, but we are dealing with all of the other stuff that we had on Friday. So this is absolutely wild. If you guys remember that 10% point now here at pre-market, the S&P is now down 10%. So absolutely wild, baby. Absolutely wild. I hope you guys are going to be locked in today. There is going to be a lot of activity. And this one is already wild. So I hope you guys are ready here. Again, earnings pretty much by the end of Friday, we are really going to see where things are at. But this, I'm telling you, you have not seen an open like this one in a while. So I know every single week last year, it would get crazy. It would get crazy. You're like, oh, it's crazy. Now this one, it just topped it. I don't know how it keeps doing that, but it keeps doing it. I'm telling you, it's insane. So locked and loaded, Chad. Locked and loaded. I hope you guys are ready for it. Again, it is going to be exciting. It is going to be wild. Have no fear. Get that armor on, and let's go, man. Let's go. It should be wild. It should be wild. It should be wild. Again, you're already at 10% correction now at this point. So S&P is now officially corrected 10%. So we got a lot of different news here. Again, like I'm talking about, a lot of this is going to be global tensions, more or less. But I hope you're ready, baby. Good morning. What's up, Usha? Good morning. Darius, good morning. Oh, Najivo, he said, let's go, baby. Let's go. Wesley O'Neal, what's up, baby? Good morning. Tom Reed, good morning. Jordan, you ain't scared, baby. You just go on, shake it out, baby. It's okay. It's a good morning. You stock traders, you like this. What's up, Complex One? What's up, Trapper Wolf? Hey, Jesus Moreno, good morning, baby. Good morning, Sam Spence, Mark Lee, Matt Aravius. Oh, Ciro, what's up? What's up, Caitlin? Oh, how you doing? Gary, how you living? Mr. Palmer, Jay Samuels, Oscar Ramirez. There you go. You see what I'm talking about? They here in the morning. Daniel Garcia, what's up, baby? What's up, Robert Wilson? Oh, there you go. Oh, you're a stock trader. Oh, you waited for this volatility. What's up, baby? Oh, what's up, Rai? What's up, Mr. Woods? Jerry Woods. Yeah, we don't say Kathy Wood. We say Jerry Woods now because she heard it. I'm excited, man. So I hope you guys are ready. Good morning, baby. Oh, let's get the random playing. Let's get a random playing real quick. Again, there's going to be a lot, actually. I don't know. I may have to cancel the random play, at least for today. We're going to have to see. Ooh, this one's going to be hard. Uh-huh. We're going to see, because I don't know. In the morning, I'll get to the random play in, okay, we'll just do it. I'm just, volatility. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm going to buy it immediately, though. Let's see. Welcome to the call. It's the 2020 election. Again, today we're going to talk about it. A lot of global tension. Realistically, I would say half of today and what you're seeing is because of Russia. And it's not really because of Russia as much as it is we're already hearing about action. So there was one report that Biden may deploy troops over there. We cleared out our embassies. There is another report about pretty much, some people aren't expecting Russia to invade until the Olympics is over. But with some of the moves that you saw, again, just escalation in general. That's what got people tripping out. Again, shout out to the Chad, baby. Some of you guys are already looking at the currency. You're like, wait a minute, why is it this high and doing all this? I think it highlights what's going on. So keep that in mind. Let's get our random play in, baby. Lord bless it. Lord bless it. Let me get a random play. I know there was a lot of volatility, baby. First, baby. Oh, we got the first comment. First, baby. Let's see what else we got. I'm pumped. Oh, people are ready. Come on, give me a good one. Fate loves irony. Oh, Elon Musk. What do we got? Appreciate you. God bless you, Matthew Franklin. God bless you. Come on, one more. Let's get it. Random play, EA call, March 18th. There you go. So I'm going to get that one later. Again, right off the bat, I want to see where some of the contracts are. I mean, pretty much any put from Friday will go up. Again, even those MSTRs and what we're watching with that, you still got earnings this week. So we're going to see how those play out. There will probably be a couple plays. Hopefully you watch yesterday's watch list if you're going to go about today. I mean, again, I would try to get the premiums at a cheaper price than not. Every put premium will probably be through the roof. And then, like we said the other day too, do not be afraid to chill a little bit. Again, this volatility, the fact that every morning you're waking up and it's just like, wow, it's doing that, and now it's doing that. How did it even do that? You know what I'm saying? It's wild. It's wild. It is wild. Top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Don't say anything crypto related. Oh, man. Okay. So let's see what happens, baby. Let's see what happens. But crypto sell-off, that is the first piece of news right here. The crypto sell-off gained momentum with Bitcoin tumbling to a 6-month low and the other tokens seeing even bigger losses. Bitcoin sank as much as 6.8 and fell below the 33,000 mark, while Ether retreated as much as 10%. It was a sea of red across the spectrum, with Solana and Cardano's ADA plummeting 19 and 13% respectively. U.S. stock futures fell, with stocks in Europe and Asia led lower by tech shares as a combination of tensions over Ukraine and the Fed meeting exasperated the risk-off mood. 10-year Treasury yield dipped, as did rates on most European bonds, while the dollar strengthened. Oil dropped. Winter is here for stocks. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson, longtime skeptic of the rally, pushed U.S. equities to records, said January's rout fits with the fire and ice narrative, according to which markets were set to draw down on tighter monetary policy and slowing the growth. If anything, the retreat has further to grow, he said, borrowing again from Game of Thrones to warn, winter is here. Okay, now you tell me. Ukraine, Anthony Blinken will talk with EU foreign ministers today after the U.S. told family members at embassy at Kyiv to leave. Russia and Ukraine traded barbs as the EU boosted financial aid. Joe Biden may reportedly deploy troops to Eastern Europe and the Baltics, and the Washington Post said he's mulling export controls to stop the flow of crucial components to Russia. So that's the negative Ukraine news, not to mention what actually Russia did with their currency and everything else. Again, activists were busy. Kohl's surged pre-market after Sycamore Partners reportedly reached out about a takeover. CNBC said they're willing to pay $65 a share. The retailer is also fielding a $9 billion Starboard-backed offer. Peloton CEO is in the sights of Blackwell's capital and wants John Foley fired and a sale explored. Person familiar said in Europe, Unilever jumped after people said Nelson Peltz built a stake. Jefferies expects he will push for a split. Corporate Tamaska is set to buy Bridgepoint for $7 billion. KKR will buy Dutch bicycle maker Excel for $1.8. Blackstone will buy Resource REIT in deal valued at $3.7 billion. Halliburton more than doubled its dividend after exceeding profit estimates. IBM analysts will focus on sales growth within its clouds and cognitive software units with its report after close today. Again, IBM reports today. Phillips sinks with Bernstein highlighting several estimate misses and disappointing outlook. 4 or more. Goldman sees a risk that the Fed will tighten more aggressively than it anticipates. Economists led by Jan Hatsis expects hikes in March, June, September, and December, with the start of balance sheet reduction in July, but inflation pressures mean there's a risk that the FOMC will want to take some tightening action at every meeting until that picture changes. More Goldman is promoting Luke Sarsfield to co-head its asset management business. Anthony Fauci said the Omicron outbreak is moving in the right direction as infections start to drop. Europe may be moving towards a kind of pandemic endgame as it sweeps subsidies. I don't know what that means. Economic activity increased at its slowest pace in almost a year as Omicron ripped through the services industry, even though supply disruptions eased somewhat for manufacturers. Composite PMI slid to 52.4 in January from 53.3 in December. Services surprised the upside in Germany. In the UK, the composite unexpectedly eased to 53.4 from 53.6. U.S. data is due today. China's little giants are a new weapon in tech battles with U.S. as mega companies like Alibaba and Tencent are out of favor. That's the designation for a new generation of startups selected under under an ambitious government program aimed at fostering a tech industry to compete with Silicon Valley. Fed tightening may no longer spell doom for emerging markets as fatter FX reserves and higher commodities prices offer support. EM central banks may also have less need to raise rates and risk putting the brakes on their own recoveries after doing so last year before developed nation peers. So that's not too bad. Today, 9:45 January PMIs, those will be important. I repeat, 9:45, you get the January PMIs. Last PMIs kind of showed the slowdown here with growth. So just keep that in mind. Again, 15 minutes after market, that's coming out. Then you're going to get a 26 and 13-week bond auction at 11:30. Then a 2-year bond auction at 1. And that is pretty much it. Earnings today include IBM and Brown & Brown. First Fed meeting of the year must reassert its inflation-fighting credibility. That's for Wednesday. The decision will have to telegraph a marked rate hike with enough flexibility to deliver a hawkish 50 basis point move if needed. Bloomberg's economics said Friday brings its favorite price gauge, the PCE deflator, which may have sped up year on year in December, but slowed month on month. Earnings continue to continue apace, with Apple and Microsoft leading the tech charge, Boeing, GE, and 3M heading into the industrial space. Other big names include American Express, Visa, Blackstone, Deutsche Bank. Tesla investors will look for an update on Cybertruck production. Bitcoin supply and demand. Bernie Sanders said Democrats should change course on Biden's agenda and have senators vote on portions of the economic bill. Arizona Democrats censored Sinema for declining to back measures that could have boosted the chances of passing voting rights legislation. Sinema demonstrated failure to protect the health of our democracy. State Party Chair Raquel Tarrant said the senator defended her stance. Italy begins its PayPal-style vote to choose a new president. Oh, Papo-style. I said PayPal-style. I said, what does that mean? ECB officials Oli Ren said a rate hike in 2023 is logical as long as there aren't any new economic disruptions. Turkey's banking regulator advised lenders not to distribute dividends from profits in 2021 after the lira slump eroded cash buffers. People familiar said Finance Minister Nureddin Nebati expected inflation to peak around 40% and not surpass 50% this year. Imagine if that was the guidelines. They say, yeah, we don't expect inflation to go higher than 50% this year. It's fine. Meets expectations. Xi Jinping may have the biggest influence on Vladimir Putin's timetable on Ukraine. The last thing he'd want is for Russia to overshadow the Beijing Winter Olympics triggered by a global security crisis. Looser monetary policy in China won't be sufficient to stabilize the economy as faster rise in government spending is needed, said Yu Yanding, who was at the PBOC's MPC in the mid-2000s. Without a decisive shift in fiscal policy, turning on credit taps is not very useful and may create other problems by assisting less productive sectors such as real estate. Commodity investors are returning to gold in a big way. Spider Gold Shares, the largest bullion-backed ETF on Friday, recorded the biggest net inflow since 2004, worth $1.6 billion. In tonnage terms, net inflow was 27.6 tons. Holdings declined in 2021, a lackluster year for gold. WTI reversed earlier gains with mounting geopolitical risks in focus. Saudi Aramco CEO Ahmed Nasser said demand is nearing pre-COVID levels and reiterated that producers are investing too little in supply. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is supporting prices of natural gas and wheat. Lithium continued its breakneck ascent in China, underpinned by surging EV sales. PHILO joined forces with BNP Paris to create a new platform that provides loans back to inventory to large multinationals to boost their stockpiles. Berlin-based Gorillas is in talk to buy French rapid delivery startup Frixty. Don't know what that is. Tesla factory in Fremont, California is now the most productive auto plant in North America. Last year, it cranked out an average of 8,000 cars a week. That's more than Toyota's Juggernaut in Georgetown, Kentucky. BMW's Spartan Club in South Carolina, they all do less than a couple hundred cars less. And then Ford's truck plant in Dearborn. There you go, Tesla. Infineon expects a shortage of chips to be in 2023. It plans to expand production capacity, including 1.6 billion plant in Austria's Villach. Brookfield Asset Managers opened an office in London for its hedge fund business and has begun hiring. Han Hai rose the Taipei after Chairman Young Lee said the key iPhone assembler may achieve unprecedented performance in the first quarter. JP Morgan merges 3 EU businesses into single Frankfurt unit. Hedge fund winners and losers turn extreme in wild Asian markets. City of London's 10 trillion Chinese conduit plans for growth. What else we got? Goldman shakes up 1 trillion unit in slew of changes. Apple iPhone assembler says unprecedented quarter. Boeing 737 MAX jet of Shanghai Airlines leaves storage in U.S. Dutch watchdog says Apple fails to satisfy its requirements. Walmart-owned Flipkart expands grocery service to 1,800 cities. EU regulators to rule on Pfizer's COVID pill by end of January. Let's see. Bars and gyms are bustling, a sign that Americans in highly vaccinated places are grasping a near normal life. Box office, Spider-Man No Way Home reclaimed the top spot in America again for the 6th week. Charging towards the Super Bowl, Kansas City rallied past the Bill. Bro, that was a crazy game. If you saw that one was wild. Where to park, Biden's trucking action plan, part of the new infrastructure law, aims to ease problems for the industry, but it overlooked the vital necessity for truckers, parking, and overcrowded truck stops. The most wonderful time of the year is that's what the Treasury says with the frustrating tax season. Families claiming the child tax credit and newly self-employed Americans are among filers likely to see the biggest challenges this year. The IRS is also predicting backlogs in processing returns and long waits on the phone. On this day in history, there's gold in them hills. And in 1848, sawmill operator James Wilson Marshall discovered it near Sacramento. The news brought 300,000 people to California for the rest of the U.S. and abroad. The sudden influx of gold into the money supply reinvigorated the American economy, and the population boost allowed California to rapidly go to statehood in 1850. But the gold rush had severe effects on native people and accelerated indigenous populations' decline from disease, starvation, and genocide. So the gold rush started today. Today is like reverse gold rush, I think, in the market. There's gold in them hills. I don't know. I just wanted to say, I feel like there's gold in the hills today, man. There's gold in the hills today. So, ladies and gentlemen, how you feeling, man? We got a couple of things here, too. You got a couple of pre-market movers. Arista Network, they were upgraded to buy from Citi following a 17% drop. They're up 0.9 right now. Comcast, they're up 2% right now. They are upgraded to outperform. Again, a lot of good tech stocks today, or communication stocks. Department stores, Macy's and Nordstrom's, they're up about 5% on news that Kohl's is getting the buyout. Apple is down 1%. Netflix are down 2% as investors continue to digest the earnings report. OPK shares slumped 11%. While Pfizer falls 4%. They said the FDA issued a complete response letter for the biologics application. Snap is downgraded to neutral from outperform at Wedbush, which sees risk of the social media company's revenue growth. Shares are down 5%. And then Twitter, price target cut to 56 from 70 at Mizuho, which cites management changes that were made at the social media company. Shares are down 3%. So, pretty crazy, huh? We are still down about 1.5% on the S&P. NASDAQ is still down over 2% right now. You got a couple of moves, but, I mean, just take a look at the pre-market movers here. This is literally the whole entire U.S. exchange, or the S&P. You are not seeing anything pretty right now. I think there's one, Comcast. That's it. A couple communication stocks are up. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a wild one. We have a couple of things. Again, this was another thing here from the morning. Half of the battle here is going to be dealing with just what's going on with the Fed. So today is as much as the Fed and earnings, as much as it is global tension. So just keep in mind, we're going to kind of juggle here, and that's why people are waiting for Friday. Again, Fed is on Wednesday, but whatever happens there, even with the data on Friday, that will be key. Again, 15 minutes after the market, you're going to get United States PMIs, and that will be key. Just like the PCE, the PMIs have led this decline in the market. So that's why it's a little bit more important here, because again, you're watching the stock market come down. The PMIs look like this chart beforehand. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. We got time. We got one more minute. We got one more minute, baby. One more minute, then it's time. Let me see. Yeah, you see that? So take a look. This is why your PMIs are so important 15 minutes in. Your PMIs started to pretty much decline about 1 or 2 months ahead of what you see here in the stock market. So again, this is part of the whole economic growth, or if people get worried about growth, this is why it's going to be key here. So like I'm saying, just a lot of economic data this week. It's probably going to hit a little bit harder this time around. So let's just keep our eyes peeled for it. Again, you were already down a lot. So we are going to have to see how this plays, baby. But are you ready? Are you guys going to have fun? You feel blessed? Again, this is probably no different than what you saw Friday. Just going to be more and more pain here at the low. So just keep the helmet on and let's see what happens. Again, the rest of this week will be very, very decisive, my friends. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, oh yes, no matter what, I hope you know the opportunity that's before you every single day, ladies and gentlemen. And before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And big shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, they locked and loaded. They locked and loaded. Good morning. Good morning. Look at this volatility. You better wake up. You better wake up. Oh, you're fighting the market today. Okay? You can fight your emotions at 1 p.m. Okay? I'm just telling you now. You better wake up. Good morning. Wipe the boogers out the eye. Oh, maybe you should scream a little bit if you want. Go ahead. Scream now. Scream now or forever hold your peace. It's game time in a little bit. Okay, get ready to call out. We got the high-low ticker, but Chad, you could be a high-low ticker too. Just watch out for the industries. Watch out for the industries. Stay locked and loaded. Again, don't be afraid to go slow. Don't be afraid to take it small. And don't forget, you still got some catalysts. Oh, you still got again, this is just the beginning, but this is a very, very big move down. So we're going to see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen. You got about 1.5 minutes left here till the bell, and pre-market has already been disgusting. So let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens, okay? Let's see what happens. Woo! Better late than wrong, baby. Amen, amen, amen. It is a very insane market, so get ready on this. Again, call out any plays. Hopefully you watch the watch list and you can see again with some of those puts and how we've been going about it. So I have a couple of ideas. We still have plays that we're going to be writing out. So we're just going to see how this all plays out, baby. Let's go. You got 1 minute left. Let's see. Again, earnings, IBM, 3M, Boeing, American Express, Microsoft, and Apple. All of those are here. Let's see. I'm assuming. I might go for short terms. I'm already getting some plays ready to go. Already looking that we need to see, but going to keep them small. Get locked and loaded. It is 1 minute now. 20 seconds left. Good luck, Chad. Have no fear. Don't worry. It ends in 7 hours. You know what I'm saying? It ends in 7 hours, so don't even trip. Okay, it ends in 7 hours. Don't even trip. Here it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Let's see here. So you were down 1.6 on the S&P again. NASDAQ should be down about 2.5%, 2%. So a little bit better. It was down 2.5 at one point. Let me see. Is that gonna fill? No, they ain't gonna fill me, bro. Damn it. Let me try one more. A UUP down 4. Microsoft again. Watch Apple. That's gonna be one of the bigger ones. Morgan Stanley. I need to see how that one plays out. Again, we have those. You could go for some of the leaders. I haven't even checked the MSTRs. Again, Boeing. They're gonna be having earnings as well. They already added strikes. Yes, they're scamming already. They try to get one set. They want to go through. Yeah, Boeing's really, really coming down. Again, you're at 2.18 there on the NASDAQ. Not everything is going down. Again, too, IBM reports today after the bell. Aviva getting scammed left and right. They're just not filling certain things. Again, you don't really have to rush it as well. Watch TLT, too. see. Tesla's the MSTR. I don't think the Morgan Stanleys have updated yet. Abivi's +1. Apple just dropped right there. Or flipped, I guess, my contract. My platform is really, really glitching out. Again, 430 is literally the 10% mark, so keep that in mind. Again, you're already there. And also Kohl's, too. That's a runner. You can see if that one comes back. You could even check Macy's and Nordstrom's if they hold. Apple's coming up, but still down 1%. CRM down 2%. Yeah, TLT's going down. It has a little bit of cushion. Again, watch even the dollar today. Everything going on with Russia. That's what's, again, dollar's up 0.5% already. So that's going to mess some things. Tesla coming back up. Roblo on the low. Macy's. Where's Netflix? Netflix is down 4 again still. Jeez. What's the premium? 58%. IWM puts printed. Arquite down 3. What do you think of Snap earnings? Snap. Oh, I have. Remind me about that. I was looking when I made the video over the weekend. Snap earnings led all of this. I was thinking about it. Remember that first I made that video, tech warning? I forgot about it. I went and I looked at it and I was like, what? This thing is crazy, man. But again, so we'll talk about Snap earnings, but they got the downgrade. But essentially, I mean, I think whatever's going on with any of these other companies, it applies. Airbnb flushing, even the market. Okay, I made a play. Oh, shit, I didn't even send out the stocks to watch. My bad. I love you. Should I buy the dip again? If you got dry powder, that's up to you. I've gotten washed every single time. But again, there still is earnings, my friend. Still is earnings, so we'll see where it goes from here. But do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Again, this is an earnings play. I already took it. It's going to have some risk here. Just like yesterday, I kept it a little bit smaller, but I grabbed IBM puts for next week. Again, they report today after hours, so this might have been the earnings run up so far. We'll see. The contract's already up like 40%, so I did have to pay a premium on that. So do not trade that. You will lose money. SPY's at least coming up here. NASDAQ is only down 1.67 instead of 2%. S&P has recovered about almost 0.5 point or 1/4 point. Disney's at the low. There's Tesla. Where are the Teslas at? The Teslas are up 270 even on a weekly. Jeez. Do you have any bank plays? I only have a Morgan Stanley puts. I have a call on them too, actually, I think, too. Let's see. So Tesla's coming back down. Let me check Ford again. The MSTRs from the other day, those are up like 250. Just sold it for 300. Good work. Someone's buying. Tesla's coming down. Ford's actually going up. We sold out the AMDs. Let's see, even Apple too. OVS pop. Tesla still keeps going down. Again, I'm surprised that weekly Tesla, it's at 340% now. Where's the other one? There's the BA puts as well. Boeing puts is in like 2 days. Tesla earnings. There's Tesla going down again. I'm checking Apple. Doesn't need more time. What did those MRKs do? So SPY's just holding up here for now. Again, 1.6 on the NASDAQ. I'm going to look at the industries here in a little bit. It just looks like some things are moving around. Again, pre-market was fine initially. So that's where you want to keep that in mind. Where was that? Nah, the Mercs didn't move up at all. TLT's dropping now. Tesla kind of bouncing. Apple not gone down. Macy's, that's leading up there 9%. Again, Nordstrom's as well. These are all sympathies there to Kohl's. Those went down in value. Amazon recovering, Intel green. A lot of things are actually starting to move here. Again, I'm just looking at the put premiums, and we have our plays again from yesterday. But you're watching how this whole day is going to play out. Very, very interesting. If we get sustained momentum or not. Couple names on the upside. Costco's on the high ticker. Kohl's is starting to move now as well. Let's see. Bros on the high. Again, let's see if we break out from here. Again, 432. I mean, you're 2-3 points away from the 10% correction. So, I mean, at the very least, this could be a buy the dip moment for a couple people. Right, so that comes down. Amazon, or excuse me, the S&P, but Amazon is coming up. Amazon might go positive right here. They're down 0.4. Apple's still down 1%. Microsoft's still down 1. Facebook's coming up, down 1 as well. LMT. Oil got clapped a little bit, but oil, I like XOM, that flipped a 2% move right there. Altria is still positive. Boeing negative. Where's Morgan Stanley? Damn, they went up 1% after that. So some banks, a lot of things just kind of even just gassed there right at open. Airbnb clapping, banks back down. Again, the Boeing puts are up 400%. I'm trying to see. We are at 10% correction, or at least you were just there about 10 minutes ago. That's on the S&P. The Dow and NASDAQ have already been down over 10%. So that's the big difference there. Airbnb getting clapped. They were holding strong on Friday. Yeah, 147 down 6. Check booking. Yeah, bookings down even 1.2. UAL, what's the other one? Uber. Kohl's is up because the offer that they got. Palo Alto Networks on the high. They're shooting up. They're only down 1 right now. Roku green. KLMT, HSY. Good call outs on those. Those are the ones holding. HD, some aren't doing as bad. HD's on the high right there. Again, Altria's in the green. Okay, I sold the rest of the Boeing. So that was like 400%. That was a bigger position I got out of that one. Kramer is buying Snap. That's good. That's good, Kramer. We're proud of you. Tesla's still going down. Why are the puts? Yeah, that put there for earning is going crazy. The other puts up 500% now. MSTR is somehow going up, which is good. It looks like Tesla kind of even there for earnings is doing its own thing. But we might flip here. Let's see. So Mike Ray was early. He was, but he did sell out of everything quick. So TLT bouncing a little bit. Some other things are already starting to drop here. So let's see there. Apple's starting to go down. It looks like we are hitting that point quickly. 2 candles. You've already hit the low of the day again. NASDAQ back down 2%. Chicle everywhere. Yeah, no, these premiums suck. SPX, Upstart. Again, Friday we were able to get some out. But again, if you're holding any of those plays, you're just seeing if those plays are still going up. I mean, it makes everything else a little bit more difficult. Roblo. Let's see. Where's Disney? Yeah, the Disney weeklies. Those things are up 400% now as well, too. I'm waiting. I mean, again, I only got the IBMs this morning. I'm still just writing out everything else here. The BABA put, some of those are still down. Let me check Intel. What's the news? The Grinch Frizzle 945. Oh, there it is. Yeah, duh. That's your PMIs. Let me check. If the PMIs are bad, that's it. Like I said this morning here. Hold on. Yeah, PMIs came in all below expectations. Market manufacturing, 55. Expectation, 56.7. Market services, 50.9 versus 55.9. So that's bad data. Again, we're already seeing somewhat of a reaction here. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, that's just not good data. Again, I'm assuming it's going to have more impact than not today, but we'll watch how it plays from here. Yeah, a lot of these are already up. SPY at 420. So you got a little bit of a sell-off again. This is right back down to 10%. So you're bouncing a little bit off of that. Okay, I sold out of the Disneys. Remember, that one was a weekly. Those went up 500%. I sold out at $1. We got those out. We got those for like 20 cents. BTI, let's see. Again, we'll see if we come down. I only made the IBM play. Pretty much I need a little bit more movement if I want to grab, because every put gapped up. So if you want to play some of the premiums, it's just a little bit more tighter of a room here. The IBM puts, those are already started to move. Again, that's pre-earnings. The MSTRs, those dropped from where they were at the open. Were those Diz puts? Those were Disney puts. That was the post-earnings play that we made on Friday. So Netflix even selling off below. Tesla's on the low as well. Somehow Amazon's holding up. But yeah, Tesla's down 8% right now. They're at 870. Yeah, even Netflix is real. Dude, Netflix down another 6%. Let's see. Facebook's holding up somewhat better. We'll watch how we play here. Apple looks the best for the most part. Ford got the upgrade today, but they're still clapped. How's Shopify? They're still down 5-6%. Jeez. Tesla is still getting clapped, though. I'm surprised. I didn't think that put is already up 700%. Walmart down 0.5%. Again, you're just hanging out right here at the lows. The IBM plays for earnings, they already came back up. Who else do we got? You got 3M. You got American Express. American Express already selling off a little bit. So it's chilling out a little bit. Again, yeah, I'm calm. I'm looking for plays. I mean, I'm just trying to see, again, if we're in this market, if you could just get a decent deal on a put and the trend continues, we benefit off of it. But it's just right now that first move made it a little bit more difficulty. But again, I mean, wait till the middle of the day. I'm sure there's going to be a period where it chills out. But there's just a lot going on today. And today, I mean, I think a little bit of the floor that you're getting, or a little bit of that panic, is that it's more geopolitical than not. But we can't forget about what we got here on Friday or Wednesday with the Fed and everything else. So SPY is just balancing and battling right now. M is up 5. Yeah, M is up. Even Nordstrom. Wow, Morgan Stanley just flipped. So banks just flipped. A lot of other things are already heading the way down. Oh, they won't let us touch anything, bro. They're widening the spread so fat. Scammers. Scammer. All the ads. Yeah, it's very, very hard. Tesla does keep going down. Kohl's another high right there. Kohl's is breaking through. Remember, they had that news. Tesla, that plays up almost 1,000% now. God damn you, Tesla. So again, remember I bought that call. I could sell out the Tesla now, and then it'll make the call free. Plus some. Damn, so Tesla's already at this key level right here. So that's going to be pretty big there. Yeah, market makers all scamming. The MSTRs, they came up. The plays are still up, but they were up a lot more in the morning. MSTR is actually holding up. SPY is taking another leg down right here. Let's see. Up 50% from Friday. There's a couple of puts, but it's hard. Damn, Tesla volume is getting really, really big there. Yeah, Tesla, again, the premiums, it's up 1,000% since Friday, which is absolutely wild. Again, it's a 9% move there. SoFi pop in. There's MSTR. See if that comes down. Amazon's finally moving. Here's Apple. Again, you're down 2.6 on the NASDAQ. It is about to be a 3% day. And we already got the IBMs. I want to see if there's one more earnings, which is very, very difficult here. Put your helmet on. Down 2% on the S&P as well, too, now. 1.7 on the Dow. Ford is on the low. Again, TLT's kind of stayed a little stable. Tesla keeps selling off. Holy crap. When does the pain end? Probably sooner than not. We'll hope. All right, I sold the Tesla contract. I just sold that out for $16.04. We bought it for $1. So I said again, I think that it could still keep going, but it pretty much pays for the call I just bought yesterday. I got IBM. I grabbed IBM puts this morning. Again, they report today, so I figured I could get a flip on that one. Yeah, that Tesla is absolutely crazy. So I sold out of the Tesla finally. Remember, I sold out. I had 3 of them. I only sold the other ones at 100%, but that one was just wild. The MSTRs, they came down, and the IBMs already got. Let me see. It sucks. We could keep going down a lot. Again, a lot of the puts from Friday already came back up. Okay, I sold the Morgan Stanleys here too. I could be early. I mean, again, essentially, I'll just need to buy back some more of these plays before close if I want to still play the same way, but a lot of them moved. So I sold the Morgan Stanleys. Those are 112%. Again, the bank's already down 3. Those ones lagged a little bit, so you might be able to get something a little bit decent there. So now the IBM puts from this morning are 50%. Then I'm still holding the MSTR. And then I still have the Merck play. And then as far as the other Friday puts, I think I'm out of all of them now. Let's see. Peloton on the high. Ford news. Ford dealers, no more orders. Is that good or bad? Sounds bad. Neo's down 10. Yeah, Neo, dude, those Neo plays, they're not up as much, even though Neo's hitting a new low. Interesting. We need rips, not bounces. Again, bouncing a little bit there. You had that sell-off here since the PMI. Couple of things running. Apple's even coming back up. It's not too bad. Chegg is green. Let's see what else let's see what we got finally. So it looks like you only have 54 names up on the S&P. The other 400 are down. That's a big bounce there, right there from the bottom. Only 300 names are up on the Nasdaq right now. Yeah, and then only 4 names with the Dow. It's a pretty interesting one. Pretty interesting one to say the least. To say the least. Merck. Merc, though. I had old XLFs. Did those come back? The Babas are still clapped. I'm surprised the Neos are up only 100% after being down this low. Again, I've had that play for a long, long time. All right, we're coming down again. Watch out for this little move. Seems like you're not trying to hold any weekly puts. Those, I mean, again, every single profit I've taken place except the Morgan Stanley. That one was 100% on a bigger position. But every single weekly was up 400% to 1,000%. So it's like it's a weekly. So if there's any sort of bounce, they will get clapped. And pretty much I'm assuming to get another one. But at the very least, I don't want to, I don't want to hold a weekly too long. I mean, by tomorrow, they could really, really change quickly. So SPY a little bit weaker here, where it's at least coming down off the bounce. It did not make it to VWAP. Airlines at the low. Walgreens still clapped. Neo's at the bottom. Upstart's at the low now. A couple of different things selling off. Again, watch Tesla. That was a big one. Baba's at the low still too. So Baba's still starting to come down. Which is, those are March. Which ones were those? Those are March 100s, and those are down. Am I going to hold IBM through earnings? Probably not. Again, we'll see. That play already moved up like 50%, but I'm not trying to, I don't think I'm trying to hold any of these for that duration. Carvana's on the high. Alcoa, again, Alcoa was a post-earnings move. See how we handle this one right here. I'm looking at some of the China plays. Their premiums have actually been kind of all over the place. CL's down 2. So oil dropped 2%. I did not know that. I'll have to double check. Again, some of the oil plays, I mean, if you really do get more risk off from here, I mean, oil would be the next to go. Again, similar logic there with some of the banks and all of that. Nvidia down 6. We're kind of bouncing around here again. High, low ticker battling. Low ticker's taking the lead, but you're at least getting some movement here. Watch some of the bigger tech names again. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. And those are the big dog earnings for this week. Abivai now neutral. Weren't they up? Yeah, Abivai came down. Again, Altria was green, but now they're red. CLX is up. Merck is down. Unvaccinated. Bro, the market is down like almost 3%, and that's what you're doing in the chat. I love you. God bless you. He's like, I woke up January 24th, 2022. The market was going through one of the most craziest tech rebalances. Some would say it was the bubble hitting the pin, and I thought I used this glorious time 30 minutes after the market bell. Yeah, I'm still holding the Longeveron. Again, we made those free. So anything on the free shares are clapped again. Again, that one is just biotech. So in the meantime, I still even have that IMMX one too that kind of met the criteria. But that one was a little bit weirder there. What's the date today? Those are only going to give me 2 weeks. I need more time. Oh, unless we go for the cheap ones. Yeah, now we talking. Let's see. Flip the breakers. Are we at 3%? No, you're at 2%. You might hit circuit breakers today. I don't know. Almost 3%, or at least we'll see what happens with even futures. Again, we were down a lot right now. HD just went green, I think. Or it's about to. HD is about to. Dollar's on the high right now, so TLT is about to move. SPY is holding. Risk off tone should help the bond auction. Let's see, we're coming a little bit lower. That's McDonald's sells off. Apple holding up a little bit better. Okay. Let's see. SPY coming down again. I might go for another one here. Okay. I made play. This one's risky. I went a little bit decent size, but I mean, again, it just depends what we get here. You're down 2.15, hitting another low. So SPY hitting a low. Hot dog. What was the play? Oh, there you go. Y'all amped up, man. Like the video. Don't worry. Stay blessed. This play's risky. I'm kind of worried about it. Well, yes and no, but I'm just like, I'm willing to take it. Just because it's like, it doesn't have the same weekly premium, but there's premium on the day. So it's kind of like the Morgan Stanley, so it'll be a little bit harder to move, and the stock is already down. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed a BABA February 18th put. So, though, if you go further down the chain, some of them haven't broken out yet. But again, you need BABA to move, and the only catalyst I have an old BABA that's down that I'm waiting on. So essentially, this is like near the money to at the money. You could see how the contracts are breaking out. But the further you go out of the money, you should notice that they stop breaking out in the same way, more or less. So it really depends. But it's still risky. February 18th. So it's the second week. It's not a weekly. There's a little bit more time on it, which is good. There's Apple. The IBM puts are up 70% from this morning. Jeez. The MSTR is still holding. Again, we just grabbed the BABA put, and then we closed out some of the other plays. Oh, wait, did it not fill me completely? Oh, yeah, it did. Okay, I thought it didn't. I was like, what? That's crazy. So let's see here. Again, watch some of them. Watch even some of the bigger earnings names here as well, too. 10% headlines coming out. I mean, we're literally below 10% now. So the stock S&P is down over 10% there from the highs. And it has been over, 4 months since we've hit a new record, 2 months since we've hit a record high? Yeah, NEO's up, but the premiums, I don't know. I still have that old play. I'm surprised the NEOs aren't like, I was up over 100% back in the day, but now the stock's like a couple dollars lower and it's still the same price. SPY approaching critical levels. Check out 425. Yeah, I mean, even then, it's not only are we hitting that level, it's also, I mean, this is the low there of September, as well as just the level of volatility that you're getting today. It's almost a 3% down day. But yeah, anything below here, we start breaking September lows. This is going to force Powell to be dovish. We will find out in 2 days, baby. In 2 days. Low ticker is getting very, very active. It looks like it's some of the more in-between names, more or less. Again, it doesn't look like you're getting that with the, what's it called? It doesn't look like we're getting those moves with some of the bigger cap names. But a lot of other stuff, airlines are dropping now too. Some of the stuff that was holding up, like Nordstrom's, Macy's, even Kohl's, those have all came down now. There's Disney, Pop and Lock. UVXY is on the high now. Bro, Netflix is insane. There's 3M. Watch for C to break 60. Yeah, City actually on the low. That's not good. Well, so the NEOs are going up a little bit more. CTLT didn't move too much. Let's see, Coles. How about Boeing? Even Boeing dropped again, another 2% from that. UWMC, new low, Roblo. Roblo at 63. Oh, man. Is this the lowest Roblo's been? I think this is one of the lowest that Roblo's been. That's absolutely insane. What day is it? 24th. That one's definitely on the long-term list now if we don't have any value. What are the REITs doing? REITs are down 2% as well, too. A lot of things are hitting a key level. Amazon dropping. SPY's hitting a new low, 428. Or is that 426? That's 426, man. I think you're almost right below the September levels. Yeah, you're now below, like, the low is 426.50. Anything below there is the lowest from September. Oh, man. Amazon, Apple, they're all starting to dump now. I need the Babas to come back. Yeah, even the old Facebook plays are even coming back. That's wild. Yeah, Amazon's holding up the best, but the spreads, you can't really even hit anything. Banks are starting to drop more. NASDAQ is now down 3%. So you're hitting 3% on this. SPY's down 2.68. Oh, my goodness. The MSTR, the IBM's already going up. Everything else. That was hard to even grab another one. Everything is plummeting right now. Again, down 3.15 on the NASDAQ, 2.8 on the S&P. About to go down even more. Yeah, you're going to be down like 2.5 on anything. It seems like if it's a decent holding name, it's down 2%. If it's not, it's like if it's gotten more pain than not, it's down like 6 to 10. Where is the bounce? It's 7. I mean, we'll see here till the European close, but everywhere was clapped overnight. Again, if you even saw crypto, I mean, you got to think about it. What you saw with crypto, I mean, that was a lot of pain over the weekend. I mean, it's reflecting here. You are getting a real risk-off attitude, and again, the today was global tensions on top of it. So, I mean, if we get more news, we'll see. But yeah, official report coming across the wire. NASDAQ tumbles 3%. You've not seen that one in a long, long time. Bitcoin at lows. Is it? They kind of got a bounce there. Gold tension. Where is gold? Where is gold? Bro, even GLD dropped. He got no love. So a little bit of a bounce there again. 426.50 is the lowest you tipped, even in September. And I'm talking like just that was like a wick. It didn't even stay there. You really stayed around like 428. So we flushed a couple times at this level. Anything lower than that, I mean, it's you haven't really been too much lower. I guess you could consider 422. But so far, this is full-on correction point at this point. Where is IWM? Billions are disappearing. Yes, I think over the weekend, Elon lost like 30 billion, Bezos lost like 20 billion, and then Zuckerberg lost 10 billion. And that's just them. Those are three people. And then I think even crypto alone was like 1.7 trillion wiped out in market cap. Again, this has been one of the it's wild considering you don't have like the same panic events. But so far, this is the worst consistent downturn that you've seen since March 2020, which is there's no way to make that sound any better. Again, comparing this is the first time the S&P has been oversold in 2 years. Whereas the money going back into savings for the most part, I mean, the dollar is up for a reason. I mean, dollar has been shooting up with it. Remember, like I said, if the dollar sells off, that's where it gets really ugly. But the dollar coming back there, it kind of highlights. I think some people are just holding cash. And like we said, when the markets get this volatile, don't underestimate the silent majority of a lot of investors who just passively just sit. This is the recession point. Sadly, even though this has been so bad, again, this is what I said for this week. This is the real main event. We'll find out on Wednesday. But until Powell really confirms that something, I'm not really believing. I think it's all wild, but it's, everything so far has been talk. At the end of the day, this has all just been from the end of the year, beginning of the year. All of it has been just discussing the hawkish minutes and inflation versus not inflation. So a lot of this is it's perception. I mean, I think all of a sudden people got worried about the CPI a month after 7%. It doesn't really make sense. Again, it does, but it doesn't make sense. So that's why it's like I think we see once Powell really confirms it. But then, too, also the earnings this week, Apple, Microsoft, all of that. I mean, that could say a lot. Yeah, you're coming back down again. Everything just needs to digest. But there's a lot of sell pressure too, though. A lot of people just like crypto, this is now, some people are getting off the train. After dealing with the last year, some people are just, they're at these break-even marks, and then after watching even Netflix, I mean, you can't underestimate the amount of, the real question we need buybacks coming back in, and you need institutional dip buying. But for now, you are losing a decent amount of retail. Some of these Apple's still going. Tesla's holding, but man, and TLT's staying pinned at 0.38. Buybacks coming end of the month. Exactly, they should be coming soon. So again, after earnings, because right now there is a buyback blackout. Netflix 52-week low. Bro, Netflix still getting pummeled. Dave on the high. David Inc. up 5%. I just sold out positions. I'm sorry. No worries. I don't know what you're holding, so I don't know. If you sold out like a Abivi or like a Altria or something like that, that would be disappointing. But either way, and I hope the video, I mean, from the weekend shows, I mean, if you have something to buy, that's the best thing to follow when it comes down to selling. Yeah. Oh, Netflix still selling off again. That means Disney's coming down even more. Square, even dude, everything's down 7%. Again, in this move, we haven't got any sort of bounce, and then all the puts gapped up 50%. That's why we were literally only able to grab one play. The IBMs, they're up 100%, but that's the only one I was able to snag around here. There's MSTR, Las Vegas Sands on the low now. Low ticker on fire. Damn, those all went crazy. The Amazon puts are all over the place. You could put Amazon, literally just the spreads are moving it like 100%. So Tesla, I might want to get back into it. We'll see. Again, we're at least holding this 426, right, a half a point above that lowest low candle. Is this the crash? I think this is the reaction to it looking like the crash. But again, I mean, there's just been very few instances in the market where you've seen this sort of move in this time frame. We're going below 420. 420, I think like 422. Was that lower? That was that low one. Apple. Bro, even Intel. Boy. This is ultra discount buys, deflation mode. Again, I think it just depends on Powell still. That's the unfortunate part. But, I mean, today, too, I would say at least 1.5% of the market today is because of Ukraine and Russia as well, too. Again, if Biden is even considering sending troops out there, that is a very aggressive response comparatively. Housing market is next. We'll see. Again, I mean, if you compare this to 1970s, the stock market went down 50% last time you had stagflation, inflationary environment, but the actual price of real estate went up. So even during 1970 to 1980, the stock market pretty much stayed neutral. It didn't have a gain or a decline because it dropped 70 through 72. It dropped around 50%. Every single year, real estate went up from 1971, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. And then now, here's another theory. You want a little bit of something? I'll give you a little bit more. It doesn't really do with real estate as much. But essentially, you have to think about it right now. If this is the position that Powell is in, and I think this is what makes it really high, is that if, let's say, Powell raises rates to stop inflation, right? And let's say he does get very, very hawkish, and now you see the market come down, right? What if asset prices dropped heavily and this started affecting growth? What would be a logical move of businesses to do right now or in the next year or so? Again, I was even thinking this with real estate. Like, again, think about rent and all that. What would probably happen if asset prices go down? So if you had a 401k, if you had a long-term and you're like, oh, I thought I had this much money, and then now it goes down, what are people going to do to get their money back? There you go. Some of you got it. They would probably raise prices even more. So think about it. Right now, let's say these stocks start dropping 20 or 30%. What are analysts looking at for their earnings reports to get them to go back up? People want to see their earnings and their margins. So in a weird way, it's like it's a price death cycle essentially. Because if that Powell is in a very tough position right now, because even if they raise rates and mess up the sentiment, what's gonna stop people from raising prices now if asset prices decline? I can see this as only crushing people and they only trust real estate. That's my theory. I'm fully sold on it. I mean, I'm willing to take the risk on it. But that's what I think is going to happen, just like it did back then, mixed even with population and everything else. But there's a very good chance there might be where real estate really is that safe haven that it's designed to be. So let's see here. Again, SPY here at the bottom. It's finally chilled out. This is the first 10-minute period that you've seen it calm down. NASDAQ just fell below 3% or above it right now. But this level, again, these are the lows of September, which is wild. Again, 426. There's one more level that it hit a little bit lower than right here. This is like 422. I'd say that might be the very low, but you are right now at the 10% bottom. I've been saying for months on my channel, earnings coming down 22, valuation compression, inflation bad, tightening bad, but it's okay if revenue is growing. We will see. I mean, it's just all right now. It just sucks because, there's a lot of fundamentals to it. But what it's turning into is that right now people are just responding, and I think a little bit of fear and sentiment is taking over just because this is just so much more different than what we got with, last taper tantrum. They all started with actual action. This time, it is just the Fed talking about it. So we will see. And I brought it up earlier this morning with one of the, after Snapchat's earnings. I made that one video talking about the tech warning, pretty much of falling below the pandemic stuff. And that is essentially what's happening here. But that's why, too, after Powell this week, we will really find the answer. And then once Powell is over, we'll see what happens there with the earnings. But it is still there's a lot of factors. You're dealing with fundamentals and perception right now. Again, inflation is it's psychological. Inflation is a monetary phenomenon, and that's where I'm saying I think part of the phenomena is that people all of a sudden are worried about how the Fed is going to react all of a sudden, even though the last 12 months no one really cared. So we will see. No matter what they say, they'll either be perceived as deceptive or negative. That's possible. That's what I said yesterday on the video on the watch list, because even if Powell walks things back, people may still get bothered by that, and it might start looking like policy error. So it's again, Powell is in a very difficult spot right now, and especially the more the market drops, we'll see. But you definitely, I'm sure this market move definitely changed his speech a little bit. I'm going to get Biden, Jen Psaki. We'll see. There'll probably be a lot of news. SPY, you're getting 3 big volume bounces. Again, kind of your first bounce that you've seen all day. So let's see how high it goes. If you want to put play, I mean, just pay attention to which ones you want and see if the premiums actually come down. Let's see, Amazon. There's Apple. We have the IBMs. Those went up 100. There are significant differences between the 70s and 80s that you don't mention. Please humor me. Again, but if that's the case, then let me show you the other chart, because this is something people also, I mean, if it's not the 70s and 80s, amen, then that means we're going to rock it. Because again, in the last 50 to 70 years, the 1970s was the only time the stock market went down after raising rates. So if that's the case, if this has nothing to do with inflation in the 70s, stagflation, nothing like that, then that means we should go up minimum 3% by the end of this year. Price targets are still up at 10%, but still. 70s was about the oil embargo. Again, there's many debate on. They blamed oil prices. They blamed greedy businessmen, the union leaders. They blamed a lot of things. But the big similarity that you can't miss is that both instances you had some of the biggest influx to monetary supply ever for the United States. So that's the big factor I've always stuck to. Any of my theories, even from 2020 when I started saying buy real estate, inflation, again, that video, it all just had to do with the level of money put into the system. Every other factor afterwards is a reaction. I don't believe it's a cause. So everything is a reaction to what happens when that much money floods the system. So we just got a nice bounce right there. Again, I don't know what it did to the specific premiums. I'm going to check this SPY. Yeah, dude, they all went crazy. Today was a real fear move. Again, that to wake up to that, you could even all the premiums, like, so you're going to get a discount. Like if you want to go buy a SPY put right now and it's going to come back down, you could get somewhat of a discount, but the premiums come like Friday. We did the same move, but the premiums were not up like that. I actually thought about selling today. Well, it's that's what they said. Today is going to be a long-term test, or that's what they've been saying, is that lately now this shift is it is definitely going to change. It's going to put the mentality of holding long to the test, whether you're in Bitcoin, whether you're in stocks or anything. It's already happened. So again, I mean, we've already had I don't know if you guys were there after hours yesterday on Friday, but the long term, I'm still down with equity. I'm just the options are going to be a little harder to play here, but then at the end of the day, it's still this is still very early, but I do think right now something has snapped, and I think we were up so high with a lot of stuff that a lot of people are, their opinions are changing, and then after watching these movements so fast, like literally people went from thinking they were rich to, wait a minute, how is this already back at this level? So it's messed with a lot. This is this is all sentiment at this point, and that's why whatever Powell does, that will be the key. The tech earnings will be key, but at the end of the day, I think only thing people are going to look at Apple and Microsoft this week. There is going to be a lot of other names, but if Apple and Microsoft don't do good, that will be a clappage. But then also you need Powell to. We need to see if Powell's going to come in as a hawk or not. That's it. This is the opportunity for Powell to come in and say, yeah, man, we're lifting off in March. We're going to be reducing balance sheet. And then again, like even Goldman and Bloomberg mentioned, Powell may come in tomorrow or on Wednesday, and he may leave open the room for a 0.5 basis point hike. So he may say, we're going to lift off in March and even leave open the door to 2 hikes in 1 month, essentially. So if he comes in like that, it's, I think we've already dealt with a lot of the pain, but even then, who knows how the market will react. But then also if he comes in and he walks it back, or he comes in a little bit more, level-headed, then it will be a whole different reaction. But for the most part, this also needs to happen before we could really make up our mind, unfortunately. Is this good or bad for young investors that don't need money right away? This is very good. Again, this is at least the cheapest. You've seen some stocks in 2 years, which is great for some, but it's not really, I don't think this changes the 10-year outlook for the stock market. And like we talked about, if you have a good balance with dividends, just like what happened throughout the decade of the 70s through 80s, even in a high inflation, stagflation environment where monetary policy and growth is kind of tricky, having value, having dividends, and, playing time in the market has always been an excellent strategy. What is up right now? I need nothing. Okay, HD is up. Amgen, Cisco. What do you got on the SPY, bro? Charter, O'Reilly, Domino's. That's weird with McDonald's now. Costco, CLX. So there's a couple names holding up. SPY's coming back up to VWAP, though, so that's good. Peloton. Yeah, Peloton was a leader today. Abivai, KR, Coke. Coke is negative. Kellogg's is up. Yeah, Verizon. I think AT&T went down, but Verizon did good. Verizon ended up slipping. Gil, there you go. Look at Chaz sourcing that info, baby. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. I like it. I like it. Oh, no. That's crazy. Transport's even slipped. Oh, that's Fox. Wayfair on the high? What the hell is that thing running? Wayfair's up 0.5%. Check news on Wayfair. Again, a lot of the retail companies, because of the Kohl's buyout stuff, but retail, they don't own any real estate, but check into Wayfair right now. The IBMs, yeah, the IBMs are up about 100% right now. MS February, I sold out of those at 130% this morning. What did I need? Not Bank of America. LT shouted out Wayfair. Don't ever stop grinding, Chaz. No thunderstorm lasts forever. Oh, they don't feel you, man. They don't feel you. I got you. I feel you, though. I feel you. Amen. 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 It's only again, if I could say anything. Actually, we have a lot of people in here. Great. Awesome. I hope you all get this, man. I love you. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Hopefully we see you throughout all of it. But here's a very simple one, man. This is just statistically, if the year starts off with a 3 standard deviation move, it is more likely to end the year with the 3 standard deviation move. So just keep that in mind, because this may be a bad start to the beginning of the year, but hopefully you recognize that the rest of this year will be crazy, or at the very least coming towards the end of the years. I mean, your opportunity to make this one back on a similar move, it's probably going to be there. It could go either or, both directions, but pretty much once you start getting moves like this, I mean, it says something. It says something very, very big. Man, who is buying these? Yeah, bro, every put is crazy. So HD still going up. SPY bounced below VWAP, but if this thing do not come up above that, that is not going to look pretty. And it's honestly, it's not looking pretty right now. So BABA bounced a little bit. Still have the TSM, yeah, that shorter term, or that was for like February, but yeah, those are clapped. Any call got clapped. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if I bought it early or later. After one 5% move, I lost 50% on every single contract. And then if it was a 2-day move, it was 70-80%. They had no mercy on your boy. Even now, bro, all the cheap contracts on the chain have just gone. They've just gone wicked. Oil, so SPY came up there. You had that little bit of a red candle there, but it's at least making it towards VWAP, which is better than not. Oh, they're smart. The market makers got smart in one day. Bro, even the lagger plays, even the plays that should be down, they're still expensive. Jeez. Plan is 10% correction. It is there. So at the very least, I mean, anybody buying the dip below 430, I mean, it is at a 10% correction point. What's O's yield at right now? O yielding 4.4. So we get a little bit more of a drop on O. That'll be beautiful. Beautiful. Airbnb 142. Bro, both Airbnb and Roblox, this is some of the lowest prices they've been in a while. Airbnb looks great actually at that price though. I know I say that at every price, so you know I'm the Airbnb man, you know. Please hold, please hold. I bought 6,000 worth of long term. I want either O or growth. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. You add into any long term? I already used my monthly deposit, but right now I'm contemplating just giving myself an extra one. I like the IBM, felt confident in it. Logic makes sense. Hey, man, baby, it hit. It's working good for now. Again, pre-earnings, and this is still just a wild environment right now. Oh, over Vici. Yes, just because I want stability in this market. If anything, I would take O. I'd like IRM too, but pretty much I don't want to gamble on something that's higher yield, borderline quality. But I like Vici a lot. I'm not saying it's bad, but I know the yield is the yield's like at what 5.4. I guess it's not too bad. But just I know O has it's just O. I use my deposit. I bought Airbnb. Remember, I bought too much on accident too. So I bought Airbnb already. I bought it at like 150, 163. So it's even dropped $20 from there. There's Apple coming down again. Bro, the spreads are just so wide. SPY breaking down. Watch some of the banks too. Again, don't forget about the XLF, XLV, XLE, because they're all making some moves right there. Myrna's on the low. I'm surprised those Mercs didn't go crazy. Disney double dip. Wait till the contracts like really come down. And then check also where Netflix is. SPY coming down there a little bit below VWAP. Again, you got about 2.5 down on the NASDAQ, 2% on the SPY, 1.5 on the Dow. Up and a down, but it sound like progression. Ooh. It's all like Alibaba. All of the contracts are like Alibaba. If you want to get anything that's decent, where it's like you're not paying a 200%, 300% premium on the day, it's like they're all like stocks that were lower before, but it just like it sucks. Because you have to pay a premium for the last 2 days, but they've been it's like kind of like the Morgan Stanley ones. Netflix down another 7. I know. It's crazy. I'm still I would be shopping right now. Again, whether you're going to be shopping for equity, shop for equity. If you're looking for puts, I mean, keep in mind some of the earnings plays, but I would be looking at a lot of the premiums here. You're going to make me spend 100%? Ay, ay, ay. Time to get real jobs. How much do they pay you for typing that out? Oh, never mind. I love you. God bless you. I love the comments on the real red days. I love them. You know how many months and years some people were waiting for this? It's good. It's good. It's good. Well, that's why I'm like, man, some people right off the bat, they're like, everyone's going to die. How you feel now? How you feel now, son? How you feel now? UNG popping. Looks like everything's kind of going up, which could be good. Jobs, the energy changes. Nah, I know a lot. I know there's a lot of warriors out there. A lot of y'all stay focused with it. Again, that's why I'm saying it's funny because, you could tell, depending on how focused you are on it, you'll see what will really tick you and then what you want to do with it. But make the most of your time. That's it. Make the most of your time. Biden going to war. We'll see. Again, that's what people were worried about. Oil stocks drop shows investor jitters. This decline in big oil firms, despite spectacular results and bullish forecasts, highlight the fear spreading through the equities market as bearishness overtakes fundamentals. U.S. stocks may finally have 90% down day thanks to cyclicals. Tech, especially cryptos, are front and center in early sell-off, but under the surface, the pain is spreading. The more cyclical, the S&P is set to enter a correction. It's hovering about around a 90% down day, something that hasn't happened since November 30th. Nevertheless, at least 3/4 of the gauge has been down in the past 5 days. While Tesla, Netflix, and other FANG-related are leading the route, cyclical sectors, financials, energy, and materials are on their are 3 of the 4 biggest decliners. So you're pretty much 90% of stocks are all down. It's rough out here. Let me see. All right. Let me see. Sleepy Joe, Amazon. Spy, switch gears. Excuse me. Ugh. Did they scam me? I think I got scammed. What date was that? March, I think. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what price I got filled at. Oh, they kind of scammed me. They kind of. These plays are up. Again, it's a risky one. The War Room Air Force One, we're up this AM. Again, that's why half of the market is really freaked out today, because it went from we didn't hear anything about, like they said they weren't doing sanctions, all the way down to now some people are saying, wait a minute, we may station troops in the area, and that's just a whole different level of everything going on. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Oh, wow. Microsoft, Apple getting blasted right there. Hold on. Microsoft and Apple selling. I grabbed the XOM put for March. So, again, that's just the leader. If there is full risk off, I think we might get a little bit of volatility here with oil, and that's why I went for it. Again, the whole 90% down day. But those premiums, they're up on the day, but they're cheaper than the last couple days. But SPY just literally, you just got rocketed right down there. Apple, Microsoft, all of them are starting to move. Apple getting mollywopped. Bro, some of these premiums are wicked. So we came right back here to the lows of the day. NASDAQ isn't at 3% just yet, but it's getting close to it. Disney could roll again. Check even Netflix. We'll see. That one seemed to just be Apple and Microsoft in a weird way, because the high ticker's still moving. It seemed like Apple, Microsoft, and the big tech, but not everything had that move. Apple fined 5.6 after Dutch dating app antitrust order. I'm thinking of adding Snow. Tech software has been like really clapped. So it's like that. The advantage is that that's the leader on the downside. I mean, you could really buy the dip on that one. The only bad part is that it's kind of over. It's kind of out of favor right now. That's the only bad part about it. There's Baba, Neo. I just grabbed XOM puts. So, again, if we do get full risk off, I'm just going after if I want any protection at the very least. Again, since after today's gap down, everything went up in value. But I'm going for some of the leaders there, just like we kind of did with the banks and how you've seen some of that play out there. Remember, banks were a leader, and you could see the flip-flop. So that's why it's like if we really get a sell-off, I'm going there. But otherwise, it's been hard to grab some puts, and I took profits on some of the ones we were holding today. Still 750. Kind of flew by, almost an hour and a half. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. What price is it there? Let's see. Man, which one is this? Bear market bounce, rally sell. Let's see. Where is oil? 83. Just match it to an offering to get the dividend. Please don't give him ideas. Okay? Please do not give him any ideas. Okay, what are the drivers this morning? People getting ready for earnings, people getting paranoid about Powell, and then the real fear driver was the Ukraine situation and the developments. Again, not only did people talk about us possibly sending troops over, Russia's stock market dropped 7%. They've even halted foreign exchange transfers to protect the currency. Again, a little different than what they did in 2015, but I mean, that was the real big driver of today. And then also our PMI data here in the morning, we got more PMIs, and those were not hot. U.S. Ambassador UN, we're getting ready for the possible failure of the diplomatic track with Russia. Not too long ago. Apple is plunging in a weaker dollar, maybe the savior it needs. Let me check the Merc. Scammers. Starbucks at the high. Did anything move? Pop on Amazon. Amazon was already leading pretty good. Again, XLF looked like it came up a little bit. Still down 2.3 on the NASDAQ. We're making another push up here to VWAP. So surprisingly, you're still at 10% down. So this is still the 10% correction point. Again, we just flushed below it earlier in the day. So that's the big difference. But a couple of big tech there kind of getting their candles. Again, Apple and Microsoft just like 6 minutes ago had that little flush. Some of them kind of bounced up there. Nike wants to go green. HD's up 1.7. Again, the food companies are spread out. Like McDonald's is down, Domino's is up. Oh, shit. I almost bought 31 instead of 3, man. That would have been crazy. Okay. Let me add one more play. I'll see this. I'll ride this one for the rest of the day. We'll see how it plays out. It came down a little bit, but this one's still going to be super risky. Never sell if you have fears. I think all in all, just make sure you what's it called? As long as you know what you're gonna buy. I mean, that's it. I will not sell anything unless I have something to buy. That's all it comes down to, and it ends up working out. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. This one's a little bit risky since the stock is already down a lot. I am paying a premium. It's a little bit less desirable, but I'm hoping with earnings it could give us a little bit of cushion. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I double dipped on the Tesla. I grabbed a February 4th Tesla put. I grabbed a couple of them. Spent less than $600. I was able to get more than one. So we'll see here. Again, it's already up a lot. It's either going to lose. If it bounces, we'll see if it loses 50%. Otherwise, we'll see how it plays out. Whoa, high ticker is gassing right now there. Bearish on Tesla. No, just playing the earnings. I have a Tesla call. And again, we sold out the Teslas and made them for free. So that's why it's like I'm trying to get both ways on Tesla now. And then the puts kind of chilled out here from the morning. I may want to even look at a Tesla call low key. Where is that one? The Tesla call only went down 10%. Isn't that stupid? That's wild. The Tesla calls only went down 10% during all of that. So all this did was raise the put premium for earnings. That Tesla call with March, it's literally down 10% from Friday. Remember, I bought that one on Friday. So pretty much I'm setting up both ways. I've already took profit on the Tesla, so this other play is still technically free, but the idea is I'm setting up for there, and we'll see how it plays out. Again, today is still it's one for the books. Yeah, Tesla's about to report. I don't know if I'm going to play the earnings, but I think back and forth or the pre-earnings run-up will be good on Tesla. But even then, I mean, if Tesla's earnings is bad, I mean, it's the Squid Games, essentially. Anybody could get clapped here, so we will see. And that's why this week is so important with the earnings. Caterpillar, Boeing. The IBMs, they just came down a little bit. Tesla, the MSTRs, those are still holding. MSTR bid actually went up. MSTR hasn't fully gotten clapped. Josh, if GME ends green, get some shares, brother. I appreciate the offer, but no thank you. GME is below 100 now, though. I need to go buy boomer stocks. That's it. I need some. With all the volatility, all you need is some boomer stocks, at least for the next 5-10 years. I just need a couple of more that just pays me some dividends. You know what I'm saying? I can't go too crazy. Let me get some AT&T. I would buy Roblox at this point. I mean, it's way cheaper. I wouldn't even suspected it to go. I don't even think it has hit this low. It's hit like 62, 63. I remember I picked up some shares there at that price, but maybe time to add it to the long term. All I need is end of this week, we'll get our long-term deposit, and we will see where everything's at. The question is, do I go with cheaper growth, or do I take some of these value plays that also came down a little bit? Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble was actually good, again, with their earnings. They should actually hold up a little bit better. Clorox, SPY's coming down again. MSTR. Bro, even calls went up 50. This is a difficult one. Even like the Procter & Gamble. I guess Procter & Gamble was up in the morning, but even those calls are up 50%. Just wild. What does Squid Game even mean? We were talking about it. It was like the thumbnail from the Watchlist the other day. Pretty much it's like the scene in Squid Game where they have to cut out the cookie. That's like the stock market right now with earnings. Pretty much if anybody... if you mess up, you just get clapped in the head. It's funny to notice my own psychology. I used to wish I got some of these stocks at these prices and hoped it would go down. And now that it did, I get hesitant. Exactly. It's the wildness, right? Airbnb goes up to 180, 220. Everyone's like, I wish I bought it at that 140. Because again, that's what that first time that I run up there with Airbnb, we were buying it at these lower levels. It was at 140, 142. Again, when we pulled the chart out, and you're like, man, I wish I got Airbnb. We've got some at like 136. I have some Airbnb at like 122. You know, it's like, look at that. You're right here. This is exactly when we bought it the first time. And, you know, it's just right at that level. But, you know, when it comes down there, it's interesting. You're like, wait a minute. Why is it down here? This is scary. What? How you feel about Meet Kevin selling his portfolio? So if I didn't have the chat and you guys involved with so many people like that, I would have had no idea. So I don't know exactly what his reasoning was or why he did it, but again, I think everything is still premature. And I would tell all of you guys with your long-term, I mean, the same long-term strategy exists. I mean, I could open up the long-term here to this date. I'm assuming it's still going to be up. But like I said, in 1970, 1980, it just, until something really changes, it doesn't really make sense for me to sell. And then at the end of the day, too, it's like, even if this is not the 1970s, then the point is the market should go up in an environment like this. So I don't think, again, I sold out my crypto, but I bought something else. I'm not afraid of investing. I'm not here to take money out of the system, and if I don't need to, but pretty much I bought something with my crypto, but stocks, I haven't sold stocks in a long time, and I don't really see the need to. This does not scare me on that. So I encourage all of you with the long term. I mean, I'd have no fear with anything. Oh man. See, so we got definitely mollywop today because Snapchat, but long term still up 10%. Again, they're clapping us one at a time. Sisters long term is down 13, but that's a wild shift. Now only 8%, 8 to 11% on the long term. Remember, we were at 20% at the other time. But again, I would get the long term no matter what at the end of the day. So I think selling out, if you don't have a plan to buy another asset and you're going to sell out and hold cash and then wait for the market to decline and time the market, I just don't think that's I just don't think that's the move right now. But you know, again, let me show you the S&P chart from the 1960s. This is what I showed on Friday. SWPI pop. Where's the historical chart? Come on. PG on the low. Why won't I can't find it? I'll have to show you guys a little bit. The thought process behind XOM puts is if everything sells off, again, it's just risk off, and those were some of the leaders there. That's the only real strategy with that one. Bro, I can't believe this one. See, things are already starting to move crazy again. So you're coming right back down. A lot of back and forth between the big techs. Yeah, we're coming right back down. Another 10. I mean, again, they're just taking out 5-10% depending on what you're holding every single day. You are below 10% correction on the S&P. Even then, we fell almost 5% below that in a weird way. I mean, it's or like 2.5%. It's pretty wild. Yeah, 2.5 now on the SPY. Nasdaq's about to touch 3% down again. Those Teslas went up a little bit, but some things are bouncing. Apple is at the low. Microsoft is at the low. So not everything's moving with it. Even TLT. And I think the dollar came down a little bit, but watch if the dollar rockets. AT&T offers symmetrical 5 gigabit to 5 million customers. CWH on the high. Camping World, they're up 3.5. I mean, market's still moving right now. A couple names are on the high ticker. SPY's not fully capitulating just yet, but we are near the lows of the day here right now. Yeah, those Disneys came back. Whoever called the double dip on that, those came right back down. Square, how low is it now? Is that $100? Shit. Yo, kind of down, bro. Kind of down. Now that I like Square at that price. Bro, that's insane. So I'll take it, actually. That's nice. Again, there's a lot. That's what sucks right now. There's a lot of good deals. But the question is, do you buy growth at a discount, or do you buy like value at like a decently fairer, a little bit more of a fairer price? I guess IRM had a little bit of growth with it. That's why they got clapped somewhat. Next dividend, January 31st. Microsoft low. Buy silver. Could be a decent one. Kohl's got the offer to get bought out. And then Macy's and Nordstrom's were up, but then they all kind of flipped. But they're actually still holding. I'm splitting growth and dividend. That could be a good strategy there to go 50-50 on this month's deposit. You go for some of the growth plays and then some of the divvies, but I would want to even push it a little bit. I'd want to make sure, because if things are so cheap, if you get a good purchase now, both of them I think will be good. It's just you'll just take advantage of it more. Let me check one more. Adding Ford to the long term. Volatility premiums are inverted. Yeah, that's what some people are saying. That might start signaling the bottom to a degree, but I mean, short-term premiums cost more than longer-dated premiums on puts right now. So we're hanging around here at the low. It hasn't moved just yet. Get ready. Get ready to see it. But it's 8 o'clock. We've been here for an hour and a half. I need to go to the bathroom. We're taking a low. I don't know if you guys are going to be good. Would you like a positive message? Can I give you a positive message? Is that okay with you? Can we make this one quick so I could go to the bathroom when we get back into this? I've been looking at put premiums all day, man. I've been looking at put premiums all day. So if you hear my voice right now, man, hit the thumbs up button. We're at 1,300 like resistance. If you hear my voice, man, just check in. Hit that thumbs up button. It's like attendance, you know? Let me know you're present. Let me know you locked in. Let me know you here, baby. Okay? That's all and I want to know who's going to get this positive message. So listen, man. Listen, come on, hit that thumbs up button. Hit it. But listen, if I know you're listening, I know the numbers are coming in. I need you to check in. Already 200 people. Y'all doing great. But I just need to tell you right now, you're here for a reason. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of purpose with a lot of things, but a lot of you are young. You have opportunity. You have time. Okay, so don't get distracted by the short term too much where you miss out on the long term. Okay, that's the first part. SPY's coming down. Here's your parable, okay? Once upon a time, there was an elephant, and he saw a hummingbird lying on his back with his tiny feet up in the air. He said, "What are you doing?" asked the elephant. The hummingbird replied, "I heard the sky might fall today, so I'm ready to help hold it up should it fall." The elephant laughed cruelly. "Do you really think," he said, "that those tiny feet could hold up the sky?" The hummingbird kept his feet up in the air, intent on his purpose, as he replied, "Not alone, but each must do what he can, and this is what I can do." Wow. Wow. So there it is, baby. That means y'all need to work together. Post the plays. Do what you can. Do what you can. Do what you can. That's all you got to do. So run it, baby. I need to go to the bathroom. I don't know if you saw that. We got young Mr. Hits. He came back. He came back in the DeLorean. He came back to give you a Facebook weekly play. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Please hold. I love you all. God bless you. Let's see what happens next, okay? Woo. Oh, man. I'm peeing, so you can hear me. What a day, bro. We got to look at a lot more premiums. A lot more premiums. Today is exciting. It's crazy, man. You know, very wild. Very, very wild. Woo! I had to crack my back, too. It was hard out here. Oh, man. So did you guys hear about the Bitcoin shit? I forgot to tell you. This has been going around. Let me finish up the bathroom break. SPY coming down. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Let's see what we got. All right, but did you guys hear about it? SPY's coming down. Maybe I'll have to tell you in a second. Let's see right here. Tesla's at least holding up. It's Microsoft and Apple, it seems like. Not as much. And then where's the Facebookie in? What was that play Mr. Hits posted? It was a January 28th. GME on the low. That one's starting to print down there. 2% almost on the IWM. That's down 14. Jeez, bro. They have zero mercy. AMC back to 15. You said 260? There's Teslas. I grabbed the February. Wait, I grabbed the next week ones. They're far out the money. I went cheap. I was able to grab more than one. Again, that's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, 260. They hit a spike. There's AMD. That one even dropped. Microsoft. Whew. Michael Burry, he sold out everything except for CVS, right? I think that was his game plan. Oh, needed water. CVS and LMT. Damn, he was really like, yo, pharmacies and guns. Word. So we're chilling out here. I mean, it might flush, though. Just get ready. Couple things are at the lows. Not everything is. Just watch here. Again, if energy comes down, that might be one. But premiums are still through the roof. Again, there's just full fear in the market right now. I don't think you could get away from it. Jeffrey sees possible recession signal in the market. The deterioration of the reopening trade to the brink of a bear market slump may be investors' way of saying a recession could be coming. That's the explanation Jeffrey strategist offers for a rout in small cap companies that's pushed them down 19% from the November record. The pain was particularly acute last week when the Russell fell 1.5 every day. Weakness was not seen on the onset of the pandemic. We think the market is now thinking the R word. Who else? Why else would the Russell be down as much as it's been, said Steven DeSantis, strategist at Jeffries. Investors see an aggressive Fed pursuing the U.S. economy into a big slowdown or even a recession over the next year. Womp, womp, womp. S&P enters correction over Fed concerns and earnings. S&P has slid into correction territory on Monday. Lackluster earnings and worries about possible aggressive Fed Reserve. And then Ukraine drama and global tensions rising. So Microsoft's at the low. Watch out for that one. Even the bakes are starting to slip. XLE. Where's XLV? Even healthcare too. Abivi's even down 1%. Got a little bit of a bounce right there. Altria is almost down 1%. Roblo, Facebookie, and Facebook kind of bouncing there. J&J almost down 12. Microsoft earnings is Wednesday, I think, or Thursday. maybe Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that's pretty much everything. So Amazon is on February 3rd, so they're next week. Apple is January 27th, Thursday. Microsoft is Tuesday, tomorrow. Yeah, Microsoft tomorrow, Apple on Thursday. Boeing is on the 26th, Wednesday morning. Then you got 3M, which is tomorrow, and then IBM, which is today. Again, we grabbed the IBMs this morning, too. I think they're not up 100% anymore. Weirdly enough, even though the stock keeps dropping, the plays have kind of chilled out there. So Nancy sold. She might have, maybe. We'll see. What Tesla? I bought next week Tesla puts. And then I'm holding a call from Friday, but the call has not gone down. And then we sold out of one of the Tesla puts today for 1,000%. Roblo hitting another low. Roblo's on the low right now. A couple of things might start selling. Unity's down 7. ASON down 7. Microsoft's going down here too. Oh man, those Amazons are wicked. Don't be mad. I had to close the law term. Things got too bad. Well, I mean, for all of you guys, I hope you realize, I mean, we'll give you the information. You guys get to see what's going on. You'll see what other people are doing. You get to see what I'm doing. But, I mean, don't feel bad for doing whatever you want, whatever you decided. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's your guys' money. It's your guys' life, whatever you're into. And how you expect everything to play out. That's just, so, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, always have something to buy, but, just do what you need to do. And that's as simple as that. But, you don't have to feel bad to me. You don't need to feel bad to anybody else, but you also don't need to tell me as well, too. You know what I'm saying? When it's all said and done, it's going to be, like I've always said, with the future self. And that's why I have a plan. You'll notice, again, like Troy was just like, in hindsight, I sold out at the top to get my house. What you'll notice is usually if you have a plan like that, it could go it'll go a long way. Again, it helped me out with crypto. Like, again, I sold out crypto before all of that, but the whole idea, it was crazy to think I didn't plan it because of the market. I just literally, I'm signing papers today and I'm wiring my funds to the buyer or to the seller. So it's just like, as long as you have a plan with it, usually that's the best way to react, especially in this market. You'll notice that if you have a plan, it could go a very, very long way. All right, how about we get clapped? I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. And I know, I mean, again, this is nice stamina in a weird way because it's just this will only last for so much longer. We'll see. I mean, if it turns into a decade-long era of inflation like we saw in the 70s, who knows? But there will always be bright spots in between, and that's why the longer term in strategizing, there's going to be a safe haven that's going to emerge. We've seen that many times. So just keep that in mind, and don't trip chocolate chip. But I love all of you, and that's why too. I mean, listen to your heart, but have a plan for your future self with it. But don't feel bad about anything. But again, I hope you're listening to some of the strategies and just understand that in the longer term, you got to do your things. And at the same time, I mean, if you have another asset to go into or if you want to protect the money, I mean, real estate, I'm doubling down on real estate essentially in this marketplace. I mean, we'll see what happens. IMTE is getting destroyed. They're on the low. U.S. says reconsider travel to Dubai or to UAE due to COVID risk. Would I buy out-of-state real estate? Yes. IMTE halted again. SPY kind of bouncing down 2.85 on the NASDAQ. I'm not selling strangles. It could be good. I don't know about selling the premium. I might be down to buy some strangles, but today messed up to put premiums even more. You went up 300 to 400% from Friday. Friday was wild. This was like the real fear move. Again, every contract went up. I sold out of those $100 Disneys for 500%, which is crazy. So a lot of stuff kind of woke up here today. Blew up my chances to get my first home this year. I'm more Fati. I wasn't ready. Maybe, but I rebuke it. And I only say that because it's still only 24 days into the year. So let's go, baby. Don't even trip. Again, there will be the opportunities here. Again, if this is how we're moving to begin, just it's going to be a wild ride throughout everything. Getting a decent-sized Chicle here. It's February 18th. Go deeper. I'm trying to see like the weeklies. It's now instead of being able to get next week, you might be able to get the weeks. Might have to do the weeklies, but it's still pretty risky. Again, we were still able to grab a couple things today. Baba came back down. I think that's all I grabbed today. Tesla, Baba. I'm still holding the MSTRs. And then we sold out of them. Which one was the other one? And then XOM. Yeah, the Teslas went up 12%. The XOMs are holding the same amount. And then the Babas, were those February or March? I think February. The Babas went up a little bit too. It's just crazy. It's playing a lot like Friday. It's playing a lot like Friday, just with steroids, with a lot more volatility injected from the morning. I guess this goes at 22. Munger bot Baba, I'm sure. SPY's coming down again, and this is a big, big level. You are below 10% down. Now it looks like we're going to, we might very well test this marker right here. 422 is the range below here. So if we go anything below 426, last time, the only other time there in July, you flushed down to 422. So there's a wide range here so far on the market. Circuit breaker test. We are down 3, yeah. You were down 3% on the NASDAQ. Well, everything needs to go 3%, though. So you would need literally, NASDAQ would probably hit 4% by the time the Dow hit 3. So let's see. But, honestly, you might be closer to a circuit breaker than not, or this is at least the closest you've been. Now, there's a 3.5% circuit breaker, then the 7%. But I don't know if the 3% is only for futures. Thanks, Shumi. You didn't give you the horn. What'd I miss? My bad. Was I in the bathroom? There's a lot going on. I love you if I missed anything. Apologies. I'm just trying to see if I could steal puts right now at a good price, though. That's the thing, because it's harder than yesterday. We even grabbed a couple today, but I don't really, I don't like them in the same way. Like I said, they're usually a little bit less desirable. So that's it. I'm trying to find some good ones. The butter. Build back, huh? Come on. Now we're down. That's how we build back. And we couldn't do it when we were down. Huh? Come on. Put a smile on your face. Make the world a better place. You heard that? It's good for you. Yeah, but we're just staying pinned right here. Wheezy F baby, and the F is for beep. If I'm buying out of state, should I be looking at vacation spots like mountains or beach for easy VRBOs? If that's what you're going to do with it. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to do a little mix of both, it could be good. But, yeah, I mean, it's up to what you're going to be buying, your budget. But if your plan is to long-term rent it or short-term rent it, again, because I know some people, they get intimidated by buying real estate. And some people say, well, what do I need? The costs, paying for it, all of that. It's just like sometimes you could just go, a lot of properties that exist, especially the cheap ones, you could find them already rented out. So then that way, all you need, you could literally transfer your long-term into a property and then have it rented out, paying the mortgage, getting you cash flow. That's it. So, but at whatever, location, I mean, you're going to have to decide based on what your plan is for the property. The Tesla March calls. The Tesla, my Tesla Marches didn't even move. Literally, the stock, they dropped 10% with a 10% drop, which is crazy. $25K to invest, not sure where to put it. Again, if you're looking even with the stocks, I mean, especially now with some of these prices, just space it out. Same strategy still applies. I don't know. I hope you guys can like that no matter what, is that even when the market's up or the market down, our strategy for the long term, it's still exactly the same. You space it out. I'm buying based on a preset schedule. I add a certain amount of money. We let things move around. Again, even the same thing of don't sell your long term unless you're going to put it into real estate. All of that, it still applies. So just even if you had any amount right now, I would take it. It's a good buying opportunity, but I would still space it out. Yeah, volume is already what? What time is it? 8:30. You're at 82 million in volume. Please do your push-ups. I'm gonna get some resistance bands. There's a lot going on. Okay, I'm not gonna give you the speech. Not yet. Well, maybe do your push-ups. Make sure you're subscribed. Sitting is the new smoking. Oh, I'm already resistance banding. Relax the eyeballs. Here, come on. Just get moving real quick. Just get moving real quick. Oh, Germany closed. Yeah, Euro closes here now. So get ready. Oh, we might get a little bit more action here. Oh, man. Woo! Euro clapped. Did you guys, did you hear this story? Are you ready? On November 12th, Odell Beckham, he signed a deal with the Rams for $750,000, and he announced that he would take it in Bitcoin. At that time, Bitcoin was $64,000. Today, it's at like $33,000. So today, the deal is worth $412,000. And then he has to get taxed 40 or 50% on $750,000. So that means he'll probably walk away with like $35,000 from the contract. So, yeah, pretty wild. So SPY, a lot of volume coming in. Again, the high-low ticker kind of battling, but it's leaning towards the lows right now. Let's see what happens next. what the heck is this? Let me see. Oh shit, it filmed me at that? Oh, they filmed me at that. I paid way too much. Let's see what happens. So, do not trade this. You will lose money. It's not a recommendation. I don't like this play as much because I think I overpaid for it. I grabbed really, really far out of the money Amazon next week puts. So it has a little bit more time. Amazon reports next week, but the premiums are definitely up and the spreads are crazy. So I don't like this one the most. I only grabbed a couple of them, but it was a couple $100. Still somewhat expensive. My target on Airbnb, I would buy anything here. Just right now, I have to make a decision. I have like 5 to 10 names that I could buy right now. So that's the blessing and the curse of it. So it's either going to be what's it called, the growth that is down a lot, or we're gonna go for some of the value plays. Biden a whole video call with European leaders on Ukraine today. You holding at 35 for what's it called, for Amazon? I have an Amazon. They're all down. I got clapped 50% on one, and then the other first one, I think it was February, that's down 70%. Aren't you short XOM? Isn't that value? Yes, that's if we get full risk on. I just grabbed that one. Remember, I sold out of the oil calls the other day. Alcoa's on the high. That's materials holding up. Even that, bro, everything is deep red. 6% on automobiles. Look how bright red that is. Jeez, this is hideous. Infotech down 3. DWAC on the low. Oh, even DWAC got hit back to 60. Even Trump not safe. They say everyone's getting it. How long can this last? 10 years. No, I mean, just kidding, but not really. But we'll find out on Wednesday. Again, today you're going to get IBM earnings. Tomorrow you're going to get Microsoft. Wednesday, Thursday, Boeing, Apple, all of that. So, and then Wednesday with Powell, that will be the real deciding factor, I think, without a doubt. DWAC getting clapped. So again, European close. Did you guys not notice? You haven't done anything since European close. The volume is coming in, but we are staying like really, really pinned and flat on here. 10-year chill. Well, again, I mean, I had a nice rant on Friday. It's not that like, I don't know. It's not that like crazy in the sense of, here's what I want to show you, the historical chart of the S&P 500. Again, we're coming down now, so SPY's taking a big flush, but I mean, this is what we were getting to. Again, like here is the 1970s through the 1980s, and a lot of people don't, it's hard to see it, but you spent almost a decade doing nothing. But who wins in that case? Value and dividends. So you can see here's 1972, you're at like 127, and then until 1980, you come back right around that same level, give or take, shortly after. But who wins in that case? It's dividends. Yeah, Amazon, that was just a fat candle right there. But all of them, we'll see. See if Tesla comes back down. The Tesla plays, again, we double dipped on that. But SPY now to a new low. Even value plays are starting to go down. Apple's hitting a new low, down 2.5. TLT is coming up. You're not making me feel better. It should, though, because like I even showed here earlier today, though, it's like you have two scenarios. You're either going to go 1970 or you're going to go back to every other rate hike cycle, and then the market will still be positive. So it's literally worst case scenario, or you fall back to the statistics and the averages of not everything being totally as bad as you would expect. So SPY's hitting another low right here. A lot of volatility. Again, low ticker. Some of the China names are going down now too. Again, you can see some names are hitting the low faster. Disney even sold off even more. Novartis pledges 100 doses. I thought I said Novogratz, and I was like, wait, why is the Bitcoin guy pledging doses? I was like, hold up, this crypto sell-off is insane. He's like, I'll get 100 doses of Bitcoin. What? Circuit breaker, you're 3.5 on the NASDAQ, but again, like I said, you need all of the indexes to be around 3.5. So SPY's not there yet, and the Dow, pretty much SPY and Dow have to double up from here. So Amazon coming down again now. A firm at $49? What? No way. Damn, that was even lower than when we grabbed it that one time. That's disgusting. Again, I mean, even Roblox is at 63. It's everything's getting hit. Dog, no mercy on any. Dude, Coinbase is at 167? Oh my gosh. Your only hedge now is your age. Facts. I guess. I mean, that's why. The only like, if you're like older, you'll freak out. But like, yeah, I feel the only hedge is your age at this point. Square below 105. Good thing I'm 20. Yeah, but it's usually the 20-year-olds freaking out the most. Y'all are depressing as hell. It's always like the 22-year-olds. And they're like, I don't know what's going to happen, man. And it's going to be, it's like, why did I ever decide to invest? I'm never going to be able to financially recover. It's like the 20-year-olds flip the fuck out. The 50-year-olds have already been buying gold, and they've been learning how to garden and grow their own food for a long time. They've been listening to Peter Schiff. They bought the pre-meal packs and everything, you know what I'm saying? So, like, they're all ready to go. They're just kind of disappointed because they're like, man, I just got a long term too, but it's fine. It's fine. Amazon's still going, so that was a nice pickup there for the most part. Yeah, the Amazon, they went up 20%. I kept it smaller. But again, all the puts from today have gone up 30% except the XOMs. And then remember, so again, you're getting a 30% after buying today. Remember how we played on Friday? SPY selling off now. You started to flush a little bit. It's just danger zone. All bets are off. We could fall as much as 4 more points from here, believe it or not. The NASDAQ is already down 3.6. So just, I mean, whatever strategy you had in place, I mean, it's still playing out. It looks like we're flushing a lot more than not. Meme for right now. I can't believe it buttered. I read, bro, it buttered. Everything buttered. Even plays, and it was crazy. AMD holding, AMC holding. Emotional damage. Dude, Amazon is insane. Again, we'll see. Apple's still going. So is Microsoft. Baba puts almost up 30. I need the other ones to come back up, though. Those haven't. Actually, yeah, they're still. These ones, I don't know why they haven't moved. Old Intels are starting to come back to life as well, too. S-Dow. What's S-Dow? Oh, ultra short Dow. Damn, SPY's flushing now. Again, 427 to 424 in 7 minutes. Women and children first. So, again, this is a huge move. Don't get it twisted. This was a big move. I just put out a stream alert. Again, just watch now for 421 because if we break anything below here, but these are key levels to watch. This velocity is big. I mean, I don't know if you feel it as much. I mean, I'm sure we've already been getting beat, but it's just like this was a really big move on that one. So let's see how it finalizes. So a little bit of a bounce even there on Amazon. Baba's 31%. Those are holding. That's even crazy, bro, to buy anything like that right now and to be able to get a gain that fast. That's stupid. Even the Teslas, they were up like 400, 500%. The Teslas are already up 40% again. This is wild. January. The Merck puts up finally. I'm even looking at calls right now. I'm trying to see if it makes good sense to buy some leaps. But I'm just worried about the volatility. That's it. It's just that sometimes if you buy into the deep red, the premiums are usually a little bit higher. Last time we hit 420, Josh was in surgery. Damn, bro. That was the hernia timeline. Netflix 555. So we might hit another low here again. Things are still moving. Yeah, even Disney went crazy too. But again, a lot of things are at the low. Even Microsoft down 4.7. That's probably one of the biggest Microsoft moves all year. Honestly, that's huge. Amazon was already getting mollywopped. Red alert. Yeah, we're breaking below 424. Again, the more we move down from here, the more likely we test that 420, but it might even be a circuit breaker. You're down 3.85 on the NASDAQ. You're about to hit 4% down on the NASDAQ right now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Even then, and crypto is holding up a little bit better. Let me check bonds. Where's the dollar? SPY coming down. Dollar hasn't moved in all of that. Russia's down 7% on their index. SPY 424.50. You are below that right now. Again, since like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, you've already dropped about 3 full points. Very, very big velocity right now. So again, it looks like it's hitting the middle of the market more so with just a steady decline and then the bigger tech names. There's literally only 26 names that are green right now in the S&P. The 2-year run-up was fake. I mean, I just think just be prepared for 10% volatility, just in the sense that we're going to find out here with Powell or the earnings. But, I mean, again, even beyond 10%, most of everything underneath the surface has already been clapped 50%. So, again, we're hitting another low, 424 flat. You're about to break through. You just buttered it. It didn't even hesitate at 424.04. It might start to balance around here, but see if that goes straight down. I mean, let's see if we flush straight to 422. Deutsche Bank predicts 25 basis point ECB rate hike. There's Tesla coming down there. Amazon kind of chilling, but Apple and Microsoft, they are still selling off big. Dude, this is disgusting. Oh my gosh. 423.85. Some of the things that were already down a lot are starting to get a lot bigger of candles right here. So again, remember Shopify and MSTR, both of these are already up down over 15%, but they dropped 15, 20% on Friday. What are you going to remind you of Snap? It's the video I posted 3 months ago. Remember, I posted a video after Snapchat earnings, and it says warning to tech stocks. And I talked about pretty much the pre-pandemic hype getting thrown out the window, or the post-pandemic hype. And it's kind of really what we saw here with Netflix and everything else. But that was the only thing that reminded me of it. But we're hitting a new low. You've buttered another half a point from 424. You are now, 3 points or 2.5 points away from the last bottom that we saw in July. Again, I think you're like right there. This is that level, 422.39. We're at 423. So one more point. That may be the bounce point. See if we break below there. You're down 4% on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is down 4% right now. Jeez. Bro, it's only 8:50. This is all 15 minutes after Euro close, so it's clear you're getting a lot more demand here from the U.S. markets. But a lot of the other names are selling off. Again, you're 1 point away from that big low there. Dude, this is nuts. This is a mass exodus. It's big. Again, this is still, I think it's still falling in line with 3 standard deviations. Let me check some of these. So a little bit of a bounce there. We'll see how this one plays out. Oh, dude, the Fibonacci, dude. No, dude, the Fibonacci did not play around with this one, dude. Trust me, dude. You had no time to play, dude. All right. I sold out of the MSTR. That was like 400%. I got out of that one at 751. These levels are low. Again, I think I mean, we're probably going to go down another point here, and that might be the bottom there of the day. We'll see. I mean, even then, at that, you're already down 3.3 on the S&P. I think if we go a little bit lower, you may very well get a circuit breaker. I'm not too sure, though. Again, because I think at 2 of the 3 indexes, you might get it, but we'll see. Price target for Tesla. I mean, just get ready for earnings. That's it. Yo, Josh, it can't go below. It can go below, but I'm assuming that will probably be the level. I think I'm thinking about the 3.5% circuit breaker for the futures there. There's a 7% circuit breaker and a 3.5, but the 3.5 is usually with the what's it called? Is with the futures. So it's 7%. I think then limit up. 3.5 might be limit up, limit down. When it's circuit breakers, it's like a market-wide halt, essentially. Again, I mean, you're down a lot because usually these types of moves, I mean, panic begets, panic, essentially. Selling begets selling, and that's what, after some point in the last couple days, you went from, like, rationally responding to fear to everybody started looking for lifeboats. So it's not, I mean, and that has to do with the amount that goes down. So once it starts selling a lot, they eventually pull back, or they'll put a stop loss, or a circuit breaker to cool things down and avoid people panic selling or even panic buying. It gets very, very wild, very, very wild. So the BABA's up 30. The Tesla's up 30, 40. XOM only went 10. So, again, we took profits on a lot of plays from Friday. We opened a couple. Here's your first bounce now. I mean, but we are in literal no man's land. This is like the worst place to probably be right now. So we'll see how this one plays out. What's the catalyst? The catalyst was, I think preparing for earnings and preparing from Powell this week and the volatility from Friday. But the global tensions from Russia, Ukraine really messed up a lot of stuff today. That added an extra, I would say, 1.5%. So I think if we didn't wake up to more, because the Russia drama, like futures were up. Some people were expecting the Russia drama to kind of cool down a little bit in the morning. But the fact it didn't, I would say about 1.5% of what you're getting here is from the Russia drama. Essentially, I think we would only be down like 1.5, 2% right now if there wasn't Russia in the morning. These bounces are good points to buy puts. You have to hunt. I mean, again, every single play we've grabbed today, I mean, we've gotten a gain on the puts, but and it was on one of the bounces, but you just got to make sure you're getting in there. It's very easy to get clapped on some of these other plays, just the premiums when they're up 200%. But I mean, the downturn is so big here until we get like a fat rip. It's probably going to stay like this. But a lot of things are kind of bouncing there. Again, just slightly above that 422 level that we talked about, 421, 422. You think Biden risked the debt ceiling for Ukraine? No, I don't think it has to. This has nothing even to do with the debt ceiling. I mean, there's a lot of things. At the end of the day, though, that's what sucks is, like, don't get lost in the sauce with all these other things going on, because at the end of the day, it has to do with Powell. There's no other reason for Bitcoin to drop like that. There's no other reason for your growth stocks to be in the gutter. Again, people want to get scared. They're like, oh, watch what it does to real estate. Watch what it does to tech stocks. But at the end of the day, the rates have been higher than here. So it's not about, in a weird way, the market is dealt with worse than this on the inflation or the rate front. And that's obvious. But right now, this is just literally, does Powell turn hawkish? And does he turn as hawkish as JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs are saying? That's the real issue right now. Those banks scared the shit out of everybody. I would say it is an overreaction without a doubt. But it just, now you've hit a point where it hit investor sentiment, and now you have people reacting, and now it's bringing back a It's just bringing back a whole new reaction. But at the end of the day, it's all about Powell. So even though there is Ukraine, even though there is China slowing down and China closing things, even though we're worried about the Build Back Better down to the voting rights or anything, or even 7% inflation, it's like at the end of the day, the real big answer is what Powell is going to do. That is what's causing this move and reaction. That is it's the catalyst as well as the fuel to the flame. FDA to restrict regen use due to ineffective against Omicron. Is that for the cocktail? So you should be getting an update on Merck and Pfizer too, I believe, in the next few days on some other medical stuff. But yeah, that's just, again, the whole key here right now is it's young Powell. He has the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. And if he's hot, shit gets clapped. Woo! He says Satan rules, bro. You've been in here for so long and you've been like so chill. What happened? What happened today, bro? That's it. All it took was like 3.8% on the NASDAQ. That's it, bro. This guy been hanging around Jesus lovers for the last 2 years, and then all of a sudden, SPY goes down like 3.5. He's like, Satan. Damn, bro. That's crazy. That's wild. That's cool, man. First time I've been scared. Don't be scared. I'm telling you. This sucks. Does it suck? Yes. But should you be scared? No. I'm telling you, everything is imagination right now, in the sense of a lot of people are more worried about stuff that has not been confirmed and actually set in stone. So, I mean, I really wouldn't. And again, if you have a good 10-year plan, I think you're going to be great. And if you don't know the 10-year plan, value stocks and real estate, take things slow. It's very, very simple. I get the whole world in his hands. Losing a lot of gains in the past month, really stressful. Amen. I feel you on that. And I think everyone could feel that. And that's something that has to be separated, if that makes sense, right? You know, you have to deal with what you're going through right now in the markets. You have to deal with the portfolio. You got to deal with losing trades, being early on anything. Again, taking the losses and just watching whether it's long-term or short-term go down. That's part of it for sure. I mean, no one's trying to get around that. But the real question is, should you really be like, oh my gosh, like, yo, this is a recession. The market's like, it's not as if it's, or not even people are reacting as if it's depression on talks of it being a recession. And this is without any monetary policy shifting. That's the thing I must say right now. Is just that there has been no monetary policy shift. So at the end of the day, this is just a bunch of suits talking about what they think the Fed is going to do. And the other plot is that the market and these people are willing to sell to force the Fed's hand, if you really think about it. Again, that's part of what it is. It might happen. If it does shift, then there you go. There's your reaction. But towards the end of the day right now, there just has not been a real shift in terms of actual policy. So, recessions do not get triggered by talks. The only time that the market has been clapped by sentiment was in the early either 20s and then one point in the 70s. But really, only the Great Depression was one time where sentiment has led to a full-gone collapse of the economy, essentially, or has led to a full-blown recessionary environment. If anything, we're approaching stagflation, and this is what the markets react like when it's difficult for the Fed to respond. But again, this is where I'm saying it's like in the next 10 years or even 5 years, it's just like there's a lot of shit. This was just a very statistically, this shocked everybody. And that, again, there's losses all across the board. You're seeing it, but I don't think a real OMG economy is totally doomed. There is no real investment opportunities anymore. I wouldn't fall for that level of fear just yet. But this is it has definitely been a shakeout. This is the big squeeze. I think this brings it, 1 year later, I think this brings everything full circle. This is the big squeeze, right? What happened with GameStop and AMC? That was the big squeeze, right? And then what happens on the way down? It's the same thing. This is the squeeze of, this is testing your mentality if you want to hold long, and what you believe in, what you think is going to happen. This is testing all of it. Meta introduces next-gen supercomputer. Let's see. How does IBM react to that? City. People sold out because even if you can't time the market, it will take years to recover in certain scenarios. If this was a real 1970 scenario, yes, but some stocks recover at different intervals, and that's the key in certain value. And then even then, in some of the worst, there's always going to be a safe haven at the end of the day, whether it's gold, whether it's real estate, whether it's value, whether it's commodities, energies, materials, transportation. It's very, very hard to see everything fully get clapped for that long of a time. But again, valuations were high, and it may take a long time for some to get back there. But all that, you need a real shift, though, in the policy and economy for that to take place. And again, it's on the table. I'm not saying it's not on the table, but until that happens, I'm not really, I'm ready for big swings either direction. God's plan. Airbnb new low. Microsoft, where's Roblo? Even, bro, Roblo about to go to $50. That's insanity. Absolute insanity. Square 52-week low. So a lot of things are selling off. We had that little bounce, but you're watching this name at a time, individual. They're all starting to come back down here again. So watch out for that. You're almost at 2K likes. Well, thank you all. Like the video and stay tuned, man. Keep posting the info. It's a wild, wild ride. Again, we've still been able to make plays, but, as far as, the liquidations and anything else going down, there's not much we could do about that here today. Trying to find defensive moves, but it's still very, very difficult here. So we got to battle. Just stay ready to battle, my friends. Okay. Pelosi Roblo call down 70. That's why I was looking at the leaps. I'm kind of considering some of the leaps. They don't look too bad, but the question is the spreads. That's what I'm saying on some of the volatility here. It gets hard, but like some of the Teslas, I'm surprised the Tesla calls didn't go down too much, but pretty wild. Airbnb shares slumped 12%. Intraday record. Oh, man. Airbnb leaps. All of mine are down as well, too, now. So, Airbnb is probably the cheapest. This is the cheapest you've seen Airbnb in at least 12 months. Almost. You're almost getting to the 12-month low. There's only a couple other times it was this low in the past. It's the wrong type of Airbnb record. It just hit an update record, 2-3 months ago? Wait till the margin calls happen. The margin calls have already occurred. They're about to close everything out probably, I think, give it till tomorrow. The margin calls are already in place. That's without a doubt, depending on what it was. Remember, it takes 3 to 5 business days for you to cover the call. So they have, depending on your cash position, your broker will either require it immediately or not. But, especially in this market, they may give it some time. And then as your other positions change, it messes up a lot of other things. Yeah, if anything, margin was really Friday. You got like one more day left of the margin calls, I would say. Baba's coming down now. JD. The other Babas won't move, though. These are still staying 30%. The old Facebook leaps, those came back a decent amount today. And I got these old Intels. I might need to get out of those. When does Intel report? Ooh, January 26th. I might end up holding that one. FXY, those came 50. Everything else, clobbered calls. PSTG halted, partnering with Facebook. Pure Storage. Is this a REIT? Wait, is PSTG a REIT? No, I'm tripping. It looked like IRM's chart. Kathy Woods play. So again, SPY held up there even though a lot of other names are kind of hitting the lows right now. There's no way Pow Pow will pour more gasoline. He has before, again, and he has walked it back. I mean, right now it's hard to say. We don't even know how Powell feels about this. And again, a day like today, the conversation is definitely changed. I mean, they're going to meet up tomorrow before the Wednesday announcement. But, I mean, this just changed the conversation for Powell. I mean, it has to. But that's why we're going to see what he comes in with. But we are starting to slip again. Ford is on the low. GM, even Amazon now, they're all coming back down. So, again, the bounce held up for a little bit, but more new lows on all of those. Dude, this is hideous. Hideous. Visa low. SPY hitting down 423. So watch, another point flush could happen. Just wait for 421 or 422. 422.31. I think that is the exact number we're looking for. But that would be the bottom there in July. That one barely hit. I think that will be the bottom of the day. But this velocity is very, very aggressive. Let's see. Uber 33.7. Airbnb 137. Regardless, we still have Ukraine, Russia. I think we'll get over that one, but again, it depends what Biden does, though. If Biden acts a fool, then that he could turn the Ukraine-Russia should really be somewhat of a non-event. But if he goes and deploys troops there, I mean, remember Afghanistan? I mean, it's just not the last. The last thing I'd want to see is a reverse Afghanistan, essentially. That would be the worst. Again, if he goes and he starts sending people, again, imagine if you couldn't pull out the right way. Imagine if you wanted to now enter a new area and actually go about rallying allies and sending stuff. That is the negative that happened here today. Again, the Russia stuff, that was the primary focus this morning, was the fact that we were, talking about even selling soldiers. It's wild to send soldiers. Let's see. See, bro, even the Amazon, bro, the Amazons or the Teslas went up 60% already. Jeez, this is wild. Lucid's on the low. Now this morning got 2 calls. Lady Reverse, Josh, man, I love you anyways. God bless you. Waiting on PHILO, trivia, Biden voice. Don't worry, low ticker is here now, 422.50. We're about to hit that point, but that was on a big sell-off right there. Watch out now. That one, it got a little bit of gas. Again, look at the volume ever since we had that bounce here. I think even volume right now is already at 100 million, and we are not even at the 3rd hour, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely wicked right now. Again, 422.41. Again, anything below 421 or 422.30, I think that's pretty much your breaking point. Yeah, you're right here right now. 422.30, 422.19. It's just right there. Again, this was the first drop there. I mean, if you really capitulate, you go down to 415, but we'll see what happens. But right here, I don't know if we should get a bounce or something. That was, oh my gosh, that was disgusting. What did those go for? Woo! No, it's going down. Bro, this thing is it's plummeting. Even Tesla's about to go back down 10%. Apple is down 4. I think Microsoft down 6. Microsoft has not been down 6% in a year. So Warren Buffett versus Cathie Wood. No other the Meta supercomputer. No other news right now. This is just everyone reacting here to the downside. Again, a little bit crazy. 422.20. Again, you're already at 100 million in volume. All your big names are moving. TLT is not moved at all. Sugar going down, swinging. Being number one with a bullet. So again, this is that candle. So we should bounce right here at the very least. But watch how the market takes it. I mean, it could easily flush again. I mean, things are looking pretty paranoid here for now. So just keep that in mind. But this is that level I'm talking about. The fact that it's hit there within, what, 30, 45 minutes? It's wild. Again, only 9:15, and volume is already above 100 million right now. Again, the only other news that came across was the Facebook stuff. And amid the excitement, there's appeals. Again, they're comparing Cathie Woods to Berkshire right now. That's it. Dow is down more than 1,000 points right now. You haven't seen that in a long time. So there's Baba at the low, 422.20. We haven't fully bounced in. UVXY is rocketing up right now. Bro, this is hideous. I'm trying to see here. I don't know if I'm going to make any of these free. Bro, 421.90. You're lower than July. You are lower than July right now. Again, UVXY is the only fear asset mover. And again, dollar and TLT have stayed very pinned. This has been a pure sell-off since European close right now. BAC dumping, Morgan Stanley even, Facebook, they're all coming down 421.88. The NASDAQ is down 4.65. SPY is down 3.7. And then Dow Jones is down 3% right now. So everything is down 3%, including the Dow. The VIX is green. It is. Let me see. Boeing. That one ended up coming down even more. Tesla's about to hit another low. Jeez, bro. There's Tesla, 853, 421.64. SPY is down 3.8. SPY's about to go down 4%. I haven't seen a 4% move since 2020 on the S&P at the least. I mean, NASDAQ maybe, but even then, you're almost down 5% on the NASDAQ right now. Hemorrhaging, indeed. Indeed. That's why, I mean, I'm looking even at some calls. I'm watching some of the puts. Again, I can hold some of them, but I do want to make a couple of them free here. Again, we still have the earnings. At some point, this might even start to price in the whole entire earnings. But you're down now 420. Bro, it's buttering through all of these ranges. I mean, we may need a circuit breaker at this point. It's starting to look full-blown. I mean, again, the next level is 415, but I really don't know if it will actually hit that, which is crazy. Okay, I sold 2 of the 3 Teslas. Those were the new ones. I sold them. I made that pretty much free now. Regen came down on the news. So SPY, a little bit of a bounce there. Yeah, Regen had a little bit of a pop and lock and then started to fall with the market. Whoa. Look at that, SPY. 421.44. Again, I got rid of those. The XOMs finally started to go up. The Amazons went up 58%. Those are already clapped. Those are already crazy, but that bounce didn't really help. We might come down here again. IBM puts from earnings. Those are up 155 now. They end up dropping 3 coming into earnings. That's wild. Variance. This surprisingly has nothing to do with anything COVID related. Again, this is all Powell. This all just has to do with money and how people are expecting some things to play out here. It's coming down again, bro. This thing's getting crazy. It's 9:30. Okay, I sold out of the IBM. That was 150%. That was just from this morning pre-earnings play, but that's a very good pre-earnings. I'm out of it now. I should have probably kept one, if anything. But that's a wild pre-earnings play to get 150 in the first 2 hours, hour and a half. So again, we still need a bounce from here. I still think we could go lower, even though I'm trimming some of the puts. Again, this is the game of musical chairs. So we still got the Teslas. We got one Tesla, the XOM, the Babas. And I think those are the only other remaining ones from today. If we do get a wicked bounce, that will be the time to play the put here now too. When do you seek the IBM? We got that one in the morning there, just literally right at open pre-earnings. Again, IBM reports today. The MRK puts, they're light. They have it. They're the same price. I bought them at 6. They're just holding up 7 on the ask. All right, I need to try it. Let me see. Okay, I made another trade. Did I get that out? Yeah. I have one old Intel put. It's a storm, baby. But God is good. Don't worry. So I made a trade. You're going to think I'm psychotic, but I like it. I'm down with it. Do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Airbnb leap for 2024 at the money. So, again, I was waiting for my deposit, but I'm like, all right, I'll just take a leap instead, and then that could leave me some money open for value. How much on the first leap? I think it's down like 30% on the first leap. Today, I'm overall killed. I'm at least like 7 to 10 grand on every account. The Robinhood just fell below 100 grand. So remember, 140 was like our baseline level, but I haven't seen 100 grand on this account since not even like 2020. Literally, this account hasn't gone below 100 since 2020. Ford, IBM, a couple things still coming down. Am I worried about premium being jacked up? I am. It does put that as like a break even at like 170. But I mean, at the very least, though, all the leaps haven't been this cheap in a while. But I am worried about it for sure. But there's just going to be a degree of variance with everything. UVXY on the high again. You were coming right back down. Bro, those Teslas, I just sold them at 3.6. Okay, I was like, damn, they keep going up. The Teslas are still 100. The XOMs are now up there too. The Amazon 65%. But those are the only, I mean, I need a bounce before if I'm going to take anything else here on the put side. We need something, but it's still full-blown, just you're hitting every single level right now. 420.6. Low ticker's picking up, everything speeding up, even Boeing now on the low side again. Let's see, the Babas, I don't know why those haven't moved. The old Intel puts came back up. Those are just random puts that came back to life. FXY. Let's see. 421.12. We'll see if it bounces at all. Google puts, what do you think? They could be, but Google has really, really wide spreads. I would either go for Facebook or Snap, honestly. So, again, we tested that low there. It's messing around, but it looks like it wants to butter. So, just be careful. Again, you're down 4.75 on the NASDAQ, 3.9 on the S&P, and 3.2 on the Dow, which is just all of this is just wild to even say. Circuit breaker, I mean, at like 7% at this point. I mean, I'd see if they do any sort of SSR or even like limit down. Again, I know 3.5 across all the indexes usually triggers something.
Y'all gave me some different feedback, but I'm just going to keep my eyes open for that just in case. If every index goes down 3.5, I mean, that will, in its own little respective ways, its own little limit. So let's see how it plays out from here. But again, the fear within the market today, it's full blown. Again, we've broken many key levels. We're already testing. I mean, the 100-day chart is hideous. The 100-day chart looks like it's damn, I don't even know. It looks like Peloton. Again, you're already back to some of these levels, and now you're at the peak volatility of like May and June, and this now makes some sense because this was the last time the rates were like even at a crazier level. TBT. And it'll bounce now. It might. We'll see. That chart is hilarious. That chart's ugly. Like, that chart's ugly, man. I might be down with some of those. I told you to sell your lawn to him. Bahu, you 2 hours late, man. 3 hours. It's okay, Bahu. It's okay. We figured out your secret. I say, remember, he has to come in. He has to say something negative, get our attention. He makes us know that he's awake. But like 3 hours, bro? Come on. Mm. It's only 25 days. But do I really need 50 days? You know what I'm saying? Mm. I feel like I'm going to buy this play and they're going to scam me. It's so quiet. I think, I'm hunting for a lot of plays today. It's just, dude, today compared to Friday, just a whole lot harder in terms of finding the right puts and whatnot. Because, again, remember, we played a lot on Friday, but, like, they were up 50%. A lot of plays today went up, like, 200%. I got one now that I'm looking at, but it's expensive. And it didn't really move much during. Why is TrueCar green? I guess we'll never know. Sell-off deepens with PMI adding to recession signals. Risk-off sentiment. SPY coming down again, though. Watch out here again. All the other plays are still kind of holding. Tesla looked like it wanted to fight there. Again, Apple. Microsoft bounced a little bit better. Walmart. Even HD came down. Altria. So SPY's fighting there a little bit. SG. Sweet greens. Let's see, Airbnb still guttered. KSS, is it still holding? No, KSS is starting to slip. Pause to say no rate change to save market. Otherwise, I get daily puts on Wednesday. Yeah, it'll be crazy. Again, that's what I'm expecting from Wednesday. It's going to be one of those days where whether he says something or not, it's going to create a trend, and I think we'll be able to play it pretty straightforward. I say this goes lower. I mean, this is the point. If anything is going to happen, it's going to be right here. Are getting calls for the bank stocks. And no, I don't have any. I only grabbed an Airbnb call. I grabbed a Tesla call on Friday, and those ones surprisingly held up. I mean, earnings plays are going to be the focus. It's really just tough to say right here. Josh, do you think the world is going to end? No, Colt Real Estate. I think it's good. Actually, with your name, Colt, I think real estate is going to be the safe haven. I honestly think everything that's gone on, even though we haven't had anything confirmed, I think what this is going to do here with real estate is going to make it go through the roof even more. So I don't think the world is going to end. If not, I'm hedged with the love of our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. You know, I'll be like, yo, God, man, yo, I gonna end the world. I'll be like, yo, I did PHILO every day, bro. We got like a couple of thousand people reading Proverbs, man. I'm like, come on, don't hit me. I could take 20% down in 2 weeks and then like dropping 70% on crypto. I can handle that, Lord. But if the world, man, if my Bible Jesus hedge don't work, man, in the world, I'll be like, this is crazy, bro. Frizzle real estate, baby. Horn. Oh, yes. Don't worry, baby. Bring it home. All right. There you go. Feel me? Okay, they feel me. They feel me. I need to go pee. I'm not checking the Coinbase till 2030. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Everyone is quiet. Everyone's ready to go. This play is going to be really risky. I could get clapped on it. And again, don't get too crazy, but I like this better than not because if you've seen how I've played the other ones, at the very least, I'm a little further out the money. But this time around, at least we're getting it cheaper than not. So we'll see if we get any volatility. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went for March TBT calls. So I'm actually going for rates. Essentially, pretty much the market is at the levels that last time TLT was here or not. So again, we got the little drawdown. It's came back up, but if it does kind of flip, I mean, I think we have some upside. Like I said, more inflation, TLT goes down, policy error, TLT goes up. So if anything, I would make more. I want pretty much, it's like if Powell doubles down, this play will save us on TLT. If not, and he doubles up, it's going to be, I'll at least make money back on the shares and equity. That's kind of how I'm viewing it. But at the very least, this is cheaper. Pretty much the TBT and TLT is now cheaper than any time we've played it from the beginning of the year. So remember when I played this move and I made 100%? Essentially, the calls are now cheaper here than not. I went with March, so it has a decent amount of time. I did go far out the money. They're very the contracts are weird. I'm a little further than not. If you've ever played TBT, you want to get closer to the money. So that's it. You can buy both ways on TBT, but then I think let me check the puts. I don't think those are at pretty much the same price. So you're still paying a certain level for them there. But again, this is pretty much playing for the Fed. And that's why I think at the very least, the volatility on some of the plays have dropped. So hopefully by Fed timing, it should get a little bit of kind of like a pre-earnings run up. We'll see. So I would want to quick flip it, but again, it does cover earnings, so we'll see. We were at 420 in April. Yeah, exactly, but the bonds were a lot higher. So again, we were at these levels or this is like June, July, but we were at these levels, but the bonds were probably a whole nother, tenth of a point, 15th down. Selling begets robot selling. Selling begetting selling in algorithmic sell programs triggered by prices hitting certain thresholds. Net logic, not logic. Exaggerate flows from hedge funds as they attempt to inflict playing on the most crowded trades. Sales from robots have been very large and most consistent since the market pandemic started. Fast money has been the main seller in stock futures today while buyers are absent. Futures desk reports. So here's the uptick and downticks for today. You could kind of get an idea. This is the most you've seen and almost the most in the whole entire year of 2021. Again, this is comparable to March, June, and September there when we had a lot more volatility. So let's see how this comes down. Where's Tesla? Get up Apple. I can't believe those are still holding. Nightblock, clap me. Tesla, Apple's holding. I mean, we're staying pin here. 9:41, 20 minutes here. We're going to see SPY flush to 415 if we break 420. Yeah. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. Like pretty much every range that I've said has been possible and it drops, it has happened. So I just don't. It doesn't mean it has to magnet down there, but pretty much it's liable and the odds of today are pretty much higher than not. But if we do bounce from here, this could very well be a shorter term bottom here. As this is you've already flushed a whole nother 10 points down to this. Again, we were at 430 just about an hour and a half ago. So that is the key. Buy my mom's house, better do seller finance or go through bank. Everyone, and thanks God bless the Colt, Josh Mods, Vets, everyone. It's up to you guys, whatever you think is the best. I mean, seller finance wouldn't show up on your credit, so then you could go get another loan. But at the same time, if she sells it to you at a good price, you might be able to do a FHA loan. But at the end of the day, if you take out a loan, the bank will give your mom money. So then you just owe the bank money. Your mom will have the money. You see what I'm saying? So it might be good, especially if you're worried about the economic certainty here. But other than that, I prefer seller financing. So it's kind of, I think they're 50-50. See which one would affect your opportunities in the future. You know what I'm saying? See if the one will get in the way of the other or not. So Tesla, kind of a couple bounces here. So the XOMs are up 17%. Man, what a day. The Amazons, what? The Amazons are up 93%. Is Amazon flush or something, or is that just the spreads? All right, I sold one of the Amazons. I made that free. So I literally got my initial investment back for the weekly on that one. So I bought 2 of them at 280 and I just got 280 back. Big money wants to punish Powell. I agree, but not policy error. They're just, I think they want him to keep it low. It's honestly very hard to say, but point is, I mean, Powell will probably respond to this, but this is definitely there's a lot of stuff. BTC green for the day. So here it is. Your Chad memesters have already came in. Are you winning, son? No, I lost half my net worth. Amen. 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 Shout out to the beginning of the year. It's only January. Only January. So, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We post all the long-term portfolios, and surprisingly, it's still up. Even in the midst of all of this, the long-terms are still up. Okay, so we post all of the portfolios on the Instagram. Check it out. We love all of you. I'm going to go pee real quick. Say something positive in the chat. Get locked and loaded. It is still early, and we got a lot of times. Today's going to be crazy. Some of you guys are even reporting technical issues. Someone just said credit cards are down. I had a couple mortgage people. They sent me emails. Some of the mortgage systems have even fallen offline here, so we'll see. Maybe this gets a little crazier, but market is at least bouncing. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want it to be negative, positive. Just how have you been doing lately, you know? Maybe you could share some stories in here, say what's up, but it's all peace and love. And tell me, who's still holding the long term? That's what I want to see in the chat. Team long term versus team no long term. Let's see what you got. Hold on, though. I need a pee. Oh, yeah. I'm in a cup. Oh yeah. If you follow me on Instagram, don't fall for the scammer. I'm not selling. Let's see. You added 40K to the long term. Okay. Is anyone doubling down? Who's holding the long term? Who quit? This is scary though. I can see why, but at the end of the day, oh man, it's gonna be we got like 11 more months of this shit. Me, you holding me, Hado, I'm holding. There you go. Look at the chat, baby. Y'all don't play around. Oh, they understand the mission. They understand the goal. Oh, they've been through this storm, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Because that's what I said on Friday, man. I said, I don't care who it is, anybody in here. I mean, people talk about this person, that person, these rooms, people panicking, man. All I can say is that the biggest travesty would be if 10 years from now, 5 years from now, a lot of these people, all of the new investors who got into, again, it was a 2020 year for investing, for amount of new investors. It would be a travesty if people ended up, walking away, not owning any stocks in the middle of all this. So don't forget some of the good quality. I'm glad to see a lot of people holding in on it. I'm not fucking leaving. Let's go, baby. So keep it up. Keep it up. Don't worry. Don't worry. I understood the assignment. Slow and steady, too. And again, make sure we get some value in there. Again, I keep bringing up the 1970s chart, but, people don't really, I don't think they get this one as much. Again, here's the 1970s, right? This was that 50% decline. You saw big drops and big pops. So even then, it went from 104 down to 70. It lost 30%, right, in the 70s. And then it shot right back up to 118, and then it dropped another 50%, right? And then we start getting into the 80s. So literally the top of 1972, you didn't get back there till 1980. So this is where growth kind of sucked, but you have to think about it. This is why you have the dividends. Imagine if you were buying dividends in value, some of you already have 3 years under your belt. What's going to happen over 10 years? If you were getting a 10% yield, you literally got 100% of your investment back, and then it goes from there, my friends. So again, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. This was historically a very anomaly of a decade too. So if anything, we probably may see something better than 1970. So do not worry. Do not worry, my friends. Best speculative long-term, I would say value. Value is probably the best way to speculate right now. Or, again, there's a couple of growth stocks. I mean, I just bought an Airbnb Leap, so I'm still down with some of them, but you just got to keep some of that other stuff in mind. Bought some gold. Do not worry. It will not add 1 second to your life. I lost 3 years of gains in 2 months. And again, the longer you hold, the less risky it becomes. I mean, if you're losing gains, great. I mean, but some people, like I'm saying, some people started investing late 2020, 2021. I mean, some people lost years of working, not necessarily gains. So that's why whenever we do get the upside, we will see what happens. I lost nothing thanks to options. That's what Bahu said. And I know Bahu did not lose any sleep either. Amen. Amen. We love you, baby. God bless you. Hairline long. Hairline long. Apple. Microsoftian. KBH actually went up. All right, things kind of chilled out there. You're getting the first move for the most part. Posture, hairline, Airbnb kind of. Let's see if everything comes back. We have a long range. You're at least back to 424, which isn't us breaking and trying to test the what's it called, that other low, but you're down over 10% right now on the S&P still. Again, NASDAQ is still 3.7. So even in these last couple of hours, you spent hours below 3%. Bitcoin 6% in an hour. Yeah, it's back up to 35. Oh yeah, Bitcoin launched. Bitcoin just rocketed off the bottom. So did Ethereum. Ethereum $100 in 20 minutes. Same thing, Bitcoin $1,000 or so in 20 minutes. We might bounce back green. We may. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know though. We need a lot of activity. A lot of activity. The Baba is still holding. Man, what a day. What an absolute day. Okay, I sold the Neo puts for March, 177%. Remember, we had them during the last time. I got out of those now. Troy dropped some positive news while I was peeing. What do we get? Good news would be good. Good Ukraine. We'd love. They want you to sell the long term. Don't give it to them. It's your money, and you need cash now. What news? I don't know. They said you posted something positive. XO, you're saying we haven't had risk on yet. SPY down 20%. Like full risk off again, hitting every other industry. But essentially, after Powell, we'll really see what's going to happen there. But pretty much in the whole month, as the S&P dropped 20%, oil's gone up. So again, this is why I went for the play there. And again, I sold oil around a couple days ago up here, so I was expecting a decline with it. But even on a day like today, with oil being the strongest industry, if all the other puts are up 200%, I'm going to take it. But even then, with any of the plays I make now, I really wouldn't even look too much into them, because it's either you're going to take the play or not. That's it. Everything is shitty. Again, it's like Friday was shitty. And even today is way shittier, just because we woke up and the put premiums were already jacked up. So in my mind, I'm just going for something I think with the less premium, the thing that's outperformed the most is the only plan I could bring up right now. I still have Longeveron. Yeah, we still got the free ones. After seeing the market, I see Powell say it looks like inflation is coming down faster. I now expect to only raise interest rates twice. I hope. He should pivot. Again, in December 2018, he didn't pivot till afterwards. That's the scary part. So remember 2018, Powell let this happen, and then the market started to really capitulate after the Fed meeting. He kind of held it, but then it was a post-Fed meeting where he kind of did the pivot. So again, this is big, though. They went from, 295 to 270. That was almost 10% down there. But then it started to really flush after the Fed meeting. So we will see. That's why, depending on what he says on Friday, I mean, it could have a lot. And that's when we did TLT play. That was in 2019, actually. So I'm talking 2018, first ever talking about the 2019 first TLT was when they first raised it. So that one was that was when they first cut the rates. Right here was the first TLT around like August 2019. There was a drop too, though, very similar. But I'm talking 2018, like real the first repo crisis. Where essentially, remember, this was when they announced the balance sheet reduction, essentially, or what they were going to do. But then he ended up pulling back on all of it. But SPYs came back up to VWAP. It's looking a little better than not, so that's at least good. Yeah, most cryptos are starting to pop. A couple, I mean, this would be great. Some things are moving there off the bottom. Let's see. Wait, what? Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, why won't that film me, man? Okay, I made play. I made play. Very risky play. Man is very the man's crazy, you know? How many I get? 15? Recap on the TBT. The TBT is just literally getting back into a bond play, now cheaper than the first TBT. And the fact is, last time S&P, tech, or anything was down here, the bond yields were several basis points higher. So again, with Powell, I'm taking it as pretty much a Powell type play. But not a recommendation. Do not trade. You will lose money on this one. This one's very, very risky, especially since it moved up, but the premium didn't really move too much. But I went for an Apple call for next week as a pre-earnings play and even a sympathy to Microsoft. So Microsoft reports tomorrow, and then Apple is on Thursday. So I'm saying if we get a little bit of a chill out, I want a little bit of short-term calls. And these calls were going for like double or triple in the morning. So very, very risky. I'm down with it. Thought I would take it. We'll go from there. Tesla plumping. What is that? What does plumping mean, my friend? Oh, Romeo. Oh, Romeo. Good morning, baby. God bless you. Good to see that name. How much time? I grabbed it next week, February 8th. Super risky. I mean, again, it's a super risky play. If we get any upside, we'll benefit off of it. If not, I mean, I think it's already kind of hit a floor, but we'll see what happens with it. But the idea is it's playing pre-earnings. So, again, you're going to get Microsoft earnings and then Apple. So, depending on how it plays out, it could be good. Remember, Apple was the safe haven. So, I mean, if it can come back to life, that'd be great. The plump is real. Google, the spreads are just wide as hell. It's hard. Like Apple, you could play like cheap contracts. Again, it just moved down so much. It's crazy because like 182 a couple weeks ago seemed like a very, very good price, but now it's like that's far out the money. So there's just been a lot of movement. Tesla is rocketing back up now. Again, the put we got today is only up 45%. We sold out at 100%, or just under. The XOM's chilled out now, so some of the puts are chilling out. The Amazons are back up to 60%. We'll see. Tesla. The BABA is still 30. The BABAs came down to 20%. So this killed some of the put premiums. Watch out there. So even if you want to get, so some of the plays we have, some are still up, but this actually did slow down some of the volatility. Marvel, JP Morgan, Venom, and Amgen, CNBC final plays. I'd watch JP Morgan, see if it gets the banks up. SIG Jewelry. Yeah, they've been on the tear. Tesla all over. Apple still coming down. I loaded the dip. Pray for me, Colt. Either way, as long as you judge the dip with appropriate time, in the sense that, you know, you'll see there's pretty much after you make any purchase, there's more likely to be fluctuations, right? So it's like, when are you going to look back to analyze the performance? Again, usually people use 1 week, 30 days, 3 months, and then 1 year. But equity for the long term. I only got to walk away with the leap. I need my long-term deposit to hit. SPY's still moving pretty active around here. Are we still down 4? 3.4, still 3%. SPY fell below 3%, it's 2.98. Dow at 2.5. This is nothing. Some stocks are down 80%. Yeah, that's why a lot of the damage has already happened beneath the surface. I mean, that was like easily like a lot of damage beneath the surface. But now that's why the earnings are going to be so pivotal here. Because if the earnings come in and they are bad, I mean, that's going to bring the ones that are only down 10, 20%. They're really going to come down. But other than that, though, if it ends up being positive, I mean, it could help a little bit. So we'll see. I did not sell the MRK puts. They didn't really move. They're still even like holding. I could sell out at break even on the bid. Circuit breaker at 10-minute would be crazy. Procter Gamble, CLX, Kimberly Clark. Some of the value plays are selling off here, so watch. You need tech to come up here. Otherwise, if value starts selling off, everything could come down again. Again, value is already down, but some of them are taking why is it Kimberly Clark, Procter Gamble? What the hell is this? They're all starting to sell a little bit harder right there. Even CLX at the low. Yeah, even Altria is hitting a low. They're down 2.6. HSY, Pepsi. Yeah, they're all the value plays. So tech might come up here. Just watch. If it would make sense. It would make sense, but if tech ends up coming down and all these start slipping, it could get a little bit uglier here. But right now, I mean, we're early on it. There's some signals of a little mini rotation now. If again they're selling off some of these big value leaders right now, and it looks like tech is getting the bid. So look at there's Amazon, there's Tesla. So yeah, watch some of the value plays there if they keep going down, or just see if tech confirms. Need some strong PHILOs. Oh, we got PHILO, actually. I got a good PHILO for you. This is a crazy day. Facebook, yeah. So watch out. I mean, again, look at the low ticker now is just all the value names that held up. But then, we got some room there on the other tech stocks. So let's see. Macy's is up. They're not really value. That was a leader today with Kohl's. So that was some of the good ones. Should I sell my stove to buy stocks? How fast can you sell your stove? Like, do you got it on Facebook Marketplace ready to go and someone's like, yo, I'll buy it right now, cash in hand, they're ready to haul it off? Or, like, would you have to, like, list it? And, like, what's the time frame on that? You know what I'm saying? Because I think I could give you a better answer depending on if it's ready to go or not. Because otherwise, that's an interesting question without no real serious plan to cut the stove, you know? IBM options imply 8% move. We hit that this morning. I sold out of the 150, 200% on a pre-earnings run-up play is wild. Stoves are hot items, man. They are actually, bro. Like, no pun intended. It really is. Appliances are wild. That's the longest, if I want to, for the house flip I'm working on, that's going to be the hardest thing to get right now, is a stove and fridge. The appliances are what kills you. I think that's my favorite comment of the day. So Spy's chilling out. Let me go get a carbo. Please hold. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Floor price on stoves. You had too many rocket ships, but that comment was funny. It's okay. We love you. What's the replacement cost? We'll see. I'm not going to be in the area. But I don't know. I should say Mr. Hits. I should give it to Mr. Hits, actually, if he wants to work on it. I have a flip in the Bay Area now, Mr. Hits. I'm in your hood. But I'm gonna see if I could try to make it like updates like Lending Tips has. So there it is. Apple's starting to move. It looks like tech. Even Abivai's actually catching some of that bid, which is quite interesting. Where is it? It is in it's a good area. It's right next to It's in the nicer part, but it's not East Palo Alto. It's not East Palo Alto, but it's next to Facebook. That's why I wanted to live there for a little, and every time I got an imposter account, I was just going to walk down the street to Facebook's area and just walk to their headquarters and just be like, yo, man, can y'all fix this? So East Palo Alto, nah, it's not there. You'll see it. You'll see it, baby. It's nice. It's that's why again I sold out the Bitcoin, but only my YouTube Bitcoin account, but I did that just because it's like, I mean, it's tech area. It's not really, they got an interesting supply-demand dynamic going on there. Russia tensions. Experts believe a full-scale invasion is the latest in the likely of possible outcomes. Again, I like the China news. Pretty much they're saying that Putin, out of respect for Xi Jinping, he's not going to go into, dude, what the hell? The Apple contracts aren't moving off of that. Interesting. Some of the contracts aren't moving there. Yeah, we're at VWAP now, which is huge. Again, this is only 2.7 now, which is still big, but we were down 4.7 at one point. You've recovered 2% on the NASDAQ so far. Dollar Tree's on the high, Domino's. So some of the values that are leading are running. Again, HD was kind of one of those names too. Oh, where is it? No. Amazon the 3rd. HD's February 22nd. Oh, that's bunk. Fake rally. You saw, I mean, it would only be fake if it comes down just because now it costs you value stocks to go up. It's the Roblox 70 for this week and 75 for earnings, a hold through earnings. I'm actually not opposed to that play at all. I was looking at those earlier. Roblox already bounced. Damn. Roblox bounced big. It's only down 5 now, but it's still overall clapped. Yeah, Roblo is actually getting a lot of steam on that. So a lot of things are starting to move right now. Again, look at the high ticker. Some of the value names or even the growth names are going up there. Yeah, a lot of them are starting to move. I'm not as clapped anymore. So there's some positive in this. If we can't break VWAP, we're coming back down. I would see, but watch for the dance. Watch for a slight break and then just see how we are at this move, essentially. This is European close, though. Don't get it twisted also. So ironically enough, your VWAP right here is European close. UUP, very slight downtick. Shorts are covering. Eventually, there will be a need for it. But again, I mean, the level of catalyst that you have this week is bar none. You haven't seen this much in a while. So here it is. Into Powell. We need Powell. We need him. We need Powell to do something crazy. You got the AG calls too. I'm getting in gold or silver. A lot of silver. Gold, I mean, it might move up there with the dollar. I'm still waiting. If anything, I got puts on oil for the short term. And then if oil really flushes, I'm going to treat oil as my gold, essentially. Really liking Starbucks. Decent. I mean, it should go a little bit lower. I thought it was going to after that one sell-off, but it's good for now. A lot of things rocketed up right there. So we'll see. Again, honestly, too, I mean, this might be your moment if you want to grab any of the puts now. Again, like we were saying, they're still expensive as shit, though. It's not even like fun. Again, they've came down a little bit Pretty much they're back. Every single put from this morning is still up, but some are like break even, like XOM, but that one was a leader play. So it's really, really difficult right here. Buy the dip, buy the whole thing. A rush for safety prompts torrent of 2-year auction demand. Today's equity mayhem was prompted a demand for safe assets, and suddenly 1% or so on a 2-year doesn't seem so bad. As much as today's 2-year auction stopped at 0.99, a little over a basis point through when it was issued, demand was strong. Bid to cover 2.81, the highest of a 2-year sale since April 2020. Indirect bidders bought 66% of the auction. That's crazy. That's the highest ratio since June 2009. That crowded out directs, who bought at 9.4 at the offering, the lowest ratio in nearly 2 years. Dealer takedown at 24.6 was somewhat below average as well. All told, it's a reasonable sign of premium that some investors are placing on safety at the moment. That's a big fear indicator right there. Again, pretty much the 2-year bond, people are paying mad demand for the 2-year, huh? So there's Microsoft, Amazon. This is the second leg. We're getting above VWAP. Volume is through the roof right now, you guys. Again, you're at 10 a.m. at 134 million. So we'll see how this one plays out through here. Roblo coming back from what, 60 to 65. Even Airbnb, 136 to 140. Amazon's moving really, really nice up there. Again, the puts are still up, though, but they're up 45%. Again, we sold out at 100. But let's see here. The volume spike. It's a lot of volume, dude. 130 million by 10 a.m. is ridiculous. The margin calls got closed out. Now institutions are buying. Could be. Microsoft earnings focus on cloud strength. The earnings preview. Bob Dylan sells song recordings to Sony. There's a couple earnings previews coming out. So there it is. We're coming up through the top here. The XOM puts came to break even, so I might get washed on those. 32% on the Tesla still. So some things are still elevated, but some things are coming back up now. Again, this is just tech getting a bid from after just getting absolutely mollywopped from earlier today. Let's see, you're back up to the middle levels from earlier this morning. Bro, the range is insane. Your 10-point range on the S&P. Your range is top to bottom 5%. So if you go break even, that was a 5% move. If you go positive 2%, it's a 7% move on the day. So, I mean, this is strong though. We're above European close now. You're above VWAP. I would not get too comfortable just yet. Again, I bought a couple calls, but then I'm still holding the puts, and we flipped out a couple of them. So just watch out here, and this is where premiums get crazy. But you're coming back up, but this is just going to be a very, very wide range. So I would look at both sides, calls and puts right now, if you're actively trading. Otherwise, you thank Jesus that your growth calls are coming back up right now, because this is aggressive. It's 2.5%. You just move 2.5% in an hour. That will move contracts. Any good puts? The XOMs, I don't really like those as much. Those are break even. The Amazons they're all still up. Any of the put plays we bought today are still up. So the premium is still there. We need to see when the market comes down and chills out. Zoom scaler on the high. A lot of growth companies are moving now. High ticker is just gassing. Actually gas. Microsoft's only down 2 right now. Amazon's coming up. I sold out of the MSTR puts. So we sold out of, remember, we sold out a bunch of the other of the plays. I'm only holding now anything I didn't sell out of, and then the new one. So I have the Apple calls. I made the Amazons free, but I have one more. I made Tesla free, but I have one more. The Baba put, those are still up. Those one's a new one, but we sold out the other ones. And then that's about it. And then the MRK puts, those just didn't move. So those are the only open plays that I'm still holding here. So SPY is now back above VWAP. Let's just see if this continues or not. red light, green light. Pretty much. This is literally, bro, I'm telling you, the whole stock market is Squid Games. AMC rocketing. Let's see. I want to see Apple come back a little bit harder, but Microsoft went up. Roblo, nice. Even Airbnb. Come on, Airbnb. DraftKings off the bottom. Nvidia. It's the first time I've ever said the name right. But it is going up there. Let's just, bro, if this momentum continues, it's good. But even then, this is hideous. This is just hideous. This range is wide, man. It's you're still below 10% correction. That's the craziest part in all this. So people were buying about 2.5. They were buying 12% down. The Russell higher than opening. Russell is only down 0.79. If Russell could go green first, that will be a positive sign for some of the rotation. Bro, why are the Teslas are still up, man? These scammers. And the Apple calls won't move, surprisingly. They only moved up 1 penny, and they're staying there. I'm ready for PHILO. I got to drink the Carbo, but I don't know. How you think we could get PHILO in this? I think we could, but it's a wild day so far. Facebook running now. This is a pump before. Again, you still have earnings. We still got a lot of... Yeah, Facebook is absolutely killing it. That's a big, big move for them. Those went up. Even Sam's starting to move a little bit. That Intel put came down. The old Babas, I don't know why those aren't giving me... They ain't giving me my money back on those. Yeah, Facebook had the supercomputer move. Yeah, the Airbnb leaps, they already went up. They went up a couple $100. Again, it was a bigger play, but that was a very, very big low. We'll see. Again, I don't feel safe on anything just yet. So I like it. I could benefit if we go back up. It'd be nice to have. I'm going to buy the stuff I like, but even then, the next 48 hours, we still have so many more catalysts, and we still got a couple hours on a very, very high volume day right here. I think some people are closing shorts. Again, I was closing some in the morning, and it was just nutty. I'm back up. Again, I've recovered a lot here even on the day just with that move. Bro, that's crazy. The Tesla calls are about to go up. The Tesla calls are only down 3%, even though the stock's down 5%. Oh, man. That's hideous as well, too. Coin, Etsy, green. Again, a couple things kind of slowing down here now. Back to VWAP. We just had like a 30, 40-minute push right there, so let's see what happens. We're going to dump here. Second bull trap. We will see. Again, even if it was the bull trap, again, this move could make some things cheaper, but it's not that cheap. So pretty much, again, go look at any name right now on the weekly or next week. You're paying the same price as the middle here. So it's not like, again, all the puts we bought are still up for today. So again, like I said, I needed a bounce to buy something, but it's still not too favorable on the contracts. And again, some of the calls are willing to move too, which makes it that much more dramatic to a degree. Premiums even near the money, out the money, it doesn't even matter. They're all gassed up still. So again, I've only taken unfavorable plays. We've been able to ride them, but that's what you got to watch out for here. Unless it's a leader, unless it's like actually up right now, That's the only way I think you're going to get some sort of deal. Oh, 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 O'Reilly Auto Parts. Adobe. Oh, okay. Dollar Tree, Tesco, Ulta. Ulta is still doing good. Disney came back up, bro. Netflix is still down 7%. That is absolutely hideous. Let me pull a Visa chart. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm looking at a play right now. PLM halted, news pending. What's the news? Polymet management. I'm not checking news. I'm looking at some premiums. Nobody knows the news is pending. It's pending. No one knows. That's on CCL. I don't know. I know there's been a lot of back and forth. I kind of like travel. I like certain travel names, but not really transportation travel unless it's like Uber. Nordstrom's up 7. So a couple things coming down here. We gave up VWAP, and again, this is European close as well. Oh, look at those candles. Volume is extremely high here for the day. You're coming below Euro close. We're giving up that gain. Again, the puts are still up. XOM puts have dropped if you want those. But again, they were only up like 20% max at the day. Wild. MBS, bulls trapped. Shots fired at LA. What happened? Many Ukrainians, including the president's office, are happy with the U.S. order. Quite frankly, these Americans are safer in Kyiv than they are in LA. I feel, though. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I made it to LA. Where is Mariah? Pamela? Huh? AMC. Everybody in the AMC. Put your mother hands up and follow me. No. Okay, last play. I keep saying this, but I keep going. Let me see. I'm going to give it a little bit. Play the old Powell. I want the old Jerome. I don't want the old Jerome, bro. Is crazy. Again, it's gonna be great. Again, Wednesday is still the main event. It sucks that like I'm so excited for this week. I've been so hyped. I know that we got Catalyst and all of that, but the thing that keeps blowing my mind is how it's like we are just starting off every week with craziness. So like usually you guys don't remember before the Fed and earnings, there would be like kind of a period where everybody would chill. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I knew this week was going to be crazy, but I did not think we were going to start with a 4.9% debut on the NASDAQ. So it's very, very wild. Let's see. Is it going to chill out from here? Okay, I got failed. I do bad play. It's bad play, but I like it. Because, it's just so bad that it could be good. Does this make sense? You will understand. Powell is going to speak around 2 p.m. Pacific Eastern, or 1 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Pacific. I think, or 1:30 Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific on Wednesday. I get confused with the time frames. What did I play? I might have played myself, so none of this is a recommendation, okay? Do not trade it. You will lose money. I grabbed a Netflix February 4th call out of the money. Kept it small, but the idea, again, post-earnings continuation. I think they're already down like 30-something% at this point. So I think we might get a little bit lucky on that. But like I said, it may not be the best play. But the contracts have definitely just gotten floored today. They were a lot lower, so you still might get clapped on that one. But, I kind of like it for the most part. It's decent. I kept it small, though. Again, these are like just above $100 is what I paid for two contracts. $100 each. But very, very risky. Again, we grabbed the apples, too. I have the Apple play and then that one. And then we still got all the other puts that we didn't take profits on earlier today. Apple Play was calls for next week. Because, again, and that one is kind of a pre-earnings run-up. Just because you have Microsoft first tomorrow, and then you have the big one. I'm writing a cult screenplay. I know what you did last quarter. Earnings continuation will be the sequel. I know what you did last quarter. Dude, he knows I sold. Who told you I sold? It was a bear market. It was a bear market. There was bears everywhere. I know what you did last summer. Oh, man. Aikido announces $3 million per share buyback. Aiki. Is that like Saki's ticker? Let's see. PHILO. Oh, man. I don't know. PHILO's going to be tough right now. PHILO is tough right now. We may have to delay until it really, really chills out. Because I think upside or downside, it's going to get crazy. And this is, it's been a long time since we've had a 5% down day. So PHILO, put PHILO on hold for a little bit. I had the carbo and everything. But it could go either way at this point. Again, I'm very, very locked in. We need it. I'll get to it. We'll see when the market chills. Let's give it another like 20, 30 minutes and see how we play from here. I'm nervous. I'm on the fourth joint of the day. See, that's the funny part now. It's not really, but like, I'm just saying, man, growth got clapped. You better put a budget on the weed, bro. Put a budget on. I'm just saying, if people are telling me today, they're like, Josh, I'm selling out the long term. I'm just saying, if your long term has changed, but your weed budget has not, don't tell me. Just don't tell me. I don't want to, I'm not going to be disappointed in you. I'm just saying, I don't want to, I love you either way, but I'm just saying, what I'm saying? A lot of those, what I'm saying? I'm just saying, bro, it's just, budget's changing around here. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So that's this. It adds up. Mm-mm-mm. I'm selling out the log turb. I'm pulling the shoot. Just again, I hope it changes the weed budget too. But either way, just have something to buy. Again, I mean, the fucked up part is that people like literally, why would you sell off today? Think about it. Why is the market freaking out? It's freaking out because of inflation and what Powell is going to do to stop it, right? Right? So if you're worried about inflation and that's what people are freaking out about, you have to really think about it. It's like the same inflation situation, it still plays out. That's why it's like at the very least, I would look for some good fixed income. Go buy bonds, for crying out loud. There's a reason why people are buying bonds right now. That's why I'm saying it's like, even if you really, that's not a recommendation to go buy bonds. Don't go buy bonds. I'm saying some of you are young. Go get a house. But I'm just saying that it's a little bit, it's like it's a very weird circular argument with what we got here and how to play it. So again, we are going to be getting our long-term deposit, but please, I mean, if you have less than 2 years under your belt, I think the most detrimental thing you could do in the next 10 years is give up on investing, more or less. So, and if you want to sell, I mean, go find something to put it into. 182. Netflix coming back up a little bit. Josh's mood fluctuates with the market. Nah, man. I've been taking my shits as normal. We've been here every day, live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. I'm just giving the pep talk for my people. So it's to make sure that people don't blow the next 5 years over the first month of the year, essentially. It's regular, man. I feel like this pump is the market anticipating Powell delaying the taper. It could really hurt if he does it. It could either way. Again, that Monday has a lot of things on the table, and that's what we're going to see. So it's like leave everything open. But again, like I'm saying, is just that the long term, nothing has changed about that. That's with everything I'm looking at. And even then, some safe havens are emerging. I really think it's not because I've been going head first into it for the last year. It's like I even said this. I said real estate is the move. Again, I made a video in 2020, 2021. I even said stop lying about real estate. All the same YouTube people that you guys are like, oh, people are selling all the furus, this and that. People were saying the same thing about real estate 12 months ago, 18 months ago, and literally real estate has only gone up 20%, and now it's here. Real estate will not crash. I really don't. I don't have that belief. Everything else, I mean, we'll see what happens with policy, but I mean, it's very, very simple. What real estate and the supply-demand dynamic and how it relates. I mean, rates were higher. So people are saying real estate's going to crash when rates go higher. How come? And literally, this was the same time people were saying don't buy real estate in April 2021. Does that sound familiar? Do you remember people saying don't buy real estate in April, May, June? Again, and the rates were higher than where they are at today. New home starts at all-time highs. Exactly. Why? Because supply and demand. You were saying the same thing about stocks 2 months ago? No, I didn't. Again, I was buying the long term, and my long-term plan still exists. I'm going to wait it and space it out. What I was saying 2 months ago was buy value stocks. Again, that's why we bought Abivi at 109. That's why we did buy some growth, at least for the low. Uber, it went down, but we're only down a couple percentage points on it, not 20 or 30%. But we've been saying value and REITs for the last 2 months, 3 months. But before that, again, you could go see all of it. But at the end of the day, real estate is a completely, I think this is where, I mean, if people are selling out crypto, other things, I think the real estate offers that safe haven. So at the end of the day, I mean, call it what you want, but I'm just saying that in this next 11, 12 months, something is going to have to emerge as a leader. And so far you got oil. I think it's dope the entire time I've been here. You never once changed up the main mission, baby. that in and of itself is powerful. And amen. And that's why I like it. And I hope that you guys could like it too, just in the sense that the long-term strategy is not, you could throw anything at me from March 2020 to today. That plan has not changed, and it doesn't change anything. And that's why I'm saying, like, don't let this short-term cloud the longer term. And that's why, I mean, again, history shows itself, and thankfully a good balance of growth and value. That's the key. You know, we never abandoned value. Again, value didn't look so hot last year, but you're seeing it now. And then if you've already been stacking 3-4 years of dividends, I mean, the game plan is still there. So, but that's the key that I like, is that, you know, if you got a plan that could withstand any external, that means it's good. Right? The intrinsic value of the long term and what we're going for, it all still stays there. And that's what I'm saying. The biggest travesty that we will witness is literally what happened in 1970. 1970 brought in a bunch of new investors into the stock market, and then 1972 to 74, you saw that 50% decline. The next 10 years, people didn't want anything to do with stocks. That means the only people who got rich were the big company owners and the people and the boomers who were already holding for that long of a time. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm like, that, like 1972 was a great retail shakeout, and that's what literally a lot of the boomers today that talk shit on stocks and real estate, that was what they were living through. It was a different market it took another 30 years to get hype again. Shopify, what's the news? Shopify is sufficient capacity. Shopify is ripped. That's like 10% down to going back up right now. So that's starting to move right there. The Netflixes have gone up. The Apples are moving a little bit. The Netflix moved more than the Apple. Yeah, Shop is mooning. That was down like 10%. Shop, really good news. So again, second leg here. If we could break out, Shop might be able to hold it. Netflix is coming up. But now we got hella technology. Retail ain't going nowhere this time. It depends. It really, really depends. I mean, give it 6 months of jerking 10, 15% on the markets, and then all of these assets start going down in certain ways, or again, it's just different than what people had. I mean, you already have people saying sell everything and panic before any monetary policy action has actually taken place. So it's like, I mean, I would be surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised to see a very bad taste left in people's mouth from this. But that's why I'm saying, you know, just don't forget what the long term is and the strategy. The strategy is the same regardless of what the market is thrown at us.
Hearing aids from thousands to hundreds of dollars for the millions of Americans suffering from hearing loss. It's becoming cheaper and easier for Americans to fix the things they already own. Following the executive order's support for the right to repair, the FTC will ramp up enforcement actions against illegal repair restrictions. Since then, big firms like Apple and Microsoft voluntarily announced changes to their policies so that consumers can readily repair their own phones and laptops. The Department of Justice, the FTC, and other agencies have increased efforts to challenge or block mergers that would leave customers with fewer choices, higher prices, and lower wages. For example, the Department of Justice blocked an insurance mega merger that would have raised insurance costs for consumers and businesses alike. So this is part of our ongoing effort. I also wanted to share that NATO is launching a significant military training exercise called Neptune Strike 22. This is something my colleague at the Department of Defense updated on Friday, but it will run through February 4th and is designed to demonstrate NATO's high-end maritime strike capabilities. The USS Harry S. Truman Carrier Strike Group will serve as the centerpiece for this military exercise and be placed under NATO operational control. This is the first time since the end of the Cold War that a U.S. Carrier Strike Group has gone under NATO command. And this exercise will help demonstrate the unity.
This is part of it. This is part of the negative developments. Hold up. Watch if the market reacts. But again, that's like the scariest thing that could happen. Yeah, that's very, very big news. That's not good at all. That was part of the early morning drama that we got relating our deployment or potential deployment.
From Russia's aggressive posture towards Ukraine, such exercises help the United States and its allies enhance interoperability and ensure readiness for any threat against NATO. Josh, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jed. 2 subject areas.
Yep.
First, Ukraine and Russia. The president is going to have his meeting with European counterparts. What does he plan to discuss with them, and how does he plan to address the issue of natural gas, given that 40% of EU's natural gas imports come from Russia?
Sure. Well, as we put out just a little bit earlier today in guidance, the President will hold a secure video call with European leaders as part of our close consultation and coordination with our transatlantic allies and partners in response to our shared concerns over Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders. During that conversation, we expect they will discuss diplomacy, deterrence, and defense efforts, and we'll have a readout for you all afterwards. And certainly, a discussion about the pending sanctions, or a discussion of that, we would expect to be part of that as well. But in terms of the impact, I don't have anything more to read out for you on that front.
And then secondly, per the Supreme Court, should race be a factor in college admissions?
Well, this is, I think, in relation, I would expect, to the announcement by the Supreme Court about the decision to take up the affirmative action case this morning. While we're not going to comment on the litigation or for those questions, of course, the Department of Justice, we strongly believe this administration in the benefits of diversity in higher education, and we take very seriously our commitment to advancing equity and equal opportunity for historically underserved populations. That's why on day one, the President signed an executive order launching an ambitious whole-of-government response to center equity throughout the government's work. Throughout the Department of Education, the administration has provided historic investments and support for historically Black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, and minority-serving institutions, such as Hispanic-serving institutions, including nearly $21 billion in cumulative support. And we have moved swiftly to protect students' civil rights and equal opportunity, including by issuing guidance about schools' obligations to investigate and address claims of discrimination and harassment. So, of course, the Department of Justice, they can speak to their view on the litigation.
Watch out, we're starting to slip a little bit. You're holding VWAP nice, but I mean, the high-low ticker is pretty much 50-50.
Well, let me give you a brief update, and I know that my colleague, John Kirby, is going to be briefing shortly in about 45 minutes or so at the Defense Department. We have been consulting with allies in deployments and refining plans for all scenarios. We've always said we would reinforce our allies on the eastern flank, and those conversations and discussions have certainly been part of what our national security officials have been discussing with their counterparts now for several weeks. In fact, we've never ruled out the option of providing additional assistance in advance of an invasion. Those discussions have been ongoing with our partners and Eastern Flank countries. And again, I would expect that my colleague John Kirby would have more of an update on where the process is at this point in time.
So John Kirby will make an announcement about whether or not he's made a decision?
No, I think he will provide an update on where things stand on those discussions.
Okay. So last week, President Biden at the press conference said that the U.S. would fortify NATO allies, but said it was dependent on an invasion, saying that if he would send more troops to Poland, Romania, if Putin did invade Ukraine. So the fact that he's considering this now and having these discussions with Pentagon leaders over the weekend, does that suggest that he believes an invasion is imminent?
We've never actually ruled out providing additional support, assistance to Eastern Flank countries in advance of any invasion. And those discussions with them have been ongoing, and certainly that's been part of our contingency planning.
I guess the question is, it does appear to be a shift in his thinking and his attitude toward it. Is that how you would characterize it?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. We have spoken to the fact that, and we've put out a lot of information about our view of the preparations being made by President Putin and the Russians. While we can't get into the mind of President Putin, we are seeing the preparations that they're making at the border. We have been very clear, and the President has been direct, that military action by Russia could come at any time. He said that last week as well. So we have been in conversations and discussions with Eastern Flank countries. Obviously, our Secretary of State just returned from a trip to Europe as well, and he was part of the discussions this weekend too. And part of that has been contingency planning and discussing what their needs have been.
My last question is, today the President has this call with European leaders. Several of them are on this: UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, NATO, the European Council. Why is Ukraine not on that call this afternoon?
Well, we have a range of conversations with Ukrainians. Obviously, our Secretary of State met with them last week, and they will be a part of many conversations moving forward. As I noted a little bit earlier, part of this is a discussion about deterrence and defense efforts, diplomacy, but certainly they will be a part of many conversations as they have been from the beginning. Go ahead.
Value slipping again, so watch if tech gets another bid here. It's doing the same thing it did about 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. So watch out if that could give us some steam.
Why now?
Well, I wouldn't say we're characterizing it exactly that way. The president has said last week, and we also said that as we've been watching the preparations of President Putin and the Russians, that they were prepared at any moment to take military action. We've also been in ongoing discussions from our Secretary of State to members of our national security team with our Eastern Flank partners about what their needs are and what security concerns they have. So I wouldn't say it's a response to an abrupt moment. It's a part of an ongoing contingency planning process and discussion.
After this weekend, is he more or less concerned about the possibility of a Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Well, he said last week that military action by Russia could come at any time. That remains his point of view.
And there's been clamoring in this town and over in Ukraine for a U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Where do things stand on appointing somebody?
Certainly understand that. I don't have any update on the status at this point in time.
The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry said the decision to draw down the U.S. presence in Kyiv at the embassy was, quote, premature and a manifestation of excess caution. Is this potentially the afterglow of what happened in Afghanistan, concern for that, or is something else more specific prompting people to leave?
Well, I would say that our State Department regularly reviews and assesses what steps need to be taken for the security of our personnel. I would note that the travel advisory was already at a level 4 since back in October. We've also been closely consulting and keeping Ukrainians abreast. I would say this is more akin to the steps we took in Ethiopia and Kazakhstan than any other country or conflict.
One more in Ukraine and then one other quick subject. The House Speaker today has requested a bipartisan all-members briefing on the situation in Ukraine of the White House. Is that something you guys plan to fulfill?
We have been in close consultation with members and leadership from the beginning. I don't have any update on this specifically, but that's been our objective and how we have proceeded. So I'm sure we are working to meet the requests and needs of members.
And based on some news reports, it looks as if at least Jake Sullivan, maybe others, are talking to senior lawmakers about this on a fairly
And we
regular
have been
basis.
for weeks. Mm-hmm.
On another subject, another violent weekend across
So we're
the country.
moving up a little bit more. Get ready. Remember, like 430, 431, that is the 10% mark. So we're below that, but a lot of things are moving. Look at the high-low ticker.
In the realm of police reform or police policy, where do things stand on that? And might
Well,
that be coming soon?
May I address this weekend first, and I will come around to your question, but I think you had a few in there, important ones to address. The events of this weekend are a reminder that law enforcement officers head into harm's way every single day. They and their families make an extraordinary sacrifice for their communities. The president is never going to be satisfied or complacent when officers are being gunned down or when Americans have to worry about whether they can safely ride the subway or bus or even be at work. We've seen a surge in crime. Obviously, this weekend is a glaring example of that, especially gun violence over the last 2 years, and the president has been aggressive in using the tools at our
Tesla
disposal to
calls are
combat
up
that.
from
That's why we
Friday.
took early action
So
on
literally the stock is down 5% and the
it's why he
Tesla
rolled
calls
out a
are now up
comprehensive plan to
5%.
combat
But
crime
you're
last
starting to
summer.
go. We're getting
He
back
also
to the
believes
opening
that
level.
many Americans
Less than
do,
2%
that
on
we
every
can and must
index
have a
now.
criminal
So
justice system
this
that
was a
both
wicked
protects
bounce. It
public
just has to
safety
hold.
and upholds our founding ideals of equal treatment under law. That's why he not only has implemented this comprehensive plan to combat crime, but why he is continuing to advocate for reforms to our policing system. He thinks that we can do both, but I don't have an update on any timings for next step on that. Go ahead.
Thanks. First, on the markets, does the president think it's a big deal that today the Dow Jones is down at one point more than 1,100 points?
Well, to start with, we focus on the trends in the
So you have no
economy,
idea
not
what that
any
even
one
means.
day and any single indicator. Unlike his predecessor, the president does not look at the stock market as a means by which to judge the economy. I would note that the market is up around 15% compared to when President Biden took office. But our measure of success is really how real working families
We
are
don't look
doing.
at that, but
Whether
just in
they
case,
have
here
a
you
little
go.
breathing
Here's a
room,
fun
whether
fact.
they have a job that delivers some dignity and a paycheck that they can support a family on. And we've seen a great deal of progress made on that front.
Thank you. On schools in Virginia, 7 districts representing 350,000 students are suing the state. They're hoping to get a strict mask mandate for students that has been rolled back by the new governor reinstated. So who does the president think knows best for students? School board members or parents?
Well, the president believes that public health officials have the best guidance on what we can all do to protect ourselves, including teachers, administrators, and students. It's always been up to local school districts to determine how they're going to approach what implementation measures they are going to put in place. But here's what we know from public health officials, who are the experts on a pandemic. Studies show that masks reduce transmissions in school. They are a proven tool that helps keep students and teachers safe from COVID, and they can thus help keep schools open and safe. In short, we know it works, and we need every leader to focus on using the tactics we know work to keep our students safe and our schools open. I know you mentioned Virginia, but in Texas, the state is fighting a critical public health measure to protect our children and keep our schools safely open for Head Start communities. Ones that a provision that is requiring masks to keep students and keep communities safe. They're fighting against that. Why is that? I think that has more to do with politics than it does with public health.
But right now in Virginia, the law is, now that there's a new governor, but students should not have to wear masks if their parents say that they don't think they need to wear masks. So if a parent wants to send their kid to school with no mask, should that child be allowed to go to school and be in class?
Again, what we're advising school districts on is to abide by public health guidelines and follow public health guidelines. And it's about keeping an entire community safe. And those are the decisions that are being, that people should focus on making.
And just so that it's crystal clear for anybody watching, you guys think that ultimately in this conflict between school board members and parents, the school board members should have more of a say in what
That's actually not what I said. I think everybody should abide by public health guidelines, not just to keep their own kids safe, but keep their school community safe, whether it's teachers, classmates, administrators, others in schools.
Okay, on crime, to follow up on what Ed was asking about, would you agree that the most important job for any president is to keep Americans safe?
I would agree.
So you said that the president's never satisfied if people don't feel safe. Does he know that after a year in office, people do not feel safe in this country?
Well, Peter, I think if we look at the facts here, we've seen a surge of crime over the last 2 years. Would you agree with that?
So what are you attributing the rise in crime to then?
Well, I think we should be responsible in how we're reporting to the public what the roles are, what the reasons for the surge in crime. Gun violence is a huge reason for the surge in crime. Underfunding of some police departments and their need for additional resources, something the president has advocated for consistently through the course of his career. That's something we know we need to take action on. And it is absolutely true that he will not be satisfied or complacent when officers are being gunned down or when Americans have to worry about whether they can safely ride the subway or bus. That should not be a political issue. He's somebody who has had a long career of many decades of fighting for funding for police departments, for local communities in order to reduce crime.
But he's been here in office for more than a year, and the murder rate is nearing a 25-year high. So why don't we see and hear more from the president about this? We hear all the time about things that you guys are doing to fight the pandemic because that is a risk to American people. A rising murder rate is a risk to American people too, right?
And he has spoken to crime. But I think what people are most focused on, as they should be, are what actions he has taken. He has unveiled a strategy to focus federal law enforcement resources on combating violent crime, offered unprecedented levels of funding through the rescue plan for cities and states to put more cops on the beat and invest in proven community anti-violence programs.
Again, you're right at 10%. You're approaching the opening level of the day. The volume is absolutely epic at 154 million right now. Still got 2 hours left.
He's also proposed doubling those grants, and he's called for an additional $750 million for federal law enforcement. He's announced a zero-tolerance policy for gun dealers who willfully sell illegal guns, and we've launched gun trafficking strike forces in New York and cities across the country. Actions are important here, and he has a long record of them.
But does the president think that any of that is working?
The president thinks you should have a plan to address crime and gun violence. He has one, and we look forward to working with people who support that effort.
But as the murder rate nears a 25-year high, would he consider maybe trying something different?
Trying something other than supporting a massive plus-up in funding from his predecessor, cracking down on gun trafficking and gun violence, which is a major driver of the violence we've seen across the country, working to support community policing programs and police departments across the country. I think most people who want to fight crime would agree that's the right approach.
Why don't they just ban killing people
Thanks, Jen.
and like have Yellen monitor it?
Kirby's briefing later, but
Sure.
just to put a finer point.
Yeah.
Do you have any information about how many troops are under consideration, what the time frame for the president's decision are, the sort of the logistical details of a possible deployment?
I don't have any more details from here other than to convey that we're in close consultation with Eastern flank countries about their security needs. And again, we've always said we would support them. We've never said that that an invasion would be a prerequisite for that.
Do you expect the written response that you're putting together to include any requests or demands from the U.S. side, including, a time
Bro,
frame for
Shopify is up
start
7% now.
from Ukraine forward?
Oh, dude, this
I don't
is
have
wicked.
anything to preview in terms of what a written
So again, there was that
proposal
news
would be.
there. We
I
caught it
would
at
just note, 'cause
0%, but
we've
that's
talked about this a
7%
bit,
right there.
that
That's
written
leading a lot.
proposals have been the
It has
basis
to
of
become an
basically
S&P
every
leader right
agreement
now.
we've ever had with the Russians and many countries around the world. They're a standard part of diplomacy, and they're a format for providing areas where conveying areas where you have concern, and also outlining areas where you can work together. But I don't have anything to preview on what that would look like.
Guess it's not on there.
We
Yeah,
had
I'm
a
like,
chance
what?
last week to talk about one part of the president's press conference where he said
So
he'd
you're
like to
back
be in a
at
position
opening
to-
levels right now, or at least within the
to
first
say that
candle.
China's meeting its commitments and therefore be able to lift some of the tariffs. I'm wondering, when he said that, did he mean making good on the phase one commitments that have already been out there? I know China's not meeting those, or does he mean additional commitments that you'd be asking for from China?
I think he meant he's looking forward to getting some recommendations through the review process that's ongoing.
And then one last one. There was an FBI raid last week on Representative Cuellar, reportedly over his ties to Azerbaijani oil executives. I know you're not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, but do you think that the congressman should step away from his committee assignments or congressional work while this investigation is on?
I'm just not going to have any comment on this at this point. Go ahead.
A couple more on Ukraine, Jen. There's a proposal that's floating in the Duma that would ask Vladimir Putin to recognize the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent. If Putin does that, would you regard that as an escalation?
I have not spoken with our national security team about that. You know our view on the sovereignty of Ukraine, and I don't have any other comment on it though at this point in time.
Okay. Under what circumstances would we evacuate American citizens and diplomats from Ukraine, and can that be done without the U.S. military?
Well, I think the reason that the State Department issued the guidance they did, which again is a standard process that the State Department does regularly with a range of countries where we have security concerns, was to make very clear that American citizens, our recommendation is that U.S. citizens currently in Ukraine consider departing now using commercial or other privately available transportation options, use the online form in our updated travel advisory to tell us their plans so they can best conduct our ongoing contingency planning, and register in STEP to ensure they receive alerts and guidance from the State Department. There is not an intention for there to be a departure or an evacuation.
Yo, you are above open, man. There's no way we just bounce right now.
Leave now.
So get ready.
There's
See
not-
where this
there's
goes
not
from here.
precedent beyond Afghanistan for that to be how it operates.
Got it. And then just more broadly, for years, NATO members have fallen short of their defense spending commitments. Last year, more than 60% of the alliance's 30 members, including half of the Bucharest 9 that are right near Russia there, failed to meet that, their 2% GDP spending commitment. If Europeans aren't willing to expend blood and treasure on their self-defense, why should Americans be expected to do so?
Well, we are continuing to advocate for all members to reach the 2% goal. That has been the president's position since he was the vice president, so for many years now. I would say that we have a sacred obligation under NATO, and we believe it is also in our interest to support our eastern flank countries and their security, and also to be clear about the value we have as Americans, which is that no country should be able to take with force another country as Russia is attempting to do at this point in time.
All right, watch out here, because if we break out above this could be very, very bullish. But again, we still got a lot to make up here. But this volatility is insane. Facebook's running now. They are positive. And a lot of other plays are kind of coming back to life here. So keep an eye out for it. But this is a key level. I mean, we're breaking out from the high of the day. It still leaves a lot of room into no man's land. I mean, you pretty much could go up another 5 points. So we'll see if the ranges exist to the upside. Otherwise, just watch out from where we are here.
Where the sweet spot might be to save as much of that as he can. I think the next day, Senator Manchin was asked if he'd spoken with the president. He said he hadn't yet. Has there been any direct conversation between the president and Senator Manchin since last week?
We're just not going to speak to or confirm any conversations the president has with members of the Senate moving forward.
Broadly, give us a sense when those conversations will sort of ramp up in earnest?
The president's been in touch with a range of senators. We're just not going to outline those or confirm those specifically.
On putting that together and getting it through the Senate with 50 votes, is State of the Union more or less the soft deadline, or is this something that may well extend beyond that?
We haven't set a deadline. I think what our objective is and what the president's objective is to move forward on an effort in Congress and the Senate to lower costs for the American people, do that without raising the deficit, pay for it, make sure we're easing the burden that families have across the country. We need 50 votes to do that, but we have not set a deadline.
Can I just ask you one other thing about infrastructure? You may have seen our story and reporting elsewhere about Republican lawmakers who opposed the bipartisan infrastructure law out in the states over the recess, touting the benefits, taking credit.
All right, so quick drop there. This is a key level. Watch pretty much where we dance. I don't think we'll really flush right back down here, but watch the interplay here to see if we can hold above here, because we got enough time, so keep that in mind.
Is he going to take issue with any of the Republicans who are out there? I mean, is he going to call them out for saying that, they should get credit for something that they opposed, or is he going to let that slide?
Well, I would say we welcome a number of Republicans who voted against the infrastructure bill coming around to recognize the impact on their communities. We've seen this playbook before, so perhaps it shouldn't come as a surprise. And I don't think I can stand up here and rule out what the president is or isn't going to call out moving forward. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen. The president spoke last week about Russia's historic concerns about loss of empire and encirclement. Mm-hmm. So my question is, if we're sending some thousands of U.S. troops to the Baltics or the eastern flank, is there a chance that will increase the risk of war rather than reducing it?
Well, we've had troops in the eastern flank countries for decades.
Right, but it sounds like what's being discussed is sending more right now at a time of real tension.
And we have a sacred obligation to support the security of our eastern flank countries. I think it's important to remember who the aggressor is here. It is not the United States. It is not these eastern flank countries. It is Russia, who has tens of thousands of troops on the border of Ukraine. They have the power to de-escalate. We would certainly welcome that.
And I know both you and the president spoke about little green men, infiltrators into the country. Now that the British have put out intelligence of a possible coup planned by Moscow in Ukraine, how would the U.S. respond if that happened? Would that trigger these same sanctions that we're talking about here?
Well, I'm not going to get into intelligence matters, of course. We've been warning about Russian tactics like this for weeks. Reports of this kind of plotting are deeply concerning. If acted upon, would constitute a severe escalation, and certainly there would be consequences.
And then just one more on the SCAD. I know we've all been anticipating the president's going to hit the road. Is the reason there's nothing on the public schedule these tensions involving Ukraine, or another reason?
I expect we will have some travel very, very soon. We're just looking to finalize the details. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Thanks. Couple of questions. First, a quick housekeeping question.
Sure.
Can you confirm the Qatari Emir will be coming to the White House at the end of the month, and if the discussions will center around energy supply to Europe?
I know there's been discussion of that. I don't have final confirmation of it. I will work to see if we can get that to you after the briefing.
Okay, perfect. And then, as the administration weighs reinstating the terrorist designation on the Houthis, is the president concerned this could block humanitarian aid? And why would the president consider this if millions are at risk of losing assistance given his policy of upholding human rights?
Well, let me first say that we call on all parties to the conflict to de-escalate, abide by their obligations under international humanitarian law to ensure the protection of all civilians, and participate fully in an inclusive UN-led peace process. All parties must commit to a peaceful diplomatic solution to ending the conflict and advance a durable resolution that improves the lives of Yemenis and allows them to collectively determine their own future. There have been dangerous escalations in days, which is of course why you were asking. These escalations only exacerbate a dire humanitarian crisis and the suffering of the Yemeni people. We are deeply concerned by these reports, and we are continuing to engage at a diplomatic level. And our special envoy, Lender King, reaffirmed our unwavering commitment. He has been recently on the ground pressing parties for de-escalation and protection for civilian lives.
And quickly, a UK court is now allowing Julian Assange to appeal his extradition to the United States. The Justice Department, as you know, isn't commenting. But what about the president? He says press freedom is critical for democracy, so why is he continuing to pursue this case?
Again, watch this level and get ready here. That chart I just showed was the daily volume on ARC, but even in general with S&P, I mean, what pretty much everyone's talking about, not only are you at the low levels here, but it's like if you could hold a bounce on this type of volume today, I mean, this indicates a lot of things. So if the bullishness continues here, that will be key, but there's probably going to be a big battle here today. I mean, it is not this. The story is definitely not over. Why am I screaming? Because it's exciting. Okay, do you want a horn?
I obviously can't speak to the
Why
case,
are you
so
not
I appreciate
screaming?
you saying that at the top. I will say that I think the president has shown that he respects the value of the freedom of the press. He obviously took a step earlier this year to ensure there couldn't be a replication of actions that had been taken over prior administrations as it related to journalists. So I think that speaks to his commitment, but I don't have any more comment on the case.
And then following off of Ed, I know you guys have forecasted potentially policing reform, executive action. Some civil rights advocates also want to see additional voting rights executive actions. Is there anything, any details or any timeline for what you think the president, the White House may do there, considering that it's stalled in Congress?
Well, the president is going to keep fighting till his last breath, as you've heard him say, on voting rights, because he thinks it's so vitally important. We did do an executive order early on in the administration, which was quite extensive and comprehensive, that is still being implemented. In terms of additional executive orders that would be possible, that we have the authority to do, I don't have anything to predict along those lines, but we are going to continue to fight to get federal legislation passed. We are going to continue to work with states to ensure that there is proper protections and there is, of course, more work ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, there are currently at least 150 American military advisors in Ukraine, including members of the Florida National Guard. Are those soldiers going to remain in Ukraine? Are there contingency plans if hostilities break out to remove them? What's their disposition?
I would point you to the Department of Defense to ask them that question.
My colleague mentioned Afghanistan, and one of the things that you hear among Russian propaganda in Ukraine is that the United States is an unreliable ally, that it's using Ukraine as a pawn, and they point to the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as evidence that the United States cannot be counted on. How does the United States respond to that, and has the Afghanistan withdrawal complicated diplomacy in this regard?
It is not in our experience. The president ended a 20-year war in Afghanistan, something he had talked about consistently doing for some time as he was running for president and even before then. I think our commitment to our NATO partners is clear. Our commitment to Ukrainians is clear. We've sent more security assistance over the last year than in any year in recent history. We've been in constant contact, as is evidenced by the president's call this afternoon, with our European partners as we work to ensure we're in lockstep as we approach the next stage and anticipate what President Putin may or may not do. So what I would say to that is that sounds like the old Russian propaganda playbook, something we've talked about in the past, and I'd encourage anyone to be mindful of that.
The
old propaganda playbook.
Russian sanctions if they do take military action against Ukraine. Does the United States support Congress acting, and are they involved in these negotiations?
We are regularly updating and briefing leaders in Congress and about what steps are under consideration, what the status is of things we're seeing on the ground. Obviously, we've talked about a lot of this publicly as well. And we've also been clear that we have a severe sanctions package of economic options that is under consideration should they decide to invade. We also recently sanctioned a couple of individuals for their engagement as well. But I don't have anything in terms of these specific steps under consideration. We have our own severe steps that we are considering here, and we're keeping Congress abreast of that.
Does it help to have Congress involved?
Well, we're working in lockstep with them. We are briefing them. We are conveying to them what we're thinking about and considering, and of course, getting feedback from them as well. Go ahead.
I recognize that the White House has said that they have, very severe sanctions that are prepared if Russia invades. Is there any thought to enacting sanctions before Russia invades as a form of deterrence, or is that under consideration?
Well, we did announce a couple of sets of sanctions from the Treasury Department last week in response to the involvement of a few individuals. We've also plussed up our security assistance packages that we've been delivering to the Ukrainians, including recent deliveries over the last couple of days. And obviously, as we were talking about earlier in this briefing, there's been discussions about how we can support the security of Eastern flank countries. But also, we are mindful of what we think is the most effective deterrent, and the severe economic sanctions package, something that would be go far beyond what was done and what was on the table in 2014.
So we're selling from the opening level. I mean, just keep this mark like 431.95, 432. That is the 10% mode. Keep that move in mind. We're still doing the dance.
Assessment is that is most effective as a deterrent tool and not as one we would do in advance.
Okay, so you're saying the threat of the sanctions is the most effective deterrent?
Correct.
Tool. A question just to follow up. I know that you were asked about Americans who are now in Ukraine, and I know you said that there is no precedent outside of Afghanistan for evacuations in case if there was like some type of military incursion by the Russians. So I just want to be clear, if Americans are still in Ukraine and things start happening with Russia, are they pretty much on their own?
Well, we are conveying very clearly now that now is the time to leave, and that there are means to do that. Of course, there's commercial airlines. You can depart over land. There's obviously the embassy there to provide assistance. And this is very similar to what we did in Ethiopia, Kazakhstan, and many other countries over the course of the last several decades. But there is not an intention or a plan for any military evacuation.
And just quickly, in the past, another call with Putin was still on the table. I believe that the president was supposed to talk with his advisors about that this weekend. Look, have any decisions been made about that? Will there be another call or another talk with Putin?
The president remains open to leader diplomacy, of course. He knows how effective that can be. But I don't have anything to predict or preview at this point in time in terms of a call between them. Hold on, let me just get to the last two and then I'll come back around. Go ahead.
The president said last week that he has basically on a daily basis to work to keep unity in NATO. How unified are NATO partners if it comes to hard and meaningful sanctions against Russia? And what is the president's assessment or the White House's assessment of the new German chancellor in that case?
Well, I know that that our Secretary of State spoke to this just yesterday, and what I would note is that, as he said, that we are confident the Germans share our concerns and are prepared to respond swiftly, effectively, and in a united way to Russian aggression against Ukraine. Germany is one of our closest allies. In fact, we look forward, of course, to welcoming the Chancellor here to the United States in February. The Germans have said, as you know, that if Russia further invades Ukraine, the future of Nord Stream 2 would be in grave jeopardy. This is real leverage over Putin. If Putin wants to see gas flow through the pipeline, he cannot invade Ukraine. The pipeline is, of course, not operational, but that is often the context of how this question is asked. I think what the president was conveying is that it doesn't happen on its own. It requires work. It requires conversations. It requires face-to-face diplomacy. I think there's been over 100 engagements that senior members of his national security team and the president have taken a part in order to ensure that we are united and strong as we confront the threats posed by President Putin.
Germany need more work than other NATO partners?
I would say Germany remains one of our key partners and allies, and again, we are working in lockstep with them. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Jen. Senator Susan Collins is leading a working group looking at reforming the Electoral Count Act so that during the counting of the Electoral College, a vice president could not reject one slate of electors and, say, recognize a rival slate supporting a rival candidate. I'm just wondering whether the White House has talked to either Senator Collins or any other senators about this, and given, shall we say, recent history, whether the president supports reforming the Electoral Count Act.
Well, we've never said we were opposed to it. We are in touch with a range of senators. I'm not going to detail who, but across the board, through senior members of the legislative team, senior advisors to the president, about a range of steps that can be taken. What's important to note, and I've said in the past, but I'll just reiterate it, that it does not take the place of, is not a replacement for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or any of the voting rights federal legislation we were working to get across the finish line, because they do entirely different things, including creating a baseline for what the American people should expect and frankly demand in terms of what kind of access they should have to participate in the voting process. And of course, the requirement that any state that has a history of voter suppression would have to get approval from the Department of Justice in order to change voting laws. The Electoral Count Act doesn't do that, but we are open to the conversations. We've been participating in the conversations, but it's not a replacement for.
On a different subject, so much of the public discourse about so-called Havana syndrome has come from anonymous leaks, and I'm just wondering how soon will the National Security Council release their expert report on Havana syndrome and these anomalous health incidents, and will this report be made, public in a fulsome way?
Sure. Well, I know there's been a recent CIA report that talks about the findings of their interim analysis. Which does not rule out that a foreign actor may be involved in a subset of reported cases, and affirms that the intelligence community will be drilling down in its analysis on a subset of cases. The toughest unresolved ones, of course, to try to determine whether a foreign actor may be involved. There are a range of investigations and efforts underway across the U.S. government, and we continue to take every report of a suspected incident safely. What's most important is the president has asked his national security team to ensure we are leaving no stone unturned and ensuring that people who have been impacted receive the proper health care they need. I can't make a prediction of what a final release of a report would look like. I would really point you to the intelligence community on that.
Just one last one. Just yesterday in D.C., not far from here actually, there was an anti-mask, anti-lockdown rally where some of the rhetoric around that was talking about Nuremberg-style trials to hold Anthony Fauci to account, to go after the media for spreading lies, things like this. I'm just wondering how the administration is going to respond to what appears to be a growing intensity and potential for violence in the anti-vax movement.
Well, we are well aware that there is a loud and vocal minority empowered through social media and media platforms that proliferate disinformation, politicians who espouse conspiracy theories and fundraise off of opposition to public health. We know that. We also know that 87% of American adults have at least one shot. That's the vast, vast majority. And over 210 million Americans are fully vaccinated. So our view is that it's wrong, it's dangerous, and it stands in the way of a coordinated effort to save more American lives.
Only 25%, I don't have the number in front of me, it's closer to 25% have their booster, right? Do you feel like you guys are sort of losing the war when it comes to the messaging on the importance of these type of public health measures like getting vaccinated?
Again, our view is that it's a loud and vocal minority, but still dangerous, still problematic. The fact that 87% of American adults, all of those people, of course, mathematically did not vote for Joe Biden, have had at least one shot, means we've far surpassed where I think most people think we would be. It's difficult and challenging, of course, to get more people vaccinated. We know that. And, of course, efforts that are dangerous and wrong by groups like this are problematic, as is the spread of misinformation on social media platforms, unfortunately, out of the mouths of some prominent officials. All of that is problematic and harmful. But again, I think we should be mindful of the large percentage of people that have had one shot. 75% have had 2 shots. Obviously, our effort has been to get more people boosted. But if you're starting the process, that's a good sign. Yeah.
Two follow-ups. Taking a work in the room before coming back. Just 2 more details
Sure.
on Ukraine. Was there something specific that prompted today's meeting with those European leaders?
It's a part of our ongoing contingency planning and discussions about what we are seeing, but also how we can help protect and support their security as well.
It wasn't like the intelligence report from the British over the weekend or something that prompted everybody to get together?
No, part of ongoing contingency discussions.
And obviously he gets briefed on this in his daily intelligence briefing. We know he had this briefing over the weekend at Camp David. Can you give us any more detail or sense of how often the president's being briefed on Ukraine, who's doing it? Is he asking for updates every hour? Give us some sense of what's going on this issue.
Sure. I can tell you from being in a lot of meetings with him that are unrelated to Ukraine as well, that he is often asking for updates and looking for updates from his national security team on where things stand, how conversations are going, and that's something he regularly asks for. He's seeing his team or members of his team every day. Of course, there are central members that you're very familiar with who participate in the PDB, Jake Sullivan and others, and of course he's regularly talking with our Secretary of State, who has been front and center in the diplomatic efforts. Thanks, everyone.
Visit. You just kind of like offhandedly mentioned.
Yeah, we'll get it to you after the briefing. Yes, important visit.
Why does the mic sound so close? Why is she yelling? But spy back to VWAP. So we had a little bit of a run there. Surprisingly, even it's literally right at the point when she started talking. They talked about the Ukraine stuff, and that sounded a little bit out of hand there, but nothing too insane. The market went back up to the opening level, and now we're back to VWAP. Again, you got an hour and a half left on the day. You're down 2.2 on the NASDAQ, 2.2 on the S&P, and 2% on the Dow. It's fairly level, but like I was showing you here, again, the thing everybody is looking at right now, I've been reading a lot of analyst comments and just going through and seeing the news. Again, there's been some news back and forth, nothing too crazy. I know Facebook got something, but it wasn't like, I don't know if that was, I think it was part of some of the run-up that it got, but right now people are talking about the volume. So whatever is happening right now, it is straight up just volume. You're at 168 million with an hour and a half left. So Friday was 200 million. We'll see where it goes here today, but if there is any sort of, again, even on the upside though, because it's like if you get a solid bounce, that volume is very, very good. But if we do end up a little bit lower, that's gonna, it's capitulation. That's what people are saying. Like legitimately, that sort of volume, it's good that you're kind of holding up here, but anything below this with that level of volume, you fully have people capitulating. Again, you got people here saying, oh, I sold the long term. A good majority of you didn't, and I'm proud of you. But in general, I think this attitude of get the hell out, it's actually hitting, believe it or not. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting, very, very interesting to say the least, but I hope you're locked and loaded. Some of you grab puts on there. I held some of them. Remember, we sold a couple down here. We even bought a couple of calls. I think those are holding up too. That's the ironic part. So, like, even in all of this, the Netflix calls are up. This is just the volatility. The Airbnbs went up. The XOMs are down 10%. Then the Amazon puts are still up. And I think the Apple calls, those actually went down. Those are down 5%. So that's different. It's the same price on the ask. But that is about it. So the premiums, surprisingly didn't move too much. There was a couple runners during that. Shopify amongst a few others. Even Snapchat hit a high. But overall, pretty wild. Today, the rest of the day is going to get even crazier. So just get ready. Again, you still got about an hour and a half. And wherever we end up, I mean, it's really telling you a lot. You have a lot of people buying and you have a lot of people selling today. But if it ends up closing a lot lower, that selling is going to indicate capitulation. If it ends up a little bit higher, that's going to indicate a little bit of the buy the dip mentality. But we will find out, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Saki. Thank you, Chad. We have not had a PHILO today. Again, today has been it's been a wild one. It's been a wild one. I mean, looking at a lot of premiums. We even made a lot of plays too. So even in the mix to this, and that's why where we go from here, just don't forget, you got big earnings tomorrow. Apple or Microsoft reports tomorrow. Then you got Apple on Thursday. You got Boeing. You got everybody, man. And then Powell on Wednesday. I am aggressively holding as well. I got you, man. We ain't lacking on the horde. We in the game. We in the game, man. Today's wild. Today's absolutely wild. 4% down. You were down 4.75 on the NASDAQ. Oh, some of you have never seen this. You've never seen this, or at the very least, a lot of you have not seen this in a while. So again, this is the eventful week. Like we said, again, I knew it was gonna be crazy, but this was just it's a wild one. This is a wild welcome to the week, man. A wild welcome to the week. The last 3 days were crazy, but even then, after all of that, to get a 4.7% down, oh man, exciting. A lot of stuff, though, a lot of stuff. Imagine when Powell's, I mean, the rest of the week, I don't think it's unfair to say, just like be prepared for 2.5% swings either direction. I mean, literally bottom to right here has been 2.5%, or 4%, or no, 2%, because we're still down 2%, but still absolutely wild. Man, oh man. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. Hopefully you're feeling good. Not too crazy. Again, the morning was pretty wild, but again, capitulation. I think some of the pain has already been felt, but there was still a lot more here today. That's why, this next hour and a half, give it 30 more minutes. We'll see if it ends up like around here, and the next 30 minutes is going to be ugly, because then this literally just turned into bullish to end of the day liquidation. So, that's what we're going to find out here. So get ready. I've still been looking at a couple of plays. Like I said, the other plays that we're holding, it kind of gave us a baseline of where some things are at. Like the XOMs are the only puts that we got today that ended up going negative again. And then the Apple calls, they went negative barely. And then the Netflix holding, surprisingly, that Tesla went up. It's like at break even now. Civics premiums locked and loaded. But get ready. Any of the earnings plays, the premiums are crazy. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. TSM. Everything's so wild, man. So wild. Viacom. Where's Coin? Where is even Coin? How are the coins doing? Let's see. Coinbase.com. Man, this is crazy. Brondo, the thirst mutilator. What? I want to see. Yeah, man. They got me, bro. Calls on Brondo. It's good. Calls on the market. What? And then we'll see. Find out in the next hour and a half. But either way, by Wednesday, nothing is even promised. That's the thing. Even at the end, I'm pretty hyped here for today and to see where we end up. But even if it ends up being bullish or even super bearish, I really the craziest part is that whatever happens with Powell on Wednesday, I mean, that right there is that's a big one. That's a big bullet. So we're gonna find out very, very shortly. Again, today's one move, but then even Wednesday, that is the key that we need to keep in mind. Amazon puts still holding. The XOMs are down 15%, so oil's going up. The Airbnbs are holding. Apple, Amazon, Netflix calls are barely up. The Tesla puts are up. They were up a lot more. The BABA puts are up, surprisingly. Then even the Amazon put, and then that's it. Okay, I had a couple of ideas. Pump tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, you got to get back up. It looks like this level and even this opening price is its own resistance, and we're trading literally in between opening price and VWAP. So after this little rally here, and that's why, I mean, it's still too early to tell, but that's kind of the range until it breaks out. But then if you start breaking below VWAP with the last hour and it's like big, I think it's going to end up being it might turn into the end of the day liquidation that we've seen for the last 3 days in a row. So remember, Friday wasn't as bad, but you still saw it. So, I mean, this bounce definitely stopped some of it, but we'll see what happens. If we had Powell today, I don't know. I think it might be more volatile that we have Powell on Wednesday, because now this leaves open room for tomorrow, Microsoft earnings, and then Powell. So, I mean, Powell today could have stopped some things, but hopefully, I mean, it's going to be weird because Powell is a key event on Wednesday, but there will still be a couple of big earnings on the table. So we're really going to see where the market shift goes to, or does do analysts and do investors, do they start caring about earnings? Do they care more about what Powell says, whichever direction he takes it, or does it literally just still play out as capitulation? So that's where I think we're at right now. And I mean, either way, it's going to be wild. But I can't even tell if Powell Monday or Wednesday. I don't know which one would be better or worse at this point. Again, it's going to be wild. Can you finish that Putin G talk? Oh, yeah. I was saying, I mean, they're evacuating. And again, what Psaki said up there was pretty wild. Again, but it highlighted some of the earlier news from this morning and why people were freaked out about the actions that we took. Pentagon Live. We might want to listen to that again because I blame 1.5 points of today on Russia. That's my thing. But some people, again, I even kind of believe it, considering the close ties between Russia and Xi Jinping. Some people are saying that Russia will not make a full-blown, like, they're not going to do anything crazy until the Olympics are over, because the last thing that Xi Jinping would want right now is for the Olympics to be overshadowed by a global security risk where people freaking out, where literally Russia invades somebody and then they start pulling not only ambassadors, but then they'll start doing no-fly orders and crazy shit like that. So I think it does make a lot of sense. I mean, I really think that, you know, again, if you remember me, I don't know if you guys remember me talking about this Russia scenario. Remember I told you about a month or two ago, I said watch for like middle or late January, and that's where it's kind of playing out now. So I think the puck is moved progressively in the direction of invasion, and everybody knows that. But for the most part, I think the real big, like, trigger pull, Russia does something, it seems like it might happen after the Olympics. Didn't Russia invade Georgia at the 2008 Olympics? I think they did, but it wasn't China hosting the Olympics in 2008. I don't think so. So I think the real thing here is the relationship. And again, China's a little bit more trying to be the cool kid now. You know, China they want to look a little bit better. I mean, it wasn't the Beijing Olympics in it? Yeah, it was actually, huh? But I don't think, again, China in 2008 is not what China was in 2022, more or less. Talking combat teams, but I still think, though, it meets the timeline, but we'll find out. But that could cool it down. Again, even Psaki said it. She was saying how wait till... what's it called? She said they're getting people out now because they don't think it's an event just yet, but it would be better to do it now. China wasn't really a world power in 2008. Again, they meant more of the developing nation title. It was after 2008 where China really got the economic rebound and were making everyone rely on them. They did lots of stimulus. Kirby, oh yeah, let's see. Pentagon, that guy might say some stuff. The State Department. We'll give it like 15 minutes, but watch, if we end up breaking below Euro close, which are right there, that's where it starts getting ugly. I don't have the Pentagon. I only have the State Department, but it doesn't look like they're up there. So I think we might wait till that one comes up. Let me see. The daily volume right now is above 170 million, I believe. You're at 173.5 with an hour and a half left to go.
You are on the line, yeah?
Why does guys' quality look so good?
Yes, thank you, John.
We'll give him a couple minutes while I eat a cereal bar.
8,500 troops that you've mentioned, are those U.S. based only? And are they intended only for deployment as part of the activation of the Rapid Response Force, or might they be sent for other reinforcement purposes in Eastern Europe? And lastly, why did the president decide to do this now? What's changed just in the last few days? Since on Friday you mentioned, as you had many times before, that the U.S. was prepared to reinforce in Eastern Europe if there were a Russian incursion only.
Okay, I think I've remembered all three, so let me try. First, yes, the up to 8,500, and I want to stress it's up to 8,500. Again, no decisions to deploy have been made. So this is about getting units on an advanced heightened alert. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going anywhere. But of the up to 8,500 that I talked about, they are all U.S. based. And I'm sorry, Bob, your second question was?
Are they intended only for the NATO Rapid Response Force, or could they perform other reinforcement functions?
The bulk of them are intended for the NATO Response Force, that the vast majority of, but as I also said in my opening statement, the Secretary wants us postured to be ready for any other contingencies as well, but the bulk of them are aligned for the NATO Response Force. And then your third
We're
question
at
was
European
on
close right now.
I think we've been watching
You're
this very,
dropping
very
below
closely. I also said that right at the top. It's very clear that the Russians have no intention right now of de-escalating, and because not every one of these units that we are notifying are all of them are not in a heightened state of alert. It made prudent sense for the Secretary to want to give them as much time to prepare to be on a shorter tether as he can, just in case. Again, I want to stress, particularly with the NATO Response Force, it has not been activated. It is a NATO call to make, but we have contributions to that response force, as do other nations. As I said, it's 40,000 some odd strong. Our contributions don't come near the 40,000 number. Other nations are going to have to contribute as well. But for our part, unilaterally, we wanted to make sure that we were ready in case that call should come. And that means making sure the units that would contribute to it are as ready as they can be on as short a notice as possible. Barb.
Three quick things. What specific military capabilities do these U.S. troops bring to Europe, these 8,500? Second, could you say with some specificity what is the exact mission for these troops? And what will your measure of success be? How will you know when the mission is accomplished?
Yeah, so on capabilities, Barb, I touched this in the opening statement. Again, when we are able to identify the units for you, we'll do that. The reason why I don't have specific units today is because the units are being notified as well as family members, and I think you can understand we wouldn't want to get out ahead of that notification process. But broadly speaking, as I mentioned at the top, these would be additional brigade combat teams, logistics personnel, medical support, aviation support, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, as well as transportation, and maybe even some additional capabilities after that. Again, when we can identify for you the units, I think you'll see that they kind of cover the broad scope of those capabilities. Missions haven't been assigned. I mean, the Ready Response Force hasn't been activated, and so there's not a mission per se. This is about the Secretary wanting to get ahead of the potential activation and making sure that these units have the time to prepare if and only if they're deployed. And then you had when we know success. Again, there's been no activation, so there's been no mission assigned. So it's very difficult for me to give you an up check or a down check on on what equates success. What this is about, though, is reassurance to our NATO allies, and we've been talking about that for quite some time. That we're going to be ready, we're going to be prepared to help bolster our allies with capabilities they might need, and we're going to do this in lockstep with them and with the alliance. This is really about reassuring the eastern flank of NATO, and it's also about, and I kind of covered this too, Barb, back to your question of success, it's proving how seriously the United States takes our commitment to NATO and to the Article 5 commitment inside NATO.
How will you know when your military goals are achieved?
Again, Barb, there's been no mission assigned right now. This is about getting troops ready. And back to what we're trying to achieve is a couple of things. Obviously, we still would like to deter Vladimir Putin and the Russians from another incursion, number one. Number two, it's to make sure that we're bolstering and staying unified with the alliance, that the alliance stays strong. And so the large bulk of the reason for this, these prepare to deploy orders is really to make sure that we're ready to bolster the NATO alliance and to prove the solidarity of the alliance. Those are the two sort of big outcomes here. But again, no mission has been assigned to these troops. No deployment orders have been sent to them. What the Secretary has ordered them to do is to be ready to go, in some cases, on a much shorter tether than what they had before. Jen.
John, can you rule out sending U.S. troops to Ukraine?
That is, I think the president has already spoken to that. As you know, Jen, we already do have advisors and some trainers in Ukraine. They are still there at their work.
So if you're not willing to send troops to Ukraine, what makes you think that this is going to deter Vladimir Putin?
I think there's a whole package of things that the administration is looking at to try to deter Vladimir Putin from another incursion, including very severe economic consequences. This is about sending a strong message that we're committed to NATO and we're committed to assuring that our allies have the capabilities they need in case they need to defend themselves.
And do you need a new AUMF to send these troops to these 8,500?
I'm not aware of any such requirement at this point. And again, we have long-standing commitment to the NATO response force. We are just one of many nations that will contribute to it. And this is very much in keeping with the policies and the procedures that have been laid down for activation of the NRF. Again, if it's activated, and it has not been. David.
Are most of these 8,500 ground forces, would they go to the eastern flank? And have you put any units in Europe on alert?
I think, again, yes, I think the bulk of them would be considered ground forces, David. As for Europe, as I've said before, there are lots of force capabilities already on the European continent under General Walters, and I'm absolutely not ruling out the possibility that there will be intra-theater moves as well inside Europe to bolster NATO allies on the eastern flank, and that kind of gets at your second question, which is we're still in consultation with the allies about what they might need, and so I don't have any decisions to read out in terms of specific locations. but we certainly have made it clear to the eastern flank allies that we're prepared to bolster their capabilities if they need it. Again, I want to go back to a core foundation here. The bulk of the troops I'm talking about today are intended for the NATO response force, the vast majority of them. And that response force can only be activated by the alliance. It hasn't been. It is our contribution to the response force, and we want to make sure that they're ready to go. I think it's really important to keep remembering that. No deployment orders have been sent. No missions have been assigned. This is really about getting folks ready to go in case they're needed. Courtney.
So the ones that wouldn't be assigned to the NATO response force, they would be going in unilaterally on behalf of the United States to some neighbors, right? Can you give us any number? How many that would be?
Yeah, I can't do that right now, Courtney. But I mean, it depends on. It really depends on the need, and we're still in consultation with allies about needs. So I really would be reticent to give you a hard number right now. But we are in active discussions with our allies about any additional capabilities they might need, on top of or outside of the NATO response force.
Does that include some of these intra-theater moves that you're talking about?
It could.
So there could be movement within EUCOM, U.S. troops that are moved going to NATO allies that would not be part of the NATO response force.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is right.
Has there been any consideration or decision about pulling U.S. troops out of Ukraine as the State Department made the decision to pull some Americans out?
There's been no decisions about moving our trainers that are in Ukraine out. But as I said many times, we're constantly looking at the situation. We're going to do what's right for their safety and security. That's paramount to us. But as of right now, they are still on the ground in Ukraine conducting their advise and assist missions. And obviously, if that changes, we'll certainly let you know.
They haven't changed the number, right? The footprint remains has been the
It is
same.
exactly the same. Yes, ma'am. Let me go to some of the on the phone. I know there's lots of questions here. We'll get to them all. Jared Suba from Our Monitor.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. CENTCOM just put out a statement about the ballistic missile attack on the United Arab Emirates, saying that U.S. Patriot missile systems at Dhafra Air Base engaged. Is the department treating this as a potential attack on U.S. forces, or was this just done to assist Emirati partners? Can you give us some more detail on that?
Well, look, I don't want to get into intelligence assessments. I mean, this was obviously this just happened early Monday morning. So clearly we have troops at Al Dhafra. So we are certainly going to be looking into the possibility that this was directed at our forces. We obviously take that seriously. You've seen the CENTCOM statement. We responded to the attack, this ballistic missile attack, and we'll be in close coordination with our Emirati partners as we continue to assess what happened and what we might need to do going forward. But I don't have I can't specifically tell you what the intent of the attack was, but we have to assume. I mean, it would be foolish for us not to assume that there was a threat to our people, and as you saw from the results, we took that threat seriously. Rio, Nikkei.
Oh, thank you, John. I have a quick question about China. The U.S. Navy is now operating 2 carrier strike groups in the Western Pacific, and they recently conducted a large-scale military exercise with Japan. Is this a message to China that China should not do something provocative while the U.S. is working intensively on the situation in Ukraine? Thank you.
We engage in joint operations to include maritime communications, anti-submarine, air warfare, replenishments at sea, cross-deck flight operations, the whole scope when we operate at sea, and particularly when we have the opportunity. And it's not unusual, Rio, for us to take advantage of the opportunity when you have 2 aircraft carriers in the same body of water to exercise together. We do this to strengthen our integrated at-sea operations and our combat readiness. And look, I just reiterate. Try this again in English. I would reiterate that all the training will be conducted in accordance with international law in international waters. Janie.
Thank you, John. I have 2 questions for one is North Korea, one is South Korea and China. And the South Korean National Intelligence Service mentioned about the possibility of the North Korean ICBM test fire, and he pointed out that this was intended to pressure the United States. What is the U.S. response to the imminent test fire of the North Korean ICBM?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of test fire launches that haven't happened yet, but we've been very clear about our concerns over the advancing nuclear ambitions and ballistic missile capabilities of Pyongyang. We'll continue to condemn it and to call on the North to cease these provocations and to abide by international law and these Security Council resolutions, and to try to find ways to de-escalate the tensions. We've said very clearly, I won't speak for my State Department colleagues, that we'll be willing to sit down with them without preconditions. They've shown no desire to move that forward.
China justifies North Korea's missile provocations. Do you think that China's continued support for the North Korean provocations is part of the strategic competition with the United States?
I think you'd have to ask President Xi that. I mean, look, China's a neighbor, direct neighbor of North Korea. They have influence in Pyongyang. We know that. They know that. Pyongyang knows that. And we've continued to call on China to use the influence that it has to support the international community and UN Security Council resolutions that China themselves have signed up for, to help get them enacted and to support the sanctions, support them and to enforce them in a comprehensive, cohesive way, which the Chinese have not always done. Let me go back to, sorry, I'll go to you, Nancy, and then I'll go back to the phones. Go ahead.
Just a couple clarifying points. Is there a time limit to this prepare to deploy order, or is it open-ended? And would there then, if it is open-ended, therefore be a time when the Secretary would issue another order sort of saying, stand down, essentially?
Well, remember what it is. It's telling a unit, or in this case, several units, to be prepared to deploy on a shorter tether than whatever it was before. In some cases, as I said, it was 10 days, now it's 5. And there's no time limit on that preparation order, because we don't know, excuse me, if or when they would actually be activated and deployed. And to Courtney's question, I just want to stress again, the vast majority are comprise our contribution to the NATO response force. There are some that we are advancing their alert posture that are simply unilateral, that we would consider sending on our own. Again, in concert with allies. You got to talk to the folks that are going to host them and make sure that that's okay. But there's not a specific time limit assigned right now. But it is something that the Secretary is going to continue to look at, if certainly if not weekly, then even daily, to make sure that it's still the appropriate tether to have these troops on.
And then could you clarify for me? You mentioned that they would be in support of this NATO mission. Is there any point where they would be under a NATO commander, or would General Walters be wearing a different hat potentially when he takes command of them?
Well, I couldn't get into specific command and control here. Again, the response force hasn't been activated. But you're right, General Walters is the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, the head NATO commander. So ultimately, they would all be reporting up underneath him. But what the exact chain of command would be, it's difficult for me to say when they haven't even been activated. Let me go back here. Let's see. Kelly Meyer from News Nation.
John, thanks for taking my question. I know we kept talking here and saying, diplomacy is not dead here, but with the U.S. now preparing to send troops to allies on the eastern flank, is this just further agitating Russia? And we're telling diplomats' families to leave and Americans to leave. So is this moving on from a diplomatic effort to preparing for an invasion?
Not at all. Again, what we're telling these units to do is to be ready to go on a shorter timeline than what they were before. We are not deploying them now. We are not saying diplomacy is dead. You heard Secretary Blinken talk about this on Sunday in many outlets, that he still believes there is room for discussion and dialogue. I said that myself in my opening statement. We absolutely still believe that there's time and space for that. And frankly, the Department of Defense fully supports that as being the way forward here, the way to a solution that de-escalates the tensions.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it's good. Market's coming back up. That was actually, got a couple of market comments on it pretty much ever since we started dropping. There was new headlines there. You could see they're going back and forth as far as, they're like, again, Psaki said it was the first time we've ever gotten us like a UN ship or like got it ready. He's saying that they haven't deployed yet, but it's not escalation, but just more talks of this right now. Again, I mean, people are really, really worried. I mean, that last question there, I mean, even just like making a move like this early on, it says a lot, but right now we still got to even deal with the rest of the market. So, I mean, we're coming back up here. No other news as of yet. Citrix, the leaders, including B of A, are putting together a financial package for a potential buyout, CTXS. Yeah, Citrix is moving off that. They're up 3.5%. Does it have details on that? Let me see. But Citrix is moving up, potential buyout news there. I'm seeing, does it have anything on the market cap and what it would be? 14 billion of bonds for Citrix leverage buyout bid. I think that's old. Or is that with Elliott? Citrix, Elliott, and Vista in advanced discussion to potentially acquire Citrix. Hold on. Friday evening, Bloomberg reported Elliott and Vista advanced discussion. So this was even part, you pretty much had the news here in the morning, but it's just coming out. It's kind of getting reiterated. I'm trying to see if there's a valuation on it. Does not say. Deal has not been finalized. They could reach an agreement over the next few weeks. There's nothing on the value of it. So they're talking about it. I mean, we'll see if it turns into a what's it called? Like a coal scenario. Where have they been at? And there's nothing on it. Any news on Airbnb? Nope, it just had its worst day in history today, though. So that was historical. You know what I'm saying? Oh, did I get filled on that? Let's go. All right. I paid a premium, but I'm down. There's no, I mean, this one's a full gamble, but after seeing the calls, I'm down with it. I made a play on the Citrix. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, man, a cope. Hey. So be careful on that one too. Yeah, don't make a market order on that one too. It's already a little bit wild, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. There's no valuation, so if there's any news that comes out, you could get clapped. I'm literally just playing this off of how we saw, what's it called, with how we saw that one thing play out, Kohl's. So I grabbed a March Citrix. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. T-Mobile, again, communications done good. It looks like the whole market kind of bouncing a little bit. We're getting back to the highs. I think we're right below the opening level. T-Mobile is moving a little bit. They're up 3.5. Let's see. TLT is still going. I don't think our plays went up like 10%, but I think that's it. They didn't really move much after that. The TBTs. The Citric play was a call. So everything's coming back up here. What time is it? 12 power hour on the dot. We'll see if this ends up holding up. I ain't any puts. Nah, just the stuff I have. I mean, everything else, the premiums are a little bit higher. Again, I think every put from today is still holding up the value. So I've got to make them free as well, too. Free or we've taken profits. LMT pop. 58 candles left. The last 60 candles. Power hour, it's time. I mean, it looks good if we get some run up in here. If we could get above that level, again, volume is about to already surpass it. We'll probably do like 220, maybe 240 million by the end of the day. Again, Friday and today, absolutely wild. Volatility is back. Oh yeah, I think again, even Powell's going to be big. I mean, I would not be surprised to see like 2% swings every day until Powell. Is Shop going? Remember, Shop was a leader up there earlier. We're getting some steam. It's looking pretty aggressive. We'll just see if it could carry out and break out from the highs. Again, the high that we set earlier in the morning, we have not been able to get around. It kind of ended that end of the day liquidation there, so that's very, very positive. Again, we never broke below European close. Bonds are coming down now. A lot of things are moving. Airbnb, yalla, Airbnb. Come on, Habibi. Come on. The great rotation. Maybe. We'll see. You need tech stocks to come back. Whoa, is that Altria? Why does that chart look so ugly? Do you see that? Or watch if some of the value names come up. Even Abivi, it's getting bought up like that. That looks very, what's it called? That looks very plunge protection. That looks, I don't know. They're eligible for buyouts? Bro, those are some weird-ass candles, bro. Smoker's cough chart. Even Abivi, too, and even some of the value names that were up, they're all just literally, that's like straight vertical, like they're hovering. It's very, very weird. PRT. I'll just see if this holds up. So much volume today. But that's good. At least we'll see if we get above 10% or close right there. TLT with the new low. Those TBTs playing us, bro. Well, that'll at least be good if we get a gap down on there. We'll see. But SPY's not breaking above there. We are not out of the clear just yet. Be careful. Powell is still there. Powell will be the final dagger. We're going to really, really find out. Jerome Brady won't disappoint. It's going to be, again, I mean, we'll see if tomorrow how big it will move. But again, at least on Powell, I mean, after a 4.7% move leading into it, I think it's going to be pretty, pretty big. AMD, chip makers. Home Depot is ripping. They're still doing up 2.3. Apple, Lucid. I mean, Brady did lose last night. You should get a mullet. I already have one. What's up, son? Yeah, man, I've been rocking the mullet for a minute now. It really just, I thought it called to me. Yeah, I do have HD calls. They're still down 40%. They went up 50%. They were down 70%. But they were clapped after the first 5-7 drops that happened. Fitch says crypto mining poses challenges to public power utilities in the U.S. Danny McBride. What not there? Was that what's his name? I feel like the baseball player. What was his name in the show that he played? Eastbound and Down. Kenny Powers, baby. I straight up I'm Kenny Powers. That's it. That's it. That's exactly how I am. I'm Kenny Powers, bro. Stevie. I love Stevie. Stevie. I need to go I wish they made more seasons of that show, bro. I don't know why they stopped that show. That one needs a lot more. Come on, if the market could drop 20%, just come on. That's it. That's what we need, man. Stevie, yeah, dude, I love Stevie. Are we staying for IBM? Nah, I mean, it'll probably come out afterwards. I sold out of the IBM play already. Again, that was 200% or so on a pre-earnings run-up. It was pretty wild. Oh, Righteous Gemstone. I watched that one too. That one was fun. I love, what's his name? Danny McBride. I like him. It's so funny. I don't know. I like his type of comedy. He's great. TLT still coming down. Again, it's chilling. At least we didn't go down over here, but I mean, again, 50 minutes here, just a little bit above. We'll see what happens. Hold on. Lending Tips was giving me bad news. Lending Tips was like, that's why I got quiet there. He scared me, but he's just a beep. He said, I got bad news, man. I got bad news. I got bad news, man. He was like, the house down the street from yours, the one I just got, right? The one, the flip, watch, you will see it. But he was like, the house down the street, there was one that was a good comp, and it's pending right now after like 7 days. But he was like, bad news. It didn't go above asking. And I was like, what? I'm like, man, the stock market dropped 5% today, and your bad news is that the house didn't go above asking. It's not even my house. I was like, man, scared me there for a second. So that's good. He's tripping. I know. He was hoping for more, he said. I said, man, I'm not tripping at all. I'm happy that house went pending. That's it. I've said there was like 4 other comps from this house, and they've all went pending in less than 10 days. So it means again, I even told them if the house that just sold is the same price per square foot, I mean, the deal is very, 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 very good. I just have to do it fast. That's it. The house needs a couple of pieces of work, and that's it. But the plan is to get it out there pretty quick. Yeah, Netflix is coming back up. I don't know what the calls are at. The calls are back up to 20%. Did the Apples do anything? The Airbnb Leap went up 10%, so that one was decent. The Apples are still down. That area, man, I know. Oscar, it's going to be good, baby. It's going to be good. Don't worry, baby. It's going to be good. I'm excited, bro. I'm gonna hand deliver you something. It's going to be good. That deal was all Oscar, so if y'all mad I sold out crypto, y'all blame Oscar, okay? It's the Oscar. Oscar gave me the deal, bro. That's it. That's it. But Oscar, if I get it, I have a crazy price in mind. We're gonna see if I could get all the work done in 2 weeks. If I get the crazy price, man, you getting double, bro. You getting double. But y'all blame Oscar. He's the one who brought me this deal, and he was like, "Yo, man, it's a good deal." And then I was like, "Damn, bro, that deal is better than crypto right now." So we blame Oscar. Nah, I love Oscar, bro. Oscar, I love you. Just get ready. You take deals on the East Coast? Yes. If they're good. Been here since 2020, baby. And I know you're not selling the long term. So let's go. Amen. 2020. If you survive 2020, oh man, you know how this goes. Time in the market. Don't be worried. Don't be worried. TLT's still going down. SPY is about to break out now. So a couple things are getting back towards those highs. I don't know. I think it's middle of the market kind of moving up. Is there any other bigger names hitting highs right now? Because, again, the ones that ran earlier, like Snap's kind of near the highs. But, like, the tech stocks aren't quite there at the new highs right now. XLF, it looks like banks are kind of moving. Microsoft breaking out a little bit more. Netflix is trying. Yeah, Netflix is slightly higher, but again, we're like slightly right at that level. If this could give us steam, I mean, 45, just above 45 minutes left here. I have 2 Netflixes up. Those are the only good ones going up right now. Again, I want something. The high ticker will show you what's hitting highs. I think is that Chipotle? Yeah, Chipotle's at the highs. I think maybe HD would have went. Again, it looks like the value plays are starting to move up a little bit. Viacom, ARK switched to green. Tesla doesn't move. ARK is green? Yeah, ARK is up 0.03 now. That's big, especially on they've had the most volume today in history. So there's not been this much volume on ARK even since March and April when everybody really started piling into the Cathy train. IVE. Roblo, it's going up. We need this SPY to take it. Yeah, Roblo is at a new high. Airbnb is slightly higher than where it hit the first time. So some stocks are edging up there. Bro, Airbnb, $10 off of the lows, and it's still down 7%. Oh my gosh, that's hideous. Bro, today is still like wicked. I don't even know how I could look at this, even though it's only 1.35, bro. 1.35 on the SPY does not really highlight everything we've been through right here. Oh, man. The Netflixes are back up to 35. The TBTs, I'm surprised those didn't move, but that's just far out the money TBTs. The Apple calls are back to break even. And there it is. You're getting the candle. We are now at that high point. This is the high from earlier in the morning and where this little rally ended. So you've had a lot of back and forth, even way more volume. Right now, again, we got about 45 minutes on the dot. You're at 192 million. Friday was 202. So you're probably going to get like 230 on this. The Tesla calls, I think the Tesla calls are up, surprisingly and sadly. And I think the put is up too. The Tesla put is back to break even now, 2%. And then the Tesla call is, it says I'm down 10% on that. So the Tesla call actually is still down. But then remember, we took the 1,000% on one of the puts. You're breaking out a new high on the day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. You have a new high on the day. Bonds are even coming down here, so it's interesting to see tech kind of lead this, but this is actually wild. So the more steam it could get from here, the better. But again, like we said, with all the there was a lot of capitulation volume. So if if they can manage to close this green, that means people sold out 5% less, and there was a equal amount of buyers ready to step in today. Woo! It's moving now. The Teslas are coming up a little bit. I need those TBTs. I don't know why those didn't move. But a lot of the portfolio bounced. 433.50. You are now literally above the 10% mark. So SPY is no longer down 10% again. Here's the low. You still gap down a lot. There's still like a 6-point gap or something, or 10 points. So get ready. TLT. 10% on the TBTs. I know. I want more though. Again, we caught it good, and that's why I don't really care, though, because I'm thinking if this does continue down, but TLT is really going to be a play there for Powell. But we hit a new high. We're getting a little bit of a red candle. Hopefully this goes away quickly, and you get some more just straight gassing. Microsoft's back up. Facebook's coming towards the highs. Roblo, Amazon's at the high. Even Roblo's only down 1% now? Jeez, bro. And then even then, dude, Airbnb is wicked. 7% still? Is it me or just time slowed down in power hour? You might be Spider-Man. That could be part of it. But I feel kind of. Just happens. Especially today's been a wild one. Today has been a wild one. You're still back to the higher level again. We need this. Hopefully it just doesn't come down. We need some big moves. Again, a lot of things are still at highs right now, or at least the ones that could influence the market a little bit harder. So if these could hold up, it's good. Those Netflixes are up 40% now with a huge spread. Funniest shit I heard, Spider. I'm glad you like my Spider-Man joke. Thank you. I didn't know who would laugh at that with me, but I thought it was very appropriate. Holy Spirit, come down. On the way. On the way. We'll see. We'll see, man. We have a long week ahead of us. That's it. I'm over it. That's it. I can't cheer. I can't get sad anymore. So you could call it numb. I'm just saying. I just know it's it's like, on a roller coaster, like you go through the first turn and then the roller coaster kind of like stop. It's like, I know this shit's not done. So it's just like, just get ready because, it's not. We have a long ass week ahead of us, bro. You got so much data. Again, you remember we had PMIs today, and then you got Jerome Powell, then Apple, and then Microsoft, and then, ooh. I just don't trust that. I know I don't trust this ride. I'm going to keep my seatbelt on until everybody's off. My seatbelt is on right now. It's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a wild one. So I should turn on the Titanic thing. I ain't going to turn on Titanic. I'm going to turn on the Squid Games music, bro. We've been playing red light, green light all day. You know how many people got shot? It's crazy. I'm just been scared. It's like red light. Green light, red light. You see, we on red light right now. Don't move. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what happens. The little exorcist doll thing, he's going to turn his head around and just like, aha! So just don't play around with them, man. Don't play around with them. I don't trust none of them. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust any of them. And that's why just keep your seatbelt on. Again, it's going to be a long week, my friend. A long, long week ahead of us. Gasolina. Nah, man. Last time we said gasolina, it got lit on fire. And it acted as a ignition. Okay? Bro, I've had so many traumatic events in the last 3 weeks. What the hell? Every single week. It's crazy. It is crazy. We started the fire. I don't even know the words yet to the song. So there it is. You got your green light. Let's see how long green light lasts. Grabbing SPY puts. I'm still holding the ones from today. Again, I made them free. So I have the, what's it called? I got an Amazon and a what's the other one I grabbed? There's another one. Amazon and Tesla. Those are the two that I'm still holding. And then a BABA and then an XOM. I'm holding all those. I wasn't able to make anything free on BABA or XOM. Tesla and Amazon, I got those contracts. We sold out 100% on the low today. And then I'm holding the remaining ones. SPY puts are down 15%. Wow, really? 15? I remember you just got those. Ghost ride the portfolio. Ugh. Yeah, so the BABAs are the Apple calls break even. BABA puts from today, I never made those free. Those are up 7%. The Tesla puts are up 4%. We sold one out at 100%. The Amazon, we sold one out at 100. They're back to 20%. And then the TBTs have went up 10. And that's like kind of a middle play. And then Netflix calls have came back up. Netflix calls are 53%. So if we break out here again, you got just under 30 minutes or just above 30 minutes remaining. Thought the SPY would have dropped into the day. If today, the last couple of days we thought it would have gone up, but it's breaking out the pattern. This is like a reverse pattern. Instead of liquidating, you got people buying right now, but we just got to see how long this lasts. The last thing you want to do is see this, run out essentially. How are you making them free? I'm selling out one of them. So I bought Amazon. I bought those at like 145. And I bought two of them for $280, right? Or $290. And then I sold one of them out at $2.80. So I bought two of them. They went up 100%. Then I sold one. Same thing with the Tesla. I bought three of them today for like less than $600, and I sold two of them for $720. Red light. Red light. Hold on. IBM and Logi, none of those. IBM we already sold out of. SPY's coming back up. Maybe green light. Hold on. We still on red light. TLT's coming down. Some things are fighting up here. Hold on. Red light is still in play. If you move. TSM is green. Netflix down. How's TXN? Texas Instruments, they have earnings, I think on Wednesday or Tuesday after hours with Microsoft. Keep the momentum. Hella bullish. If we slip, if we slip to the lows, that'll be terrifying. If we sold off 3% in 30 minutes, I would cry. I don't know why I would cry, but I'd be like, wow, that's crazy. I'd be like, that's insane. If 3% in 30 minutes, I would shit myself. That's what I think. That's more appropriate. I don't think I would cry, but like if a little poop came out, I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? But like it's if it keeps going up from here, I mean, again, if we go green, I don't know if we might be able to push out 1% here. But if you can go green, it is definitely going to be that could have been a shorter term bottom until Powell. Again, hopefully this just provides some chilling out for the day. Roblo is somehow green all of a sudden now. So I grabbed Airbnb instead of the Roblos. Not too bad. The Babas came back down. Biggest loser, Airbnb still. Yeah, but Roblo's making some moves, which is decent. Oh, I still got those old Januaries. Oh, yeah. Double your Uber calls. Oh, now that's not a bad idea, my friend. Let me check them. They're down 50. What date was that? February. Let's see. Again, SPY's like kind of on green light right now. Couple of things are moving. Even Roblo through the high. HD is killing it. Roblo's getting gassy right now. Again, $70 key level. Airbnb's chilling out still, though, unfortunately. Yeah, Roblo is taking off. Uber would have been great at the bottom, but the calls are still down. Whoa, there's 22,000 options. So they went up like 30% from the bottom. Now the Ubers, I'm going to wait a little bit. Those would have been great earlier. So again, new high now on the S&P. NASDAQ down 0.75%. The SPY is now the lagger on the downside, but Russell is up 1.5. I totally ignored that. Yeah, no, we're good for now. I mean, I think it might chill out for tomorrow, but this might add a little bit. This could ease the pressure again because they were talking about it this morning. They were saying with the Russell down, that Russell scared a lot of people. But I mean, the final step is here. We're good for maybe 30 minutes of tomorrow morning. I hope. We'll see. It's a wild move over here, though. The Amazon puts came down. Wow. So the Amazon puts, so on that little run up there, though, that killed some of the put premium. Amazon puts went negative. The Teslas are still holding up. Baba's only at 5%. Apple calls won't go up, though. That's the only thing. Those Nancy Robo. I know I was looking at him too, but Roblo is going to move around a lot. So just, just keep that in mind when it's all said and done. Excuse me, Gasparino tweet. $19. They're still double 30 minutes. I don't know if they blow up SPY overnight. We'll see. We will see. IBM is pricing, I think, $8 or like 8%. IBM is actually pricing in a huge amount, I'm pretty sure. Again, and it moved 3% earlier today. IBM is pricing in $11. So IBM is pricing in over 10% or just under 10%. So that's even more, and they moved 3% max, 1.86 right now. So IBM is actually pricing in a ton. Yeah, we stole those in the morning. Every single IBM earnings play is through the roof, though. What it's worth, people predicting the bottom. Again, the big thing is volume. that you had a lot of people capitulate today. People gave up, bro. Look at 500 million in volume in the last 2 days. So the fact is, you gap down, you hit a key level on fat volume, which is again already at a 10% more point. I mean, a lot of people sold and a lot of people bought. So if we're able to actually hold up, I mean, it could be a short-term bottom, but you still have Powell along the way. So that's the only X factor to this, is that Powell could derail or confirm everything on Wednesday. It was a retail squeeze for a big portion. I mean, we'll see where it goes from here, and we'll see, again, it's going to be choppy in the next few days. It's just going to, I don't think people will, once you get capitulation like that, I mean, it's still going to be a bumpy ride. So we'll see what happens. But this was it was a very, very big part of the move today, and it has to do with volume, which is a positive sign. If we ended up down like we were, it would have been even more negative. But like I said, even with the Russell kind of holding up, that's decent. Tomorrow, I mean, we might get a little bit more calm. It depends on the headlines again and what happens. But other than that, I think the real move is going to happen on Wednesday. Tomorrow may be calm. We'll see what IBM happens with IBM earnings. But then tomorrow you're going to get ready with Microsoft. So after hours. So even then, Microsoft is going to be a speed bump. And then Wednesday, it's just going to be, I mean, every man for himself. It'll be wild. So SPY, green light, it's trying to come up above here. You got 30 minutes on the clock still. A lot of stuff still going. Big candle there on Netflix. Again, Amazon puts are capitulating now. So the Amazon puts are actually coming down, which is quite good. I mean, this, again, you haven't seen puts really drop here today. So that is the key. We're coming up. New high, only 0.5% now. Or wait, no, that's 0.8. I'm tripping. 0.5% almost on the NASDAQ. Google suit shows company continues to mislead. High ticker is gassing. Check some of the other big runners there. Again, Shopify was on that list, and then obviously big tech. Amazon's came back up. Has Tesla started to move? Yeah. Again, watch the Tesla options if those could come back to life. Yeah, Tesla calls. They're back. They're down only 5 now, and that's including the spread. TLT, I grabbed TBT instead of TLT. Roblox weekly puts. I was looking at them, but they're still kind of at a premium. They've came down a lot, but they still kind of hold one. So things are starting to pop now. You're hitting a new high. You're down only 0.5. 30 minutes left. 0.37 on the NASDAQ. Wow. NASDAQ may go green. That means a 4.7% single-day dip was bought. For now it is. Let's see, though. Again, green light's still in place. If these could stay up, it's going to be good. And again, a lot of contracts, I mean, like Amazon went green, but some names are even green. The contracts are holding up even though the names are red. So this was a lot of momentum from the downside. This was its own full day. You pretty much lived through 2 days. This was down and up, all in one. Again, 4% is absolutely insane. There's Roblox up 1.2. SPY is still starting to go now. Again, put premiums are finally dropping. Not by much, but it's at least a good sign because today they were not willing to give up at all. So now your put premiums are actually they're doing their thing. This is exactly what we needed. Airbnb finally, nah. Airbnb is disgusting today. That's why I bought the Leap. I was like, bro, this thing, after all, it's still down 7%. How do you go up $12, $10 in a day and still down 7%? That makes no sense. Make no sense at all, man. I don't get any of it. Any of it at all. The XOM puts, yeah, they're down 25%. That's good, though. Again, any puts coming down, I'm down with it. I mean, I flipped the whole account right now. Again, everything we made. So this is, I'm green on the day now. That's the thing, because remember, we took a lot of profits at the bottom there with the random puts. So again, anything we're holding is borderline free, but a lot of the other stuff is starting to move back up. But I want the puts on XOM. I mean, I want to see how oil plays out. But again, I mean, it just sucks because if we go green, it will be very, very bullish. But, I mean, we still got a couple of speed bumps coming in the next few days. So watch out for that. Yeah, Tesla, Amazon's starting to run now. If Tesla could go up a little bit more, the premiums will come back to the contracts. Yeah, now we're break even on the Teslas there. Tesla, Josh, Tesla. I got it. We in there, man. We in there. I only have one put remaining, and then the call is now in a good position. So we got a put for after earnings on Tesla for free, and then now we have the call coming in and doing some work. But we'll see. Crash over? I don't know just yet. Again, Powell holds too much power. Powell has Powell. You know what I'm saying? The Amazon put dropped 20% now. Is the gasolina here? Can we say gasolina now? Again, you're above today's open. You're still in no man's land. You're fighting to get to yesterday's close. You're like right there, and you got 24 minutes left. Let's see. Amazon needs to just wake up, man. Netflix. Oh, yeah. What's the Netflix at? The Netflix, 60%. It seems like it's stuck there. No one man shall have all that power. Red light. I think we need to start doing this more often. Let's see. The capitulation, man. What a fucking candle. This candle ugly, bro. Very, very. Oh, green light. Hold on. Green light might be still in play. Amazon's still looking good. Apple's the one that's not really moving. Shopify's coming up. Apple's struggling. Microsoft's towards the top. Facebook wants to go. You might get green light. Again, 0.25% on the NASDAQ. You might go positive right now. Oh, man. If NASDAQ and small caps are almost up 2% right now. This is crazy. Coin. See, Airbnb got some. Is Roblo. Roblo's still on the tear, back to 70. That's insane. That sort of move. That reminds me, that does feel like March a little bit. ETH bussin', UWMC push. I saw we just need to UWM. Just need some UWMC. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what industries have moved now. You're getting some green. Consumer discretionary, energy, those are leading. Semiconductors are doing good. Retail, energy, little pocket commercial, professional services, and then insurance. So a couple names are up there. Big volume on the SPY, 1240, bro. What is the volume right now? You're above Friday's volume. You're at 208 million. And again, you still got a lot of time left. So this is big money coming in right now, or just all throughout the day. Apple. See if Apple pops. I'm surprised. The safe havens it's the ones that have really been sold off are catching a bid. And then again, even like Netflix there with earnings. Wait till Apple goes. Buyback starting now. They're about to start, but not for everybody. That's the thing. We're only like I think you only have a 10%, 15% are in the buyback window right now. Microsoft almost green. The NASDAQ is almost green. You're down 0.05. Holy crap. Yo, man. This is crazy. Oh, man. Let's see. You're up. You're only a 0.25 point on the SPY and Dow right now. NASDAQ is green. NASDAQ is green. It looks for now, as long as we don't sell off in 20 minutes, that may have been the short-term bottom for now. Again, this candle looks high, but really people were buying the bottom right here at 10% down on the dot like we talked about. So it looks like that may be it until Powell. This may be a green light until Powell. We'll see what I'm still holding any of the other puts we didn't sell out. And then the calls are going back up. I mean, it's looking nice. I mean, it's just not. I've had a very, very big flip on the day. But let's see. Let us see, ladies and gentlemen. Still a long way to go. Oh, man. Santa rally. Don't say Santa rally. Where was Santa the last month? Okay. Let's see. It's still going. Green light is still in full effect. Airbnb, Roblo's going. I need Apple to move. That's the only one really just being a punk. And then Netflix, watch out. Big tech is starting to chill a little bit. I think some are doing better than others, like Microsoft and Facebook. But then Netflix, Amazon, Apple kind of cooling off. Again, you got 20 minutes spied. Literally, NASDAQ's back down red a quarter. It's red a quarter point right now. Amazon. Tesla puts have now went negative. What a damn day. I don't trust anything again until Powell. It doesn't matter. I mean, we're gonna get one more level, one more day tomorrow, but then it's Powell, and then once Powell takes over, TTD on the high. TTD is rocketing. They're up 9%. It's kind of looking like Shopify coming off the bottom. Let's see if all we need, bro, 20 minutes. You just need one more rip. It might cool down, but if the NASDAQ closes green from down 4.7, I don't even know if we've seen that besides maybe March or April 2020. That's a wicked move. I don't even know if I could say it out loud because I don't even believe it. Red light. 28 candles left. Or no, 18 candles left. Tesla was bottom. I mean, those calls didn't go down from being down. They're like right at break even. I mean, we'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the real test because if these calls don't hold up, oh, it's going to be hideous. NASDAQ races losses and broad stock rebound. Yo, man, stocks hit session high with consumer discretionary rebound. S&P is reaching the day's high watermark, but down 0.4. Less than a half an hour left. Small caps outperform. IBM is one to watch here after hours. The Netflix call, I think it's up 60% right now. 41%. It dropped. It didn't go higher than 60%. It started slowing down there. So we'll see. They'll have to kind of hold up a little bit more. Or if they sell off tomorrow, it'll get clapped. Is Roblo still going? Yeah. Roblo is probably, again, I can only imagine how many people try to short this thing. So it's good. It's good. Big volume, actually. It's actually one of the bigger volume. That's what I'm saying, the capitulation. Look at Roblo. This is one of the biggest volume days from when you had the run up there. So we will see. Treasury issues Ukraine-related license number 13Q. Man, what a day. What a day. 16 minutes left. You is acquiring somebody, Unity? Is that what you're saying? Let's see, actually. The puts are still at the highs of Friday, but still like lower. They're at the highs of Friday, but now lowest on the day. Again, that's why I'm still holding my other puts. That all the puts now that we made free, they all just came back to break even. Tesla puts, the BABA puts are break even. The XOMs came down more, and then there's another one that went down 20. The Amazons. Amazon's down 15. Where is it? XOM. Yeah, no, XOMs are down 30%. That means oil ran big. Tesla 150. Yeah, what a day. How is the long term? He's fighting. He's fighting. He's still up 12%. 12% and 15%. The small account 15, big account 12, and then Colt Sister is down 10. So, I mean, makes 10% correction. It makes about sense. Seems about right for now. But he's fighting, and that's why, too, I mean, again, that's why if we get any sort of bounce or upside, I mean, it's going to be, it'll be great. We'll see. Early market on close imbalance, 204 million to the buy side, 14 minutes left. Are you still buying Airbnb? Yes. I mean, we're going to wait till we get the next deposit. I did buy one Airbnb leap today. And those, it worked. It went up. It went up 12% for now. But again, nice moves today. We have a lot of stuff that we could see come back to life. But realistically, I'm not too excited in the sense that we still got the final matchup on Wednesday. So it's like this is a big move though, and this at the very least a lot of people bought the damn dip today, and a lot of people sold out too. There was a big transfer just in the last 48 hours from Friday and today. That was a lot of selling. That was a lot of money, and now to see us go as low as we did today and back up, it's a great sign. But we need to wait. Microsoft is green now. We just got to see where it ends up, man. That's going to be the real key. Apple starting to move. Yeah, Netflix, all the big tech. You're back up to green now on the NASDAQ. SPY and Dow, they're down less than 0.25%. So we're going to see how this finalizes. But a lot of premiums are starting to go crazy now. Spreads are widening even for the calls. Spreads and bids are coming up with it. There it is on Apple. So the Apples have finally went positive, barely. But it's starting to gas a little bit. Oh, Roblo. Let's see what you got, my friend. Let's see what you got. 13 candles, 12 candles left. Again, you just need that NASDAQ to hold green. That 10-minute rigged is going to be wild. Yo, give it 2 minutes, man. This 10-minute, I kind of want a red candle into it. I don't want it to be running like this because I just hope it gasses there. You need to go green. You need to stay green and hold it. Oh, man. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ha! Drum roll. Here it goes. 16 candles, IBM earnings. Keep that one in mind. The puts are cheaper than today. They're coming back to Friday's prices. So literally puts are the same price as Friday even after this, but you're not paying the 4% drop premium. So here it is, 0.02. 1 minute until the 10-minute rigged right here. This is going to be key. Again, these are the highs of the day, and this is just literally where we sold off and closed on Friday on the S&P, and then the NASDAQ. Again, NASDAQ is higher just barely. So he's back up to those levels. This is just going to be wild. Again, if you can print green, it's good for the record books. This is stupid. Now everybody could be equally as frustrated. You know what I'm saying? That's the market has a funny way of doing that. 20 seconds. Get ready. It's just, we'll see the final move. The final move. 10-minute rig to the upside. There it is. SPY is now green too. Dow is now green. That seems like it was it. There it is. Hopefully it holds, but I mean, this is looking good now. Apple's starting to go. Watch some of the bigger tech names. See if those hold up. Again, Netflix, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, especially the ones reporting very, very soon right now. So there's a lot. The crowd goes crazy, bro. The crowd goes crazy. Everyone's excited off of this. 10 minutes left. Oh, man, you're up 0.25% on the Nat. Dude, this is probably the biggest swing in history. I need to check the stats afterwards, bro. 4.7 to up 0.25%. I don't even think you saw this in March 20, bro. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, they did it dirty, bro. That one was dirty. Is Tesla going? I think the Tesla calls are now positive. We'll see if that thing comes back to life. Yeah, a lot of stuff started to move again. Just a wild swing here. Absolutely. Let's just see if it holds. We got 10 more minutes left, so don't celebrate too early. You might get hit sticked. Again, it's a nice cushion. Every index in the market is now green. 2% on the small caps, 3.3 on the NASDAQ, and then 0.25% on the SPY. Almost 0.25 on the Dow Jones. We are up above yesterday. Again, 439. I mean, are we back up? We're not back at the 200-day, are we? You're close to it. You're like 3 or 4 points. So tomorrow we actually might go back to the, what's it called? We may go back to the 200-day for or day before Powell as long as nothing bad happens over the weekend or nobody freaks out, and if we could get this close, 0.5% almost on the NASDAQ. There you go, my friend. Come on. Oh, man. Oh, man. This one is wild. Apple's going vertical. The premiums now shot up. Those are up 16% now. So some of the calls are starting to move again. The Netflixes are still up. The puts now are starting to hit like down 15%. So it's interesting. Other plays are waking up, though. Again, this was just too big of a move for things not to wake up. Like literally, some of the plays down 50 are actually coming back to life, which is wild. Not the Amazons, though, but the HDs. Those came back aggressively. Again, you got 20% even on the Airbnb leap. If that keeps going, let's see. So, again, SPY's still running into it now. I got almost 0.5%. 0.3 on the Dow, too. Wow. Bro, 5% candle today. Just fully a 5% candle. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for tomorrow and Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla down only 1%. If that could go green, that'll be amazing. Watch here with Apple. You got 7 minutes left. Again, the green light has been going now for at least it was 3-4 minutes before the 10-minute rig. So just get ready to see if it slows down or not. There's Roblo up 3. Airbnb still down 5. He needs to wake his ass up. Boeing only 0.5% now. There's Microsoft too. Wow. Apple is vertical again as the safe haven. It's coming back now that those plays didn't move, and now they're in the 20%. They're moving high 20s. Uber, Stitch Fix, SoFi. So 439 again, like what? 441, 442. We got a couple more points. That's the 200-day moving average. That'll probably be the move we make tomorrow, depending. We'll see, though. Hopefully, IBM earnings doesn't mess it up. Well, you just watched one of the biggest swings in stock market history. I could say it's top 10 for sure. I'm telling you, in from all of stock market time, you have not seen, dude, to go down 5% and then be up 1/3%. We're going to see where the bell ding, ding, dings. But you have witnessed top 10, top 5 intraday swings ever. Even beyond March 2020, April 2020. So that was this one was wild. I'm telling you, absolutely insane. That's why these next few days are going to be absolutely wild. So you're probably going to hear me say that a lot. But let's get through it here. Let's see where the final stuff is. Again, I'm still holding out the puts because we made some free. We got a lot of calls. The real question is, where do they go from here? Or do we actually get a real bounce? That's what we got to wait for next. So we'll see. I'm glad I got a leap in there. amongst other things. The long term, he's getting some relief off of that. They're still beat up though. Again, there's still a lot of stuff that's been guttered. This wasn't. I mean, there's stuff to cheer about, but there's also like, you know, it goes both ways still. Roblo, at least he's positive from Friday, which is crazy. Watchlist gonna be lit. Oh yeah, bro, we made a bunch of plays. We did another 5-10 plays. We have another, again, a lot of the calls, even the premium movements. It's wicked, and that's why we just gotta. The next 48 hours are gonna probably be as crazy as the last 48 hours. Again, I mean, if anything, you gotta shift in more. You're at 230 million in volume. Whew. Oh man, like this was a big movement, man. That means money out and money in, but like we're talking, the last 48 hours was a lot of positioning. Oh, man. Well, welcome to 2022, man. It's not over yet. And then we'll see. Just remember how you feel today, whether you bought calls or puts, and then just check in with me on Wednesday, okay? That's all, because that's it. Just try to keep a baseline, because it's going to be wild. It's gonna be wild. It's going to be wild. 2022. Let's see. He's still going. He's still going. No, Uncle Andrew, we didn't get a lot today. I mean, bro, this was enough entertainment today. I have not seen anything like this in a long time, let alone most people, you probably won't witness this unless something this next week or year provides. This just does not happen, man. This was the full focus of today, and it was absolutely one for the history book. So we are still running up right now. It's still going in there. A lot of things into close. We got 4 minutes left. Again, NASDAQ is up 0.5%. It's so weird to say that. Man, oh man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, hopefully you held them, but we'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. It's going to be around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. Is about 70 degrees and sunny, and it's feeling hot out there, and it's feeling blessed with that historic stock market bounce. Fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so please feel free to wear and say and do whatever you want. Just keep it clean and respectful and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to go to 440. I don't know. We may even get an after-hours move or what. A week, bro, everything went negative to positive in a wild fashion. Bro, this one was a move. This one was a move. So bring it home. You got a little bit of time left. It's still going in here. Remember, you still have earnings, so keep earnings in mind and just don't forget you have earnings as well as Powell. So we got a lot more. Hopefully we get you on the watch list. 1 minute. Bring it home, baby. It's a historic day. It looks like everything is still going to close green. They got 45 seconds for the history books. Oh, man, where is this going to close? It has a quarter. Oh, SPY down to 0.10. Oh, now 0.14, 0.15. You got 30 seconds left. 0.13 on the S&P, 0.17 on the Dow, 0.14 is how it's holding up here. NASDAQ is going to be good. Small caps are holding. This is all about the S&P right now. 30 seconds left. Bring it home. Okay, 0.25%. Nope, SPY's not doing it. He's going for the green. He's going for the green. They're going for it. They're going for it, baby. They're going for it. That's it. Less than 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Hard. Oh man, baby. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Oh my God. GG, ladies and, oh come on. If there's any day to GG right now, holy crap. Holy crap, how do you feel? How do you feel? Oh my God, bro, this was insane. You got IBM earnings still too. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. It's not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget it's earnings season. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Uh-oh, IBM's going up. So listen, make sure you guys are subscribed. I love you all because it's earnings season. Get ready. It's for earnings. Don't forget. We got to cover all of this on the watch list. We're going to see what happens. It's going up, but that's it. I need a GG before it still gets crazy. Come on. GG, baby. Holy crap. That was the wildest day ever. Oh, Baba's even going up. Oh, after. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a GG in the chat. I need a GG in the chat. Everybody, I don't care if you made money or lost money. Everybody was up and down today all at once. So I'm sure everybody could get a GG in there, baby. It don't matter, bull, bear, anything. I need a GG. Cleanse yourself of the sins. It was a good game. Everybody battled. You went back and forth. Some of y'all held the long term. It was crazy. Oh, you know how it should sound? You know exactly how it should sound, huh? GG. Should sound, huh? GG. GG. GG, GG, hey Josh, GG, 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 hey Josh, GG, 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 buy trap, ball trap, bear trap, buy trap, ball trap, bear trap, buy trap, ball trap, bear trap, ball trap, bear trap, let's go baby, let's go, baby! Bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, ball trap, bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, ball trap, bear trap, bear trap, ball trap, so that's how it should sound. Okay, we love you. And God bless you, baby. So, we got a couple of earnings, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all of this today. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Today was wild. Hopefully you got to learn something. Hopefully you understand too, baby. This is why time in the market and not timing the market is key. But we still got a lot that's going to happen, and nobody knows what is next. But, I mean, long-term and owning stuff, man, please don't ever forget about that, okay, Chad? But for all of you here, man, before you go, we're going to stick around here a little bit for the earnings. We'll see what happens. But I want to give a huge and special shout-out to every single one of you, man. If you guys listened today and gave me an opportunity, God bless you, and thank you for that, man. That's all I needed, whether you like me or not. So thank you for listening, and just double big shout-out. It don't matter if you got a membership badge. It don't matter if you got stream alerts, man. If you show up here every single day, or even if you only show up sporadically, I don't know how to say it, but if you just show up here randomly, man, but you come with a good attitude, you come with positivity, you come with something to contribute, especially on the days like today where there's a lot going on, man. Just God bless you, bro. These rare it's rare to have a good attitude. It's rare to be positive, man, and I'm just blessed to be surrounded by so many people, especially when there's so much stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's saying this and saying that. There's all of this. So, man, I'm just thank you for making the chat just a very positive place, and for all of you who come in here just with a positive mentality, attitude, no matter what the market throws at you, no matter what has happened, because you realize, man, we have all got to witness this together. Some of you have been with us over the years, so it's just another day, man, but I'm excited, so I'm glad I got to share it with you guys. But most importantly, just be surrounded by an amazing group of people. So for all of you who came in with that positive attitude, ready to drive, ready to work, ready to be positive, ready to grind, baby, God bless you, and thank you for holding it down. Big shout out there to the members as well. You see them with the badges, man. They look pretty. We never asked for anything when we started this channel, bro, and it's just crazy to see how some people support. So big shout out to the members who keep this going, and they just hold it down, and especially if you make it gracious. You know, I seen a lot of bear trap, bull trap members. Y'all, it's okay, man. Just remember, the long term will set you free no matter what, and it's all the timing. But big shout out to all the members out there, man. Just God bless you, and thank you for holding it down for so long. And like I said, man, just to be surrounded by some of these people and to see that it's been years. I mean, this is just another day in the book. Ain't that crazy? Come on. My members and my people who have been here long enough, I know you don't got a membership badge. It's fine. We still love you, but you've been here long. Isn't it crazy? This isn't over yet, but this is just going to be one of those events that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be one of those look back moments. This is one of those where you're going to be like, oh yeah, Josh, I was here in 2022. Like I was here in 2020, in 2021. I was here in 2019. I started the law term. I remember Josh from 2018. Whoa. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I love about this, man. We get to share these moments together. We get to learn about it, and just big shout out to some of y'all rocking with me for so long, and hopefully we see some of you long enough where it makes some sense, baby. So God bless you, and thank you for holding it down. Big shout out to the stream alerts. I know they didn't miss anything. Oh, they didn't miss anything today, baby. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, especially during volatility. God bless you. Okay, amen. I need water. Hold on. Oh, man, bro, how wild was this? Whew. The sweater needs to come off. Bro, how wild, but that's it, man. This is the second largest point gain in history, just behind 20. I knew it, right? Bro, I'm telling you, I have not seen anything like that ever. I have, but I haven't. The only other time we saw it was 2020, and besides that, you have never seen this ever. So we'll see what it could signal. I mean, again, there's a lot of volatility on the way, okay? So we're going to have a lot to talk about, but before I get into any of that, we'll see here again with the IBM earnings. But like I got to say, man, just I love all of you. God bless you. And just one thing I've been saying, man, just stay in the game. Please do not sacrifice your long-term. If you are, have a plan to buy something. There's no shame in selling something if you're going to buy another investment asset that's going to be good for your future. And like I'm saying, man, there's a lot of ups and downs. Hopefully you spend enough time where you'll be able to learn this, but don't cheat your future self, man. And just big shout out to some of you guys who've been in the game and staying focused. And like we said, there's a lot of stuff going on and a lot of things are moving fast, but don't be afraid to take it slow, man, okay? So we got a lot here, and you know, you got to do your things, bro. We got to do your thing. So I love you guys. God bless you. Do your thing. Hold it down. And make sure you check out all the links. Oh, look at all the members out here, baby. Oh, I missed one. Let's go, baby. Chattadonia. Love this place. We love you, baby. God bless you all. But check out the, 2.7 thousand likes. Oh, my God, Chad. Hard. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. That's beautiful, Chad. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for liking the video. Y'all held it down. That's what I'm talking about. So God bless all of you. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Again, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you missed it, we've covered a lot on here, and every single one of the plays, the strategy, you've been getting to watch it, and we'll see how some of the clap plays come back. But with everything going on, and if you really want an analysis about what to get ready for tomorrow and whatever happens here after hours, make sure we see you on there, baby. So second link, nightly Watchlist and main channel. Hopefully you're there. I mean, that's big shout out to Watchlist gang, baby. Where my Watchlist gang at? Who don't miss a Watchlist? Where they at? Hard. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. You see, I know they with me. So honestly, though, for real, man, like I've been saying with everything and a lot of the videos that we post every single day on the Watchlist, man, for real, if you on that Watchlist gang, God bless you and I love you and thank you, because at least I know, some people are following along with my journal and I like it. You know what I'm saying? It's good to know we could communicate on a lot. Sometimes you'll hear me repeat stuff to people in the morning. So I hope you guys know you on the game, baby, and just God bless you and thank you for supporting as well. And third link for that membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. Check out the new channels. Do whatever you need to do. Follow me on Instagram. The long term is still up. It don't matter if it's big or small. He's still fighting, baby. He is still fighting, so we love it. But if you want to follow along with this portfolio, especially if we start making more moves, follow me on Instagram, and I post all of my long-term. Every single post I post on Instagram, if you keep scrolling through it, you will see a bunch of stock plays and portfolios, okay? So I love you. God bless you. I'm not going to follow you back. So if you follow me on Instagram and someone reaches out to you, that is a scammer, so don't fall for it, okay? We love you. How option pricing works. Check this tutorial out, how to set up the long-term. And finally, we didn't get PHILO today, baby, but we do got the prayer request wall, all right? Okay? We do got the prayer request wall. It's simple. You want me, Troy, I'm going to follow you. But, Troy, last time I went on your profile, bro, some of the stalkers, they already started emailing me. They were, like, going through, like, your whole, like, they were like, look at who Troy's with. And they're like, look at Troy. So just watch out. I'm going to follow you, but then you're going to get the heat, okay? So I'm just giving you the warning, and make sure y'all follow Troy on Twitter. Fast stock news is very, very good, okay? No. It's like a weird, like, no, they're going to, like, go through your tag photos. They're going to, like, talk to your parents. They're going to, like, find your family members. Like, dude, they don't want, I don't know how to explain it, but anyways. So I'm going to follow you, bro, baby. I love you. God bless you. Keep the news fast. Keep the news fast. Keep it in the chat, baby. And get it on the Twitter, too, but, you know, just keep that fast news up, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Woo! I trained my parents. God bless them. Bless the lemons, baby. Bless the lemon. IBM. Ooh, he's running up. IBM, that's earnings. I could get you the earnings reports right now. But listen, we didn't have PHILO at the very least. Listen, we don't have any affiliate links. I'm not trying to get you to sign up for anything, but we do got a prayer request wall. So if you want to click that, if you want to click that link, feel free, man. We just want to pray for you, man. If you ever want to do anything for me, pray for me and my family. Pray for all the brothers and sisters in here in the chat as well, too. But this is what we got, man. So we just want to support you. Send good vibes your way. Fill that out. Don't forget about it. We still praying, good or bad. So let's go, baby. Woo! That's it. IBM beat. IBM beat. Is the market still going up after hours? A little bit. He wants to fight, so let's see what we got on IBM, my friend. Let's see what we got on IBM. Okay, let me see what I got for you. I could get a T live. Hold on. So IBM operating EPS 3.35, estimate 3.23, consulting revenue 4.75, fourth quarter revenue 16.7 billion, estimate was 16 billion. So they beat very, very well. I think they've missed on every other quarter for the last like 13 quarters. So that actually could be very, very good. IBM software revenue 7.27, again estimate 16.7, EPS 2.5, but operating EPS was a little bit higher. They boast sales growth, best sales growth in 10 years on cloud demand. So that's very good. Fourth quarter software consulting driven by hybrid cloud adoption. Fourth quarter results give confidence in ability to deliver objectives of sustained mid-single digit revenue growth and strong free cash. Full year results are presented at continuing operating basis. They jump up 6%. It's good. They beat. Yeah, that's best numbers in a decade. That means their cloud has actually ended up being good. IBM killed it. So that's again, IBM has had literally the most awful. They've had 13 quarters in a row of declining revenue. So now they've came back up here. First quarter in a decade, I'd pretty much say best growth in a decade. Not first, but best. Holy crap! What is this? Oh man, yeah, those are really good numbers. We'll see. Again, the EPS was bad, but operating EPS was good. So that's the difference. I mean, we'll see what they give on the conference call. I mean, 6%. It was pricing in a 10% move, and remember, IBM did come up from the gutter here a little bit, so it is continuing the trend. But it is good. Yeah, their growth is probably still plummeting, but I mean, we're in a quarter where the stock market was just down like 13-14% from highs today. So, I mean, if people were worried about earnings, this is at least one good sign. After hours market is coming up here. Again, we might start hitting some after hours highs. Woo! Woo! Oh, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it, man. IBM beat. Clap it up. I better see you on the watch list today. If not, we better see you here tomorrow. Tomorrow will be as exciting. Wednesday is going to be even crazier. And just get ready, man. We had a wild, wild day. A very, very wild, wild day, bro. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. Let's have some fun. Okay, let's have some fun. And let's see where this goes from here. Oh, whew. That was a final bit of relief that we needed for now. For now, we may be crying in 24 hours, 48 hours. But I love you all. You know what you need to do. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. I think none of you should have a problem waking up and drive, especially with the markets like this. Hopefully you got short-term memory on both sides. And again, man, just stay in the game and don't be afraid to go slow. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? It's just like it's one where you say, I could be in the game. I don't need to go as fast, you know? So relax a little bit. Take it slow. Again, know what you're really afraid of. Know what the max loss is. And, you know, you'll be able to get through this. But this is a historical moment, and this is something you're going to learn from. So don't even trip and just realize, you know, this is what is going to mold you into an investor and a trader. So welcome, my friends. Welcome. But I don't know if I should tell you. I don't know. Maybe we should save it. Oh, I need water, man. I need more water. Okay. I just muted it because it was so aggressive. It was so, I didn't know. I didn't want y'all to get mad, but I got something. You know, let me just tell you this. Are you ready? You want to know what today's PHILO was? You want me to tell you what the PHILO was? I could just give you one quick PHILO. I'll just tell you what it was. I don't know. I'm gonna leave right after, bro. I'm gonna leave right after if I tell you. Okay, I'm gonna leave right out. We need to save this for the watch list. Again, we need to be locked and loaded. This is just one step. I can only give you here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you the PHILO. I'm gonna give you the verse so you can read it. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, y'all don't really want to come prepared to PHILO. Oh yeah, y'all don't feel me. You see what I said? Oh, I'm gonna give you the verse so it could be like because again, I was gonna give you this PHILO today and it was crazy. I don't know if I should share with you the background. I had a whole different PHILO from the weekend, right? And then my mom calls me. And then my mom, we just start talking. And then she brings up a verse that we had a PHILO on a while ago. And honestly, man, there was just one thing it said, okay? It was wild. I'll just tell you, okay, so here's the verse if you want it. Go read Judges 6. Go read the story of Gideon. So go read the story of Gideon and you'll see. I was going to talk about that today, but it's very interesting, especially with how it relates to everything. Oh, man. I don't know if they feel me, bro. I don't know if they're going to feel me. You think they feel me or not? I don't think they feel me. Go read it. Judges 6. Gideon. I'll just tell you something. Here's this one phrase. You're going to hear it tomorrow. Gideon believed in God, but not that God was with him. Oh, and then things went crazy. You should go read it. It's a good story. I don't know if you remember Gideon. There's a lot. There's even a little parable in there. I'm telling you, it goes hard. But that's all I'm going to tell you. But you know why I'm telling you this? Because I'm going to tell you this for one simple reason. No matter what, no matter if it's down, no matter if it's up, okay? Seriously, because it sucks. This is just like the crypto thing. You know how much it sucked with the crypto? I was like, oh, I sold out of crypto because I was like, bro, I was just following the strategy. I didn't know it was going to plummet fucking 30 days, the next 12 hours, 48 hours afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I hope that whatever's happening right now doesn't overshadow everything. Does that make sense? Oh, do y'all feel me? Do y'all feel me or no? Do y'all get that? Does that make sense? Because it's like I would have done it it's like, oh, it's just don't let it get overshadowed. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to just tell you something, though. That's why. Go read Gideon. But you need to understand something, ladies and gentlemen. You know what it is? It is God is with you, my friend. Oh! Hard! Let's go, baby. Oh, come on. Even if you don't believe, y'all don't feel me. Y'all know that? Yeah, I speak it. I speak the blessing. Even if you don't believe, and it's okay. It happens to the best of us. I'm just saying, though. He's with you even if you don't want it, baby. You don't even realize it. Oh, come on. Come on, they don't. Woo! So go read that, baby. Ugh. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter what the market look like. That's facts. Okay? So just take it. Take it and run, all right? But that's it. I love you. That's it. I'm going to see you on the watch list. There's a lot to talk about. Yeah, you got to take this energy. It's yours, man. It's yours. We're going to be here every day, ready to go. Or at least the next couple days, and even then, God willing, every day. But I'm just saying, locked and loaded, you guys are seeing there's been a lot of things to be excited about, a lot of things that have to be disappointed about. The best thing we could do is just keep doing what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? So I'll see you in the morning. Keep taking some of the profits. Keep focusing on the long term. Keep thinking about earnings. Nothing has changed. Oh, we are ready for Powell. We've watched every single Powell for the last 3 or 4 years. You see what we just doing what we doing, baby. So let's go. Oh, I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. It's not new. This one's not new. It's wild, historical. But we're doing what we had to do. We're doing what we got to do. Who is that? Hold on. Is that Lending Tips? Oh, I thought it was Letty. I was like, what? I thought someone was about to kill me. Oh, man. I said, wow, more Fati. That's fine. But anyways, I love you. God bless you. And I just hope you're locked and loaded, baby. So let's keep doing what we were already doing. We in the game. 3,000 likes? Oh, no, don't do me like that. Oh, I was about to scream. It's close. Okay, it saved me a scream, but I still love you. So God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. Just don't forget why we're here. Hopefully we see you on the watch list. And again, just be ready for tomorrow. But you know why we're here, man, and why we keep going, and why we just stick to the plan, and why we not really too worried, why we can have a lot, but we know, good times are ahead, and that the trouble, it only lasts for a little bit, baby. Always, always in the rain and sun, on the just and unjust alike, baby. You know what I'm talking about. It don't matter. We still in the game. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So I love it. I love you. I'll see you on the watch list, ladies and gentlemen. And here you go. One more.
It's a call, baby. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot, I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band ground, got some buffets on the team.
Oh, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. But I don't think there's been any, I don't know, Uncle has it. It's soon, though. It's very soon. Don't worry. You'll get all of it very soon. You know what I'm saying? So it's sooner than you think, man. It's sooner than you think. But I love all of you. I will see you on the watch list tonight. Go drink water. Stay hydrated. Just get ready for tomorrow. And understand, bro, history is at our fingertips right now. You just saw it. Oh, they don't... And again, if this is how the beginning of the year starts, how's it going to end? I'm just saying, it's already moving. Get ready for a couple multi-% moves right now. I'm just saying. So I love you guys. Please stay positive too, man. No matter what you saw, as you see, every day brings something new, man. And just stay in the game. And remember, focus on that 10-year plan. We love y'all. God bless you. I love you. I will see you tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I might clap, not clap, but I still want a pony. Okay, love you. Bye.